Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry faced war and became the judge of justice. Here is short summary. In a world torn apart by war, Harry Potter must rise above betrayal, heartbreak, and conflict to deliver justice. As the ultimate arbiter, he decides the fate of allies and enemies alike, redefining what it means to be a hero. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry Potter had not returned from the Christmas holidays and Neville was worried. Harry's best friends and teachers did not seem to know why he had not returned, nor did they really care. Neville had a sneaking suspicion that something was up. Snape was his last hope. All of the other teachers had put him off. Gathering his courage, Neville made his way to the front to address Snape. "Sir, I was wondering if I could ask you a question." The professor looked up from the stack of potions essays that he was sorting. "What?" "I was wondering if you could tell me why Harry didn't come back from the holidays, sir." Neville observed as Snape carefully considered his answer. "Mr. Potter has been sent to Azkaban on a life sentence," he finally responded. But why?" Neville asked as his eyes widened in shock. "Do Ron and Hermione know? He was framed for the mass murder of several Muggles. As for his friends, yes, they do know his fate. After all, they did testify to everyone that Harry had been practicing the dark arts to a large extent." "That's preposterous," Neville said vehemently. "Harry would never do that. If he was practicing the dark arts, it was only to help educate himself and the members of the DA." Snape nodded tersely. "That's what several others have concluded. However, we are in the minority. Speaking of DA, what happened to it when Potter didn't return?" The more Neville thought about the situation, the more outraged he was. "Ron got up at our first meeting and announced that, apparently, Harry was not going to return to Hogwarts and that we needed a new president for the DA. He nominated himself on the grounds that he was Harry's best friend. Hermione backed him up." "Isn't that interesting?" Snape mused. "Is there anything that can be done, Professor?" Neville inquired. "Yes, there is," Snape said, looking around his classroom to make sure no one was listening in. "Some of us are trying to put together a movement in Potter's favor. There's no way that you know who is going to be brought down unless it is Potter that does it. You can discreetly get some other students in on it." Neville nodded eagerly. "I think that would be quite simple to manage. There's loads of students that don't think Ron is a very good DA leader, and who think that foul play must be involved in Harry's disappearance. What would we do? Mostly keep an open mind and be ready for when Potter gets out of Azkaban, whether it be from being proven innocent or by other means. He'll need assistance and friends. You might as well train up like you do in DA as well." Snape advised. "Whatever you do, keep Granger, Weasley, and his sister out of it." "Of course. What should we call ourselves?" Snape's lips curled into a sardonic grin. "Potter's Legion." On the afternoon of the day before Valentine's, Bellatrix Black found herself watching Harry Potter's sleeping form in their cell. 5 weeks of extensive training and meditation had done a lot for Harry. In a matter of seconds, he could now draw in an amount of power that would require days of meditation by any other wizard or witch. He had also showed an unusual talent for both legilimency and scrying and had invented a method to combine them for very profitable results. Bellatrix unconsciously shivered when she remembered him prying into her mind. Fortunately, she had managed to hide some of her more embarrassing thoughts from him, most of which happened to feature him. His eagerness to learn had doubled when he spied on his 2 old friends with his scrying talent. Apparently they too had betrayed him, perhaps even more than Dumbledore had. Mostly, he managed to set aside his feelings about them, but when they came to the surface, Bellatrix could feel his pain intensely. How dare they? Bellatrix's thoughts soon turned to their growing friendship. 5 weeks of extremely close proximity in the cell and no privacy whatsoever had forced them to become familiar with one another. Harry had done his best to ignore that though. That stopped their close friendship from going further, much to Bellatrix's dismay, which grew, day by day. She reached over and ran her fingers through his filthy and uncombed hair. It was no use worrying about it anyway. She was a horrible person who had done horrible things. How could he love her? Besides, she was old enough to be his mother. She decided not to think about it. As she rested, a grin crept across her face. Tonight, they would be free. Bellatrix was doing her best to contain her eagerness while Harry sat in a corner. If they made the escape attempt too soon, they'd be sunk before the ship ever left port. After what seemed like an eternity, she came to the conclusion and then informed Harry that if any oars had been on the island, they had left for the oar post on the mainland for the night. Harry merely nodded and held up his hands to study the shackles that were cuffed around his wrists. He drew his power and whispered an especially strong cutting spell that would remove the magically reinforced shackles. There was a silent thud and then a clank as they dropped off and hit the stone floor. Harry winced as he saw that the magic had hit him too and cut his wrists. They were now bleeding and Harry said a silent prayer asking for it to stop before he ran out of blood. Holding out her shackled hands, Bellatrix walked over to Harry. "My turn," she whispered, hiding her excitement and the resulting adrenaline rush. "Are you sure? Look what it did to my wrists. What's a little blood and pain compared to freedom?" Bellatrix countered with a dreamy smile. Harry nodded, took her hands, and performed the charm. The shackles dropped off and left Bellatrix's wrists bleeding as well. "Let's get moving," Harry said, after pausing to make sure that her wounds weren't too serious. "Reducto," Harry muttered. The cell door was no more. They quickly made their way out into the hull and towards where they estimated the entrance to be. Within a few seconds, they hit an obstacle. Apparently some of staircases that led from one leveled terrace to another disappeared when no oars were present. Bellatrix made a quick study of the wall. "Use your hovering ability and get on top that," she instructed Harry. "Once you get up there, pull me up." Harry nodded and drew again on his power. He slowly floated up and landed on the next level, which he hoped was ground level. He turned around and reached down to grab Bellatrix, absently noting that his hand was covered with blood from his still bleeding wrist. She moved her hand, which was bloody as well, towards Harry and he prepared to grasp it. The breath was knocked out of Harry the instant their hands came into contact and the blood mixed. He instinctively tried to let go, but something was holding their hands together. A warm sensation spread from his hand through his body until he felt it everywhere. A second later it became scorching hot, and then altogether, it was gone, leaving no trace. Their hands separated the instant it was over. "What was that?" Harry exclaimed. He looked down and found an astonished, but understanding, expression on her face. "Are you okay?" She nodded weakly. "Just get me up there with you and I'll explain." They made a second attempt and Bellatrix managed to scramble up with Harry's assistance. They sat down against a wall to rest for a quick moment. Harry wasted no time asking her about the incident. "Do you know what that was?" "Yes," she said with a quavering voice. This was not the way she would have wanted it. He would probably be angry with her now. She should have realized what was happening. "We just performed a very barbaric, yet binding, marriage ritual. So those two jerks know what happened to him," Parvati Patil said fiercely to Neville. She and her friends were sitting at one of the tables in the common room and Neville had taken the opportunity to approach them. Neville quickly made a silencing gesture. "Quiet, we can't let them hear." "Just tell us already," Lavender prompted. "I asked Snape and he said that Harry got sentenced to life in Azkaban for a crime that he didn't do. He was framed and Dumbledore took the bait hook, line, and sinker." Neville disclosed. Not only that, Ron and Hermione told everyone that he had been extensively studying the dark arts. "I can't believe it," Parvati gasped. "How could they just do that? He's the boy who lived. They can't just imprison the only person who can stand up to you-know-who." "That's all I know," Neville explained. "Snape says that there's a few people who feel that Harry was definitely framed and that something needs to be done. He told me to round up students that supported Harry. I was just wondering if you'd be interested in being one of them." "Definitely," Lavender said resolutely. "Me too." Neville was very pleased. He had received similar responses from everyone he had approached thus far. Either Harry was popular, or he was a good judge of character. Maybe both. "We're going to have a meeting at the Hog's Head tomorrow. The girls were slightly unhappy about it being on Valentine's Day, but Neville promised that the meeting would be over soon enough for them to get on with their dates. They even suggested a few more people that Neville should talk to and promised to invite some others that they knew might be interested. Grinning, Neville waved goodbye and sauntered across the common room towards his next target while giving Ron and Hermione, who were sitting near the fire, a sidelong glance. Ron had the DA, but soon, Potter's Legion would dominate it. Not to mention Potter himself. To say that Harry was shocked would be a bit of an understatement. He had never even considered marriage or having children. Would Bellatrix want children? Did she even like him? He looked over at her and found her looking back at him with fear. It seemed that she had not deliberately preyed on him, which was good, because he didn't like to have people taking advantage of him. Harry gathered his thoughts and did a tiny bit of legilimency. Apparently she was surprised about the whole thing, but was not revolted either. He then tried to concentrate on that matter at hand. Escaping from the prison. There's nothing wrong with marriage. He managed to get out. We're friends and all that. Right. She nodded slowly, but looked rather unconvinced of his convictions. Besides, we have a prison to escape from, he said to her. He stood up and then helped her up. Unless I'm mistaken, the entrance is in that general direction. She nodded. Why, yes, it is. They slowly made their way through the dark maze of corridors, trying to keep from looking at other prisoners in their cells. Harry's scrying ability was useful in more than one instance to help avoid the few Dementors and to navigate their way towards the entrance. Eventually, they reached a broad corridor that Harry recognized as the center hall that connected to the front doors. They quietly made their way toward the exit unhampered until they spotted 5 Dementors standing guard before the tall metal-plated doors. What do we do? Harry whispered to his new wife. No matter what he did, he couldn't get it out of his mind. Her continued silence must signify that she was thinking about it too. Get creative with your power, she instructed distractedly. Harry nodded and studied the guards and the door they needed to exit from. So far, they had not noticed them in the shadows. After a minute, an idea came to Harry. The Dementors are afraid of me, right? Yes, Bellatrix said, giving him a questioning look. They avoid your presence as much as possible. Over the weeks, I've noticed that they've entirely quit patrolling the corridor our cell is situated on. I think that it would be a crushing blow to the Ministry of Magic if we were to walk out of here as if we owned the place. We have the element of surprise, they won't want to argue with us, and the Aurors aren't on the island during the night, so there won't be enough time to sound the alarm. Harry said slowly. Bellatrix thought it over and nodded her agreement. Let's do it then. Harry and Bellatrix walked out from the shadows and walked straight down the center of the corridor toward the doors and the Dementors guarding it. Open the doors, Harry commanded as he drew on his power to make his aura a little more menacing. The Dementors plainly didn't want to obey Harry. This was mostly because he was supposed to be their prisoner. It would be embarrassing to let him go, even though they weren't particularly loyal to the Ministry. As he approached, they quailed and opened the gigantic doors and let them out into a raging rainstorm. The door closed the instant they were outside the prison. We weren't counting on this. Harry yelled to Bellatrix over the noise of the wind. We have no choice but to proceed. Bellatrix yelled loudly. There might be a boat down at the dock. Harry grabbed her hand and they made their way down the long path toward where boats destined for Azkaban landed. When they arrived at the old stone dock, they found to their disappointment that there was no form of transportation. Another jolt of magic had gone through Harry as he had stepped onto the stone, and he wasn't paying attention because he was trying to figure out what was going on. He stopped wondering when he noticed that the storm had suddenly intensified. Magic was definitely at work. We should find shelter somewhere, Harry called out to Bellatrix. She nodded and they turned to go back to the island, but it was too late. A gigantic wave washed over the dock and the couple found themselves being plunged to the bottom of the sea. When it subsided, they managed to get to the surface. They clutched each as another wave hit them. Within a few minutes, Harry and Bellatrix, who were holding on to each other for dear life, found themselves being washed out to sea. Neville had decided to rent a private meeting room at the Hog's Head and was placing privacy charms on it as the first people to join the meeting straggled in. Neville quickly finished up and went over to welcome them. I hope that you don't mind that I brought a few extras. Luna said vaguely as she surveyed the small room with sharp eyes. Neville had decided long ago that her oddness did not necessarily mean that she lacked smarts. He surveyed the extras, and noted that they were mostly comprised of younger Ravenclaw females. He arched his eyebrow and looked at Luna. I see. She motioned for them to take seats toward the front of the room and stayed behind to talk to Neville. You were basically founding a Harry Potter fan club, she stated with a grin. I suspect that the vast majority of recruits will be girls because of that. She pulled out a copy of the Quibbler from her robes and joined her classmates in the front. Once everyone had gathered and Neville was ready to begin, he had to admit that Luna had been right. There were about 10 boys from various houses sitting at the back of the room joking among themselves. However, there were nearly 50 teenage girls madly giggling and talking amongst themselves. Neville cleared his throat. I would like to call this meeting to order. As many of you know, Harry Potter did not return to Hogwarts after Christmas. Everyone began to murmur, but a quick gesture and they all quieted down. He then began to explain everything that Snape had told him and then made the proposal to create a group called Potter's Legion. What will we do as a group? Asked one of the more solemn boys toward the back. I'm glad you asked that, Neville said, trying to hide his nervousness. If Harry ever gets out of Azkaban, he'll be angry at certain people. We want to be able to make it clear that we supported him and that we are his friends. We'll take any and all opportunities to defend his character and reputation. Last of all, we'll train as a group to become extra proficient in defense spells and techniques. I've convinced 2 professors and 2 Aurors to help train us. Excited whispers broke out instantly. It wasn't often that one got first-hand training and experience with an Auror. Not only that, the type of organization appealed to them all. It kind of felt nice to belong to something. This would lead to talk and bragging, however. After the talk died down again, Neville pulled out a sheet of parchment. To join, you all need to sign this. Snape had given it to him and instructed Neville to make sure everyone who knew anything important had their signature on it. He then pulled out a bag of sickles. Everyone who signs gets one of these. They'll display the date and time of each meeting. What about Quidditch practice? Called out one of the boys. I'm sorry, Neville said, but we'll have the meetings regularly despite Quidditch. Attendance is not mandatory, so you can just skip the ones you can't attend. Be sure to talk to someone who did attend to get any important information, however. Everyone seemed to think that was fairly reasonable, and after a few more matters of business were covered, namely speeches about secrecy, Neville dismissed them all to go about their business. I wonder what Harry would think, Neville mused. Bellatrix Potter, as she was now known, was woken up by a bright light. It occurred to her that she was very likely dead now and was about to meet her maker and have the pleasure of explaining some of the things she had done in life. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that this was not indeed the case. The bright light was actually the noonday sun, which was shining in her eyes from its position directly above her. Further examination revealed that she was lying on an extremely rocky beach. This was evidenced by several rocks poking her back. A shadow suddenly loomed over her. You slept for quite a while, came Harry's amused, yet relieved, voice. What happened? She croaked. Her mouth was extremely dry and saliva wasn't doing much towards fixing the situation. I believe that we've been washed up on some sort of island, Harry stated in a matter-of-fact way. He reached out his hand to help her up and she took it gratefully. He motioned toward a large puddle a few feet away. That's left over from the rain, you can drink it. Bellatrix nodded gratefully and stumbled over to take a long drink from the surprisingly fresh water. Once finished, she crossed her legs and sat down facing the ocean. I think that we may have been better off in Azkaban. I have no idea as to how we get back to England. She looked up at Harry, who instead of looking worried, was grinning. Not to be contrary, he replied, but I think that we'll be fine on this island. What gives you that idea? Look behind you. She stood up, complied, and was met with a shocking sight. Further inland loomed the largest castle that she had ever seen in her life. It reminded her of Hogwarts excepting for 2 things. First, its layout was very uniform, elegant, and symmetrical. Secondly, and most obvious, was the fact that it appeared to have been carved from one gigantic piece of shiny obsidian. What is that? Harry shrugged. No idea. I reckoned that we could make our way over and see if we can find anything of use in it. Does anybody live there? Bellatrix wondered out loud. I don't think so, Harry stated confidently. I've attempted to do some scrying in Legilimency, and have found nothing. It would probably be safe to say that it is abandoned. Not only that, I get the creepy feeling that we're the only living creatures on this island as well. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. Bellatrix said softly. Lead on. There's nothing better to do. The two started walking and soon found themselves at the foot of a long, single-piece, obsidian bridge. Apparently the island was actually two islands. The castle was on a separate island that was connected to the island they were on with said bridge. After crossing the bridge, Harry and Bellatrix found themselves standing before a set of large double doors. They observed what appeared to be a coat of arms set above the doorway. It bore a single star. Polaris for the House of Polarix. Harry merely shrugged, but Bellatrix exhaled abruptly. I can't believe that I didn't remember this when I told you about being the Lord of Polarix. This place was only a legend even when the last Lord of Polarix was alive. What is it? Harry asked curiously. Bellatrix answered in an odd tone. This is the fortress of Nerike, seat of the House of Polarix. At Harry's perplexed look, she began to babble. Some of the most powerful Dark Lords to ever live broke themselves on the walls of this castle. Not because they hated Polarix, but because of the old saying. He who holds Nerike, holds the heart of magic. Sounds like a hefty piece of real estate. Harry drawled lightly. While the majority of Hogwarts students were enjoying themselves in Hogsmeade, the Order of the Phoenix was having an emergency meeting in the headmaster's office. Everyone was whispering nervously as they waited for the last stragglers to make their way to their seats. Soon, everyone was present and Dumbledore stood up. We have a situation that could be potentially serious, he announced gravely. He then gestured to Shacklebolt. Would you brief everyone, please? Kingsley Shacklebolt stood up as Dumbledore sat down and stepped over to where everyone present could see him clearly. Last night, at approximately 11 o'clock, Harry Potter and Bellatrix Black escaped from Azkaban. Several of the Order members gasped. How? Exclaimed Professor McGonagall. Those two aren't Animagi, are they? No, they're not, Hermione stated smugly. It was nice to know more than they did. Shacklebolt gulped nervously. That's the disturbing part. The Aurors on site and others who investigated have concluded that the two prisoners, who were sharing a cell, may have used wandless magic. Once free from their cell, they made their way to the main doors of the prison and Mr. Potter commanded the Dementors on guard to open the doors and let them go. The Dementors were intimidated and they did so. You only call this situation potentially serious, exclaimed Mrs. Weasley. Someone who can do wandless magic and scare Dementors is at large. She pointed to Ron and Hermione. There's no doubt in my mind that he will want revenge if he finds out about Ron and Hermione. Yes, Molly, this situation is only potentially serious, Dumbledore said very firmly. When Harry and Bellatrix escaped, there was an extremely serious rainstorm in progress. There was no mode of transportation off the island, and a search has revealed that they are no longer on the island. It is possible that they drowned. Remus was about to step in and voice his opinion that there was no possible way that Harry could have drowned after facing the Dark Lord so many times and surviving, but a sharp glance from Snape silenced him. It was probably best if they believed Harry to be dead even if he was alive. Nevertheless, Dumbledore continued after a momentary pause, we will start discreetly searching for the escapees. Why not notify everyone via the Daily Prophet? Ron inquired. If there's a mass search, there is no way that they'll be able to hide for very long. He's not an animagus and he can't be independent for very long. Snape snorted. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Why is it dumb and what would you suggest? Tonks asked, deliberately giving Snape an opening to manipulate the Order a little. In case you have all forgotten, Potter's arrest was not reported in the Daily Prophet. If you suddenly state that he's escaped from Azkaban, you will make people wonder what is really going on. It's quite obvious that Potter will seek aid from his friends. He sneered at Ron and Hermione. Simply wait for him to appear. Moody nodded in what appeared to be reluctance. I think that would probably work. He has an uncanny ability to sneak around this castle as his father and his friends did. It's settled then, Dumbledore announced. I'll convince Minister Fudge to remain silent about the situation. He then addressed Ron and Hermione. Make sure that you are approachable, but not defenseless. Now, on to other business. As soon as the order meeting ended, Snape nodded discreetly to Tonks, Moody, and Remus, to let them know that they should meet in their pre-arranged meeting place. An hour later, they were all having drinks at the Three Broomsticks. I don't see what your strategy is, Tonks said to Snape. Alistair and Remus nodded in concurrence. Snape took a long swig of butterbeer before answering. It's probably best if they aren't actively searching for Potter. All we have to do is warn him about Granger and Weasley's treason. They aren't searching for him, so we have less chance of getting caught communicating with him. How do we warn him then? Lupin asked. If you know where he might be, I'll gladly go and talk to him. No, I don't know where he is, Snape stated, but I had a sudden inspiration during the order meeting as to how we can contact him. We'll just write out a letter to him, and then I know how I can get it to him. He pulled out a sheet of parchment, a quill, and some ink. We'll make sure he knows we're on his side and tell him what has been happening during his absence. That evening, during dinner, Snape crept into the dark Ollery and found what he had hoped would be there. Potter's pet owl, Hedwig. Dumbledore had mentioned to him in passing, when the students went home for Christmas, that Potter had elected to leave his owl at Hogwarts to avoid confrontations with the Dursleys. He held out the sealed letter to her. I need you to take this to your master. He's in trouble and this letter contains important information. The owl looked at him suspiciously, but hooted and came down from her lofty perch. Snape quickly attached the letter and gave her some instructions. Find him and deliver this as soon as you can. However, it will be no good if anyone spots you. She hooted and immediately flew off into the night. Snape watched until she faded in the distance and let out a sigh of relief. If Potter was alive, he would get the letter. Yes, it is a hefty piece of real estate, Bellatrix replied, rolling her eyes. If I'm correct, you're the new owner of this fortress and that makes you richer than all of the wizards and witches in the world combined with just the value of the castle. Harry studied the castle. It was a pretty cool looking place, although the grounds on the outside did look a little sparse. Let's go in, shall we? He stepped towards the imposing door and lightly touched it. It promptly swung open without a sound. They then stepped into the main entrance hall and looked around. There was absolutely nothing. It was simply an abandoned room. It's hard to believe that an army would try to conquer this place. There isn't anything here, Harry said. Bellatrix was looking around thoughtfully. I think that the castle is under some sort of spell. It's probably designed to look like an abandoned ruin to anybody who finds it. Since you're the heir of Polarix, you can probably undo it somehow. Harry was about to speak when he heard a faint whisper. Something is whispering, he said to Bellatrix quietly. It's coming from that direction, she said, pointing down towards the broad corridor that stretched straight in front of them from the entrance hall. The whisper made itself heard a third time and they didn't need any urging to try and find where it was coming from. They made their way down the hall and soon found themselves in what appeared to be a gigantic throne room. Massive black columns marched up to the front of the room where an imposing black throne sat upon a raised dais. The whisper grew louder as they approached it. They soon discovered that the whisper was coming from the star that was engraved in the floor in front of the dais. When they stepped onto it, the star suddenly produced a glowing white light and a miniature column sprouted from the center of the engraved star. On the top of the little column was a mini star which was glowing red. It stopped growing when it was as tall as Harry's waist. Take thy wife's hand and then place your other hand on the red star. The whisper, which was no longer intelligible, commanded. Shrugging, Bellatrix offered Harry her hand. He gingerly held onto it as he placed his other hand squarely onto the red star. The instant he made contact with it, their world exploded into bright white light. The whispering voice could be heard again. All hail Harry James Potter, Lord of Polarix and Nericay and Earl of the North. It paused for a moment before continuing. Hail to the Lady Bellatrix who hath redeemed herself from her past crimes by aiding the house of Polarix. Long may she be faithful to her lord. You shall both have strength, youthfulness, and power to restore Polarix to its glory and be triumphant over those who would oppose you. Harry blinked as the white light faded. The first thing he noticed as he looked around was that the decor of the castle had drastically changed. The room was no longer empty. It looked as if someone actually lived there. The interesting thing was the countless banners that hung from the ceiling. On a field of emerald green flew a black shackled phoenix with a lightning bolt clutched in his talons. He glanced toward Bellatrix to see what she thought of the new developments. Instead of observing the changes, she was on her knees, silently crying tears of joy as she squeezed the life out of his hand. "Are you okay?" Harry asked, his voice rich with concern. "Never better, my lord," she whispered. Her violet eyes were glowing and the tears had stopped. Confusion clouded Harry's mind for a moment until he mentally repeated what the whispering voice had said. He quickly took action before anything got out of hand. "I'm your husband, not some overlord. I would think that would put us on an even footing." He tugged on her hand and she stood up. "I'll accept that," she said quietly. "But I don't think I deserve you." Harry knelt before her, still holding her hand. "Bellatrix, would you be my wife?" She looked at him with a bemused expression on her face. "I am your wife." "Yes," Harry replied, "you are my wife, but would you be my wife?" He glanced at her hand and noticed a silver ring with a star-shaped emerald set in on her ring finger before speaking again. "I would try to get you a ring, but it appears you already have one." Bellatrix looked at the ring, nodded and began crying for joy again. She pulled Harry to his feet, wrapped her arms around him firmly and kissed him on the lips. She stopped for a moment and said 3 simple words before initiating another kiss. "I love you." Although Harry was somewhat nervous about kissing a crying woman, especially after his experience with Cho, he was pleasantly surprised and felt a warm glow as he and Bellatrix kissed. When they ran out of air, the kiss ended and they merely leaned against each other for several minutes, and after that, they moved toward the throne and sat down together on the dais. "So where did the ring come from?" Harry asked, breaking the romantic silence. "I don't know," Bellatrix answered. She looked at Harry's hand and found that he too had a ring. It was obsidian and a star was outlined in the face of it with silver. "You have one too. It must have happened with the white light." Harry studied his new ring and attempted to remove it to study it more. "It wouldn't come off. I think that it just comes with the title," he said. Bellatrix nodded and looked at Harry studiously. "You look older than you were before." "What do you mean?" She shrugged. "You're taller and more filled out." I think that the last thing the voice said was about strength and youthfulness. "Maybe that has something to do with it." Harry laughed. "I'm barely 16. The strength may apply to me, but not the youthfulness." He then looked at her closely. "You don't look a day over 23. "What?" Bellatrix exclaimed. "Where's a mirror?" Suddenly an elegant handheld mirror appeared in her hand. She looked at it with surprise before studying her face in the mirror. "Wow, there are witches who would kill to lose some years this fast." Harry was looking at the mirror with surprise written all over his face. How does a mirror just appear out of nowhere? "I wonder, is this like the room of requirement?" he muttered. After thinking some more, he said in a loud voice, "Any chance of getting some plates of food for 2? 2 plates filled with delicious food promptly appeared next to where Harry and Bellatrix were sitting. Without a word, they both dug in and ate until there wasn't a crumb left. "I could get used to this," Harry said with a broad smile. Bellatrix stood up and looked around. "Everything is perfect, except for..." "For what?" "We'll need the master suite, of course. Any ideas?" Harry's obsidian ring pulsed and an image appeared in his head. "This way," he said, pointing to a door that led to a side corridor. They started walking towards it. "What's the master suite for?" Bellatrix smiled and then said something that made Harry blush bright red. "It's time for you to perform your husbandly duties. I hope that you already know about the birds and the bees." After what could probably be described as the best night of Harry's life, he was woken up with the sunrise by a piece of folded-up parchment being dropped on his face. He opened his eyes and saw that it was a letter. Sighing quietly, he unwrapped his arms from around his sleeping wife and took it up. He didn't look at it as soon as he saw who had delivered it. Hedwig was sitting on the foot of the gigantic sleigh bed the couple had found the night before in the master suite. Harry grinned broadly as she quietly hooted and looked at the sleeping form of Bellatrix. "She's my wife," whispered Harry happily. Hedwig studied Bellatrix fiercely before hooting her approval. Harry climbed out of bed, carefully so as not to awake the other occupant, and hastily slipped into some clothes found in one of the massive walk-in closets the room contained. Not recognizing the handwriting on the envelope which was addressed to Harry Potter, Harry took great care in opening it. It would not do to be booby-trapped. He glanced down toward the end and found the signatures of Professor Lupin, Moody, Tonks, and surprisingly, Snape. A further look at the letter revealed that they had each taken turns writing. "Dear Potter, Snape, the Order is aware of your escape from Azkaban, but no one knows where you are. Before you do anything, you should know that Granger and Weasley have betrayed you. They secretly joined the Order during the summer. Instead of searching, the Ministry and Order plan to wait for you to try and contact your friends for help. Do not contact them. Lupin, Harry, I just want you to know I did not know anything about the past events until Dumbledore told us you had been arrested. We, even Snape, are on your side, so at least give us a chance before taking revenge on everyone. Tonks, Watcher Harry, I hope that the Dementors didn't get you too far down. If you need help, you can contact one of us and we'll try to think something up. Until then, avoid Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade, and Hogwarts. Moody, constant vigilance. Wherever you are, practice whatever defense you can. Snape has gotten young Longbottom to organize a new defense group and I'm scheduled to help teach it. As of yesterday, anyone who claims to be a member of DA is not your friend. If you contact us, use code words. You can be Snape, Star. Your codename will be Star. If you don't understand, then talk to us about it. Lupin, I think that's about all for now. Try to keep in contact, Harry. We do really want to help. Tonks, hey, do you know anything about Bellatrix Black, because she escaped the same night you did and I thought her name was Lestrange. Best wishes, Remus, Snape, Moody, Tonks. Harry grinned as he read the letter. It was comforting to know that he still had friends. His legilimency was advanced enough that he could detect an aura of truthfulness radiating from the letter, so he didn't bother to scry on the writers. Remembering Hedwig, he turned back to her. There's some sort of owl loft in one of the towers. The ring communicated to Harry in its own little way that this was indeed true and that there was plenty of treats for her too. You can go there if you want. Hedwig hooted happily and flew out of the room to find it. The ring then informed Harry that his private study was through one of the doors that led into the room and down a short hall. Harry followed the directions and found himself in a rather large room with an ornate desk in the center. The walls were lined with built-in bookshelves groaning from the weight of many tomes. Harry found the necessary writing supplies on and in the desk and drafted a response to the letter. He wrote it rather obliquely in case it got intercepted. It wouldn't do to have his supporters jailed for aiding him. Dear Severus, and friends, now no one would even consider that Harry had written the letter. After a rather hectic night, I found lodging that will be more than adequate for quite a while. Perhaps we can have a home-warming party at some point. While otherwise occupied these last few weeks, I did in fact become aware that I did not have quite as many friends as I hoped, but am overjoyed to hear from all of you. I was not aware that they had been allowed to join the club though. That rather ticks me off, to be honest. I harbor no ill feelings for you and your friends, though others would be advised to stay away from me. Especially while I'm trying out new spells. Yes, I know all about that particular woman. She happens to be my wife. Cheers, Star. Harry folded the parchment up, addressed it to Severus Snape, and found a bit of sealing wax to put on it. Then on impulse, he impressed his ring into the drying wax. It left a perfect imprint of the Star of Polarix. He held it up and was trying to figure out where to put it until Hedwig could deliver it when a wooden box labeled, "Letters to be posted," appeared in front of him. He shrugged and dropped the letter in. The parchment disappeared with a flash of white light and the box soon followed. When he looked up, he was surprised to find a ghost hovering in front of his desk. "Who are you?" Harry asked, the look on his face expressing his shock. The ghostly man bowed deeply. Until you find a suitable replacement, I will be serving as your personal secretary. Call me Reggins." He then gestured towards a spot on Harry's desk where a stack of official-looking parchments appeared. "I have taken the liberty to draw up some important documents that you need to sign in order to bring the House of Colerix and the North back to its fully independent and functioning status." "Okay then." Harry took the first parchment off the top of the stack and examined it. "What's this?" "That is an order that expels the British Ministry of Magic from the island of Azkaban, which is within your dominion. It will invalidate any authority they have and will give you control of the Dementors and prisoners currently held there. The Ministry may wish to negotiate a treaty with you which will allow them to continue sending their prisoners there," the ghost explained in a monotone. Harry looked at the parchment carefully before coming to a decision. "Do I have the resources to adequately control the island, prisoners, and Dementors?" "You will when you finish signing everything," the ghost explained patiently. "What if I don't want them to know my name right now?" Harry asked worriedly. The ghost shrugged. "Lord Colerix, will do. You could sign the parchment, Billy Bob, and it would still be valid if you wanted it to be. The document will automatically have your magically binding seal attached to it." Harry grinned evilly and scrawled, "Lord Colerix," on the line below all the writing. He then placed the signed parchment in a new pile and took the next one. "And this one. Official instructions directed to Gringotts ordering them to make your vaults available to you, which include your Trust Vault, the Potter Vaults, Potter Investments, Potter Properties and the massive vaults belonging to the House of Colerix. Since you are not under the authority of British law, they will not be able to inform the Ministry of any activity." It was promptly signed. "And this declaration commanding all Dementors to return to Azkaban. You'll also need to press your hand to the signature once it dries. Dementors are magical creatures with no formal government. Pressing your hand will make a special magical command so that the wishes in the document are carried out." Harry followed the instructions precisely. "Next. That is a proclamation to all persons and creatures that reside in your dominion, notifying them that you're now actively presiding over them. Copies will be sent to them all, instructing them to contact you as soon as possible." After that, the stack was mostly full of documents that ordered various tedious things to be carried out. Stuff like declaring the island of such and such to be his, money transfers, and other similar tasks. The ghost seemed convinced that they were all deadly important, so Harry signed them all. The last parchment was rather interesting though. This notification to the Hogwarts Board of Governors that they are hereby disbanded. Ravenclaw, the last of the founders, turned Hogwarts over to the House of Colerix for safekeeping. Apparently your ancestor was the only wizard alive that she really trusted. This was slightly confusing. If I own it, why is there a board of governors? The grandson of the Colerix who acquired Hogwarts instituted the board to keep things simple. However, there were certain conditions which had to be met by the board. One of those conditions was that they had to keep the Ministry of Magic out of Hogwarts. They failed last year and complete control reverts to you," the ghost explained. "Also, it was required that only the most upstanding people were to be on the board. Lucius Malfoy and some of his friends don't quite meet that criteria. On a side note, you'll be in charge, but you aren't allowed to make drastic changes until the current term is over." Harry signed that one with satisfaction. Regan smiled, which Harry had deduced was a rare occurrence, and then floated off with all of the signed parchment following him. Harry was smiling absently as he thought about the surprise a few people would be getting as soon as the ghostly secretary sent those out. It was then that Harry got a surprise of his own. Bellatrix strolled into the study wearing absolutely nothing. "Where did you go?" "Just carrying out some business and writing a letter," Harry answered vaguely as he tried to not stare at her so obviously. She seemed to bask in his gaze though. "How about having breakfast now?" She shook her head. "Maybe later. I had some other ideas about what we could do," she said in a rather suggestive voice. Harry didn't need any more convincing. The Dark Lord still shows no intention of stepping up hostilities for the time being. Snape reported to Dumbledore dutifully. "As for your questions about Bellatrix Black, apparently she did something rather displeasing. Rudolphus divorced her, the Dark Lord and then a few other high-ranking Death Eaters tortured her for a while before discreetly turning her over to the Ministry. Snape finished this all off with a sigh and then helped himself to one of the old man's proffered drops. He sat down in a chair off to the side as Dumbledore sat and pondered the newest results. Bellatrix is no longer a Death Eater then. Dumbledore muttered to himself as he thought about the simultaneous escape of Harry and Bellatrix. Do we have a new Dark Lord in the making? Are they even alive? The latter question was also on Snape's mind. Potter still had not answered his letter. He certainly hoped that the boy was alive. His musings were interrupted when the door to Dumbledore's office flew open and the Minister of Magic huffed in, followed by his aide, Weatherby. Dumbledore, what do you know about the Lord of Polarix? Fudge was breathing heavily and looked panicked, angry, and confused all at the same time. Both Snape and Dumbledore were shocked. What had brought the subject to Fudge that the Order had been so careful to keep secret? Dumbledore remained surprised. Snape grinned evilly as he realized what this must mean. What do you mean, Cornelius? Dumbledore asked cautiously. These things, the Minster replied, waving several documents around. These were all on my desk when I arrived at my office this morning. They're all orders, declarations, and notifications from the Lord of Polarix. Dumbledore was shocked. He had just spent a great deal of time trying to track down the heir of Polarix, and all this time he had been biding his time wherever he lived. He prayed that the Lord of Polarix wasn't indisposed against him or the Ministry. He then promptly explained to Fudge everything he knew about Polarix, which wasn't much. Fudge's face paled when Dumbledore finished explaining. Do you mean to say that all this garbage is valid? Snape noted that young Percy was horrified as well. If the seal of Polarix is on the document, then it is valid. Dumbledore responded. A few obscenities flew forth from Fudge's mouth until he managed to get control of himself. Snape watched the show with great amusement. Perhaps you should explain to us what those parchments mean, Minister. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. This seemed to make Fudge angry again, and Snape spotted a bit of foam coming from the man's mouth. He just waved the papers around and made some sort of squawking noise. Finally, Percy just took the papers and started with the first one. The British Ministry of Magic is hereby expelled from the island of Azkaban. All Aurors are to be removed, prisoners and Dementors will remain. Necessary force will be used to see that this is carried out. The British Ministry of Magic will pay the House of Polarix the sum of 10 million galleons for the use of the island of Azkaban and the use of the fortress of Azkaban. If the Ministry refuses to pay said sum, they will be charged with trespassing. For the sum of an additional 15 million galleons, the House of Polarix will gladly administer Azkaban prison and any prisoners Britain may wish to imprison there for the next 150 years. Signed, Lord Polarix. He can't just do that, Fudge said weakly, once Percy had finished summarizing the document. I think he just did, Snape said snidely. Potter certainly deserved a round of applause for this. It's highway robbery, Fudge screamed. We could administer Azkaban for the next 500 years with 15 million galleons. I'm inclined to find another prison and transfer the Dementors and prisoners there. You can't do that, Dumbledore sighed. He was deeply shocked as well. Anything that is on the island at this point in time is the property of Lord Polarix. Prisoners and Dementors included. We can just tell the Dementors to come away. I'd like to see you try, Snape said, barely hiding his amusement. The Dementors are magically bound to obey Lord Polarix. Even if they were inclined to be loyal to you, Polarix has a certain amount of power over them. Might I suggest that you accept the offer? If only for the fact that the Dementors will be forced to return and stay on Azkaban. Dumbledore nodded and made his own suggestion. Yes, you might as well pay up. You could always try to meet with him and negotiate a better price. I could help in the negotiations if you wish. Fudge was on the verge of a nervous breakdown, but he could still see through Dumbledore's tactic. You just want an excuse to meet with him, don't you? Well, you don't need one. Weatherby, read the last document in the pile. The Board of Governors for Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is hereby disbanded on grounds of violation of their functioning regulations. The House of Polarix, which outrightly owns the school, castle, grounds, and Forbidden Forest, will take direct control over the school and reserves the right to make any changes necessary as soon as the current term ends, etc. Signed, Lord Polarix. For the first time that Snape could remember, Dumbledore was utterly shocked. His blue eyes widened and then he became pale. Can he do that? Yes, he can, Fudge yelled. He just did, as a matter of fact. I looked it up in the records. Rowena Ravenclaw turned Hogwarts over to the House of Polarix shortly before her death. I certainly hope that Lord Polarix is amiable to you too, Snape said. He stood up. If you'll both excuse me. As soon as he got out in the hall he began to laugh hysterically. He quickly stifled it, however. It would be embarrassing if a student spotted him. He then made his way down to his office where he found a letter on his desk. It was from Potter. He quickly read it and smiled. Potter wasn't angry at him, at least. Not only that, he had hinted that he might get an invitation to come over to wherever they were. He set it aside and began to draft out some lesson plans. I wonder what Lupin will think when he finds out that there is now a Mrs. Potter, he thought. The newlyweds dragged themselves out of bed just in time for dinner. Deciding to be formal, they went on a quest and found a small dining room. A few wishes later and they were enjoying a large meal of various dishes. Bellatrix was vaguely reminded of past feasts at Hogwarts. As they ate, Harry studied Bellatrix discreetly. He had a wife. That sounded strange. He finally broke the silence to voice a concern. I don't mean to sound ungrateful, Harry said, but I would like to know where all of this food and service is coming from. Bellatrix smiled as she sipped her punch. She set down the crystal glass. I suspect that this castle is infested with house sprites. House sprites? She nodded informatively. Yes, house sprites. They're little fairy-like creatures that love to nest in castles that have a magical aura, if you will. The magic in the walls of the castle makes them stronger and more comfortable. In return, they exude a sort of wishing power that makes your minor household-like wishes come true. Harry frowned thoughtfully. Why is it that I've never heard of them? And why doesn't Hogwarts have house sprites? That's a magical place if there ever was one. House sprites were thought to be extinct when Hogwarts was built, so they chose to use house elves instead. Bellatrix explained. You've never heard of them because they're only talked about in non-standard books. What do they look like? No one really knows. If they ever venture out where humans can see them, they use their power to be invisible. Bellatrix said. They continued to eat in silence until Bellatrix resumed speaking. Do you have any plans for the future? You'll need to complete your education somehow. Harry shrugged. I guess I'll look for a library in the castle and study. It would be nice if you could help me a little, although it's kind of pointless without a wand. Bellatrix smiled at him with amusement. I'm your wife, of course I'll help you. As for a wand, I'm sure that something will be arranged. After some discussion about Voldemort, Dumbledore, his friends, and the world in general, Harry and Bellatrix decided to invite Snape, Lupin, Tonks, and Moody over the next evening to talk about various things and to make some decisions. They both made their way to the private study and Harry wrote out a quick invitation to the four friends to come and visit the next evening. When Bellatrix asked Harry how they were supposed to get there, a portkey appeared, and Harry attached it to the letter. The magical outbox appeared, and the letter was made. The couple then elected to take a rather long bath and after that, turned in for the night. Breakfast had been served on a table in the master suite and Harry was poking at his breakfast boardly with a fork when Reggins the ghost appeared before him. My lord, you and your lady have a visitor. Who? How did they track me down? Harry asked, somewhat surprised that someone was there. I asked him to come. Reggins explained. You and your lady are in need of wands, so I sent a message to Nazel the Wandcrafter to visit at his earliest convenience. He has come at his earliest convenience. Harry jumped up and headed for his walk-in closet to find some clothes decent enough for visitors. He was intercepted by Bellatrix who had emerged from the bathroom wearing a bathrobe. You need something imposing, something that will help your new image, she announced as she stepped in and quickly picked out some black and silver robes for him. What image? Just trust me, I'll be down with you in a moment, she said as she removed the bathrobe and began to put on a dress. Harry started putting his robes on. Where is Nazel from? He has resided among the Ice People for many years. They have access to the rarest materials of the highest quality. Reggins informed Harry. He is noted to be a crafter of superb skill when it comes to custom wands. You'll find him in your public study. Public study? Harry asked, confused. You have a public and a private study. Reggins informed Harry with his familiar monotone. The public one is for receiving visitors. The private one is where you can keep your private documents and information without having to worry about someone seeing it. Okay then, I'll just head on down and greet him, Harry said as he consulted his ring as to where he could find his public study. The ring led him to a room near the main entrance hall. He stepped into the room and looked around. While his private study was cozy, this was formal. The room was rather large and had green wall hangings. In the center was a large desk with a high-backed chair sitting behind it. It could have been a throne. On the wall behind where Harry would sit, one of the hangings was emblazoned with the black shacked phoenix. The man that Harry assumed to be Nasal was studying it. Harry put on a friendly smile and spoke warmly. Thank you for coming, Mr. Nasal. The man turned around and made a small bow. It's an honor, my lord. Have a seat, Harry said, waving his hand and wishing for a comfortable chair to appear before the desk. He sat in his own seat. Nasal smiled and sat down. You've created quite a stir up north. Some are worried about what a new overlord will bring, others are excited as to what opportunities you'll provide. Your actions from yesterday won you much approval. Actions? Harry asked slowly, unsure as to what he had done that would be so important. Those decrees you issued, dear, reminded Bellatrix, who had just entered the study Harry. He had told her all about them and the actions he hoped that they would bring the night before. She approached the desk and Harry wished up a chair for her beside his own. Oh, sorry, I forgot, Harry said with a faint tinge of red in his cheeks. He wasn't quite used to the normal run of things quite yet. Nasal shook his head. You have nothing to be embarrassed about, my lord. But, back to business. Your secretary communicated that you and your lady needed new wands. Yes, we do, Harry stated. An idea then suddenly occurred to him. Could you make us 2 wands each? That will be no problem at all. I'll just need to get your measurements and then carry out some tests to see what kind of wand would be best for you. Who wants to go first? Nasal said amiably as he pulled a miniature case from his robes and enlarged it. He then pulled out a measuring tape. Harry smiled and looked at Bellatrix. You might as well go first. Very good, my lord, Nasal said absently as he began to measure Bellatrix in various places. Which is your wand arm, milady? Left, answered Bellatrix. Nasal finished his measurements and pulled out a piece of parchment with a lot of numbers written all over it. He studied it for a moment and then pronounced, I do believe that 12 1/3 will suit you. Ollivander gave me a 12-inch. Bellatrix said for reference. He isn't quite as precise about wand length as I am, Nasal explained. He's an excellent wandmaker though. It's just that I'm a wandcrafter instead. He pulled several small blocks of wood from his case and presented them to Bellatrix. Hold these one at a time and tell me which one gives you the most enjoyable feeling. He turned his attention to Harry. While she's doing that, I'll measure you, my lord. After measuring Harry, referring to the parchment, measuring him again, re-referring to the parchment, and then some extra calculations, Nasal was able to come up with a wand size for Harry. It'll be a very delicate balance based on your measurements and aura, but I believe that 13 1/7 will do nicely. Bellatrix had finished sampling the wood blocks. She held one up to Nasal. I like this one the best. It gives me a refreshed feeling. He took it from her and examined it thoughtfully. Cherry it shall be then. He moved the stack of blocks over for Harry to sample and then pulled out a handful of plain wands that had no particular type of wood or length. Sample these. Don't wave them or try to do magic with them, they aren't standard wands. Meanwhile, Harry was getting frustrated. Every single sample of wood felt dead and unresponsive. Finally he gave up. None of these suit me at all. Curious, Nasal whispered excitedly. He gingerly took a small pouch out of the case, opened it, and gingerly placed a small selection of different samples before Harry. Try these. He left Harry to it and shifted his attention to Bellatrix, who had found a test wand she liked. Phoenix feather, should have guessed, he said with a smile. Harry sorted through the special samples until he came to 2 separate ones he liked a lot. These two feel great, he stated to Nasal. Nasal picked them up. Split personality no wonder measuring you up was so hard. What are they? Black ash and ivory. They're rarely used for wands, but when they are in suit the owner, they produce spectacular results. Nasal explained. Fortunately you're purchasing 2 wands, so having 2 woods won't be a problem at all. Now try these test wands. Harry did so, and once again, he couldn't find anything that fitted him. He sighed and Bellatrix patted him on the back encouragingly as Nasal tried to ease Harry's concerns. Don't worry, my lord. I've never found a person I couldn't make a wand for. Any special samples? I'm afraid not. The ice people have always had a large and very broad supply of various materials that can be used for cores though. He pulled a small glass ball out of the case. Hold this for a moment please. White and black smoke slowly appeared in the little ball as Harry observed it in his hands. He expected it to mix and become gray, but it never did. After several minutes, the ball filled up completely and Nasal performed a small charm on it. I can use this to test other samples, he explained to Harry. With that, the wandcrafter began to pack up and write down their results to refer to later. When I complete your wands, I'll bring them to you. I suspect that your wands will be particularly special, my lord. What do I owe you then? Harry asked, looking around for Reggins, who would undoubtedly have some sort of money order form to sign. Nasal waved his hand to dismiss the question with a broad grin. Don't worry about that. Your secretary has already more than compensated me in advance for my service. He'll also take care of the material cost later. All right then, Bellatrix said, giving Harry a smile as she did so. One last thing, my lord. Nasal said, this time a bit nervously. Reggins mentioned that you needed to hire a considerable amount of people for your staff, both for political affairs and managing this castle, and my daughters are looking for jobs. At this point, Reggins appeared from nowhere. That's correct, my lord. Here is a list of positions that need to be filled and the qualifications that applicants should meet when you hire them. The ghost then disappeared again. By all means, send them over sometime tomorrow, Harry said, glad that he didn't have to go hunting to find people. I'd be glad to take them on. Be sure to tell others that might be interested as well. Bellatrix interjected as she examined the extremely long list over Harry's shoulder. I will then. With your permission, I'll apparate out of here then. Nasal smiled, as he pulled a wand from his robes. Harry frowned. You don't need my permission to do anything. Not to be contrary, echoed Reggins' monotone voice from wherever he spent his time, but unless you give permission for him to apparate in or out, he cannot do it. It's the wards. Oh, Harry said, greatly surprised. Did Hogwarts have something similar to that? He then remembered Nasal. Of course you have my permission, go ahead and apparate. Section break. This meeting of DA is hereby called to order. Ron announced formally from the podium on the raised platform that had started appearing when he took charge. Hermione would sit on a chair off to the side. It kind of seemed pointless now, though. The only DA member other than Ron and Hermione present rolled her eyes. Is that really necessary? Ginny asked. There's no one for you to preside over. Hermione looked confused. Didn't you mark the time on the galleon? Yes, Ron said defensively as he pulled his out and showed her. That means that everyone stands in defiance. We'll just have to give them warnings about not attending. If this keeps up, we'll have to kick them out. I don't think they care. Ginny stated. Maybe they still think that Harry is the only one who can really teach them anything of importance. After all, you haven't faced Voldemort or any real Death Eaters except for last June. If you don't mind, I think that I'll go and do some homework. Hermione said, after deciding that they weren't going to get anyone else there that night. There was no point in wasting time. Ron sighed. You might as well. I'll go out to the Quidditch pitch and plan for our next game. Ravenclaw shouldn't be too much of a problem, but we should definitely be prepared. I'll go with you, Ginny volunteered. I can do a few laps. Hermione made her way to the common room while Ron and Ginny cleaned up from their boycotted meeting and prepared to go out to the Quidditch pitch so Ron could strategize. Why didn't anyone show up? Hermione asked herself. Ron wasn't that annoying. He did teach them all defense after all, Hermione rationalized. But was he the best now that Harry was gone? She wasn't sure about that. Neville had been doing rather well this year. She soon arrived in the Gryffindor common room fully expecting to see the normal crowd up studying or playing games. Much to her surprise, the common room was nearly deserted. Only a couple of seventh years were quietly attending to their studies. Deciding that it was a fluke, she went to her dormitory, fetched her materials, and went down to study on one of the many vacant tables. After nearly 2 hours of studying, the portrait hole opened and a large group of chattering girls made their way in and up to their dormitories. A glance at her watch revealed to Hermione that it was kind of late. A few minutes later, the missing boys straggled in, having serious discussions in twos and threes. Last to come in was Neville, Parvati, and Lavender. Neville waved goodnight to the two girls and made his way to his dormitory. Hermione stood up and quickly intercepted Parvati and Lavender before they could go up to theirs. "Where were you two? We had a DA meeting tonight and no one showed up." Both Parvati and Lavender seemed to be at a loss for words. Finally Parvati spoke up. "We just decided to skive, I suppose." Hermione crossed her arms. "Everyone decided to skive on the same night." "Well," Lavender said, slowly as if considering her answer, "Ron isn't a very good teacher." This made Hermione rather angry. "So you're saying that Harry, who murdered a whole neighborhood full of muggles, is better?" Before the other two girls could react, Hermione sighed. "All right, so Harry knew a lot more about defense, but Ron still knows his stuff. You need whatever you can possibly get. Harry Potter would not murder muggles." Parvati retorted hotly. "He's the boy who lived. All he has ever done is sacrifice himself for everyone else. Especially you." "Yes, he survived Voldemort, didn't he?" Hermione hissed. She still felt hurt that he had betrayed her like that. That means he should be feared. He could be worse than Voldemort. Don't let your belief in some dark person prevent you from at least learning how to defend yourself. "A lot you know," Lavender yelled. "We're learning plenty just fine." Parvati and Lavender then turned from Hermione and marched off. Hermione could have sworn that she had heard them mutter, "Traitor," under their breath as well. Maybe it was just her imagination. If Hermione had been thinking straight, she would have asked herself why Parvati and Lavender didn't seem to be surprised about how Harry was accused of murdering a neighborhood full of muggles. "I can't believe that Harry is married," Lupin muttered as Moody, who was the last to arrive, entered Snape's office. And to Bellatrix Black of all people. He snatched the letter that Harry had written to Snape and read it for the third time. What would James say? I'm sure that he would consider it a great conquest. Snape sneered. "If it will make you feel any better, I get the impression that Bellatrix has changed somewhat. She may prove extremely useful." He took the letter from Lupin and returned it to his desk and retrieved the miniature hoop that served as a portkey that had come with Harry's second letter. Moody examined the portkey suspiciously. "Are you absolutely sure that this came from Potter and that it will take us to him?" "Who else would it be from?" Snape growled. They stood in a circle and grasped the hoop. "Any idea how to activate this thing?" Lupin asked curiously. He didn't remember anything from the letter. Tonks shrugged. "How about Lord Polarix?" The portkey instantly activated and, a short jerk later, they found themselves standing in a small semi-formal dining room in which a large meal had been served for 6. They all looked around in surprise. They had assumed that Harry had found a small shack or something. This room looked like it belonged in a palace. "Welcome to Nerake," came Harry's familiar voice from one of the doors that had just opened to admit he and Bellatrix. "I'm glad that you decided to come." They all turned and gaped at them. Instead of the dirty clothes that escapees of Azkaban would wear, they were wearing very elegant robes. Bellatrix looked particularly radiant in a dark red and gold robes. Harry was wearing black with silver lining and blue overtones. "Aunt Bella," Tonks exclaimed as she walked over and hugged Bellatrix. Tonks finished hugging Bellatrix and turned to Harry and hugged him too. "I suppose that you're my uncle now." Harry's face screwed up in disgust. "That means that I'm Draco Malfoy's uncle. Not my favorite nephew," Bellatrix commented. Too arrogant and spoiled. She gave Snape a direct look. "Wouldn't you agree, Severus?" Of course. Lupin and Moody were acting distinctly uncomfortable in Bellatrix's presence, so Harry quickly told everyone about their stay in Azkaban, how Bellatrix had betrayed Voldemort, and then of course their escape and marriage. "Let's eat dinner then, shall we?" They all sat down and began to eat. "So what is Nerike?" Tonks asked. "If I'm not mistaken," Snape explained carefully, "Nerike is a fortress alleged to be located approximately 50 miles north of Azkaban. Many of the ancient texts indicate that it is the strongest fortress in the world." Bellatrix nodded and continued the explanation. "The fortress of Nerike has traditionally been the home of the House of Colerix. Many Dark Lords have attempted to siege the castle. They all failed." Lupin's curiosity was piqued. "What happened to those Dark Lords?" "If my guess is correct," Snape commented, "the spells they attempted to use against the castle resulted in their own self-destruction." Bellatrix nodded. "How would Hogwarts compare to this castle defense-wise?" Tonks asked. No one quite agreed on the answer to this question, so they had a friendly debate for the rest of the meal. They finally concluded that both Hogwarts and Nerike had superb defenses, but those of Nerike's were more advanced and stronger. Once dinner was over, Harry and Bellatrix gave the visitors the grand tour of the castle using the information their rings were able to provide them. Some of the rooms they toured were new even to Harry and Bellatrix. They ended in Harry's private study. "Have a seat," Harry said as he sat down and unconsciously conjured several chairs for them around his desk. "We need to talk about our goals and overall strategy now that I'm out of Azkaban. As much as I'm unhappy at the Order, Voldemort must come down. You automatically hold the upper hand while your identity remains secret," Snape told Harry, using his knowledge from involvement in both the Order and Voldemort's ranks. "The Dark Lord, Dumbledore, and Fudge will not risk alienating you until they know more about you." Lupin nodded in agreement. "Gather your resources and make your plans in secret. Don't come out in the open until you are sure that you're bigger than them." Meanwhile, Moody suggested, "I would train your magical skills as much as you can. That library you showed us should have more than a few good books with powerful spells." His voice was then slightly grudging as he nodded to Bellatrix. "She can provide invaluable instruction." "What about wands?" Tonks asked sensibly. "As far as I know, your wands have been destroyed and then burned. Ollivander won't likely make you a new one due to ministry restrictions." "I've already taken care of that," Harry said confidently. "As we speak, a wandcrafter from the north is constructing wands for us." Lupin's eyes widened. "You found a wandcrafter? Very few reach that level in the wand-making profession. Anybody can make a good wand, but few can customize them for a specific person." After more discussion, they all decided that they would try to hold regular meetings and on their own, would round up those sympathetic to Harry's cause. Snape also promised that he would tell Neville everything pertinent and that Neville would be allowed to tell the members of Potter's Legion a few things as well. They then adjourned. The next morning, following breakfast, Harry made his way down to his public study. Bellatrix had agreed to take on the task of hiring those who were interested in applying for the household positions. Harry would interview those for his staff. He had just sat down in the imposing high-backed chair and created chairs for applicants to sit in when Reggins made an appearance. "Are you ready to begin interviewing?" he asked Harry. Harry held up the portion of the list that detailed staff positions to be filled. "I do believe so. How many applicants are there?" "As of now," said the ghost thoughtfully, 356. "You're joking," Harry exclaimed. "There are only a few positions that I need filled." He waved the list at Reggins to demonstrate his point. "Nevertheless, my lord, you owe them the courtesy of considering each one of them." The ghost stated, "You will also need to hire more people for more positions fairly soon. Azkaban will require human wardens once the British Ministry gives it up. Keep notes on everyone that comes." Harry sighed. "Send them in. Start out with Nazel's daughters. After all, he asked first and they're probably the ones who spread the word." "Very good, sir," Reggins said. A few moments later, the door opened to admit two attractive women that Harry guessed were just barely 18. Their facial features were complemented with stunning silver hair and gray-blue eyes. They confidently made their way to his desk where he motioned for them to sit. One of them spoke to Harry. "My lord, may I introduce my sister Bess? I am Tess." "Twins?" Harry asked. "Yes," said Bess neutrally. Our father informed us that you were in need of positions to be filled. Although we might more traditionally fit in with your household staff, we are of the opinion that we could be useful for your personal staff. Assuming that the job comes with a fair salary, hours, and benefits, of course. Tess interjected. Bess nodded in agreement. Harry made eye contact with each of them for a moment and performed a wandless legilimency spell. He smiled as he studied their minds, which although well trained against intrusion, wasn't quite up to his level. Their act of indifference was just that, an act. They desperately wanted jobs under the Lord of Polarix and would even work for nothing just to get them. Apparently his name looked good on resumes up north. Do you have any particular skills? He finally asked them. He felt their growing nervousness fade away when he broke the silence. Both of them nodded in the affirmative. We both served as professor assistants at Corsai for 2 years. Bess supplied quickly. We would perform exercises such as grading papers, helping with department business, and other various tasks. I'm afraid that I'm not familiar with Corsai, Harry replied. It's a university of magic, explained Tess. We have the same standard 7-year system that most countries utilize in our magic schools. However, the students who test high on their owls are presented with the opportunity to attend Corsai for more advanced classes. Hermione would have loved it, Harry decided sadly. It was a shame she had chosen to stand against him. After all, she had done very well on the owl tests. He shook off his morose thoughts and examined the list for anything that would fit Tess and Bess's skills. After a moment of searching, personal assistants popped up. The description sounded perfect for them, and he could really use them to help with the job interviews. As an added bonus, he needed two. How would being my personal assistant suit you? Harry asked them. They both nodded excitedly and beamed at him. That would be perfect, my lord, Tess said on the behalf of both her and her sister. When would you like us to start? Now, if at all possible, Harry said. I'll arrange with Regans for your salary and other important concerns. The twin women looked at each other happily. We're prepared to start, my lord, Bess said. What do you need us to do? Harry grabbed a sheet of parchment from a pile that appeared, a quill, and then quickly wrote out an application form that would help him sort through the applicants. Make a lot of copies of this and then distribute it to everyone looking for a job. Have them fill it out and submit it to you. He held up his list of positions to be filled after crossing their new positions off. Make a copy of this and post it. For each position they apply for, they have to fill out an application. Sort out the ones you collect. Bess and Tess began their first project immediately while Harry watched until they left to distribute the applications. Things would be a lot more easier, Harry concluded. Section break. I must warn you, Cornelius. The action that you are about to take is extremely rash, Dumbledore said coldly to the Minister of Magic. The Lord of Polarix is not someone to be trifled with, no matter who he is. Not only that, we cannot afford to alienate him. Come now, Fudge replied angrily, I am the Minister of Magic and I won't have some wizard who calls himself a lord bossing me around. We haven't heard anything from him since his first communication. I'm willing to bet that it was a practical joke. The Aurors will remain on Azkaban. Dumbledore sighed heavily. Do what you will. I just hope that you're brave enough to face the consequences. Of course I'll face the consequences. Fudge chuckled. I'll be viewed as a strong figure who won't be cowed by a fake overlord. He pulled a sealed parchment from his cloak and handed it to Percy who had been standing with him. Deliver this to the Lord of Polarix. Section break. A week later, Harry still had not quite managed to fit in with his new schedule, but he was getting close to it. At Bellatrix's suggestion, he had allotted certain times of the day toward certain things. In the morning he carried out any important business that his new staff saw fit to bring to his attention. At this point, it was mostly balancing the budget. They assured him that there would be much more to do when things got going. During this time, Bellatrix would do whatever she felt like. Usually she settled down in the library or worked with the new servants. The afternoon and usually most of the evening was dedicated to learning magic, magical theory, and anything else that applied. The books in his library contained a plethora of spells and curses. Once he had his new wands, he would have more than a few tricks up his sleeve. Bellatrix had been most helpful in that regard. Snape and Lupin had visited a couple of times to update Harry on the Order's actions as well as basic news from Britain. Nothing major had really happened. Snape reported that Neville's defense group was growing larger every day. This pleased Harry. He was just wondering what to do next when Tess entered his private study with her father in tow. Harry stood up and greeted him warmly. "Am I correct to assume that the wands are ready?" "Yes, my lord," Nazel said, barely succeeding in hiding his excitement. "They are completed and I am most eager to see how they work for you and your lady. Could you send someone for my wife? I think that she's brewing some potions in the dungeon," Harry said to Tess. "I've already sent for her," Tess said, grinning broadly. She and her sister had been on top of things from the very start. They took great joy in being one step ahead of Harry. Just then, Bellatrix entered the room and joined Harry. "That will be all," she said, nodding to Tess. Harry's assistant bowed and left, leaving Harry, Bellatrix, and the wandcrafter alone in the room. Nazel promptly pulled out two elegantly carved wooden boxes. The first was made from a finely varnished cherry, the other from ebony. "You first, my lady," he intoned. He set the ebony down on the desk and handed the cherry to Bellatrix. She opened the wooden box and gasped. Inside sat the two most beautiful wands she had ever seen. The cherry wood the wands were made from gleamed from extreme polishing and had been carved with elegant designs. "These are beautiful, Nazel." He nodded eagerly. 12 1/3 inches, cherry and phoenix feather, rather delicate but certainly powerful. They are also distinct because they are sister wands. "Give them a try." Bellatrix gingerly picked one of them up and waved it. Gold sparks shot out of it. She set it down and tried the other one, same result. "Thank you. It was my pleasure," Nazel said. He motioned for Harry to take the ebony box. "Your wands are in there, my lord. Did you find anything that would match me for the cores?" Harry asked as he opened the wand case. Inside lay a wand made from pure black wood, the black ash he assumed. The other wand was white. It was the ivory one. "Yes, as a matter of fact, I did," Nazel said excitedly. "Just to humor me, try the black one first. Save the best for last." Harry picked up the wand made from black ash. "What's it made of?" "The core is basilisk venom." Bellatrix gasped and looked at the wand and then to Nazel suspiciously. "Isn't that dangerous?" Nazel shrugged. "It was one of the closest matches. Don't worry though. I realized that the venom is of course extremely unstable, so I embedded silver into the wood to stabilize it. Give it a wave." "Okay then," Harry said. Black, silver, and green sparks came from the tip of the wand as if shot from a cannon. Harry closed his eyes as he felt a sense of euphoria shoot through his veins. He was powerful. After a minute of basking in the feeling, he opened his eyes and set it down in the box. "I love it." "I'm glad," Nazel said. "I must warn you though. Don't become addicted to it and its power. It will destroy you. The combination of silver, venom, and black ash make for a very brittle wand. You could say that the wand represents half of your personality. Use it, the power that comes with it, for good and you'll be fine." Harry looked at the wand apprehensively and familiar feelings from his second year at Hogwarts surfaced. Was he evil? I'll try to remember that. "Now for the last wand, my lord. I do think that this one is the best wand I have ever made, if I do say so myself." "What is it made of?" Nazel shook his head. "I would rather that you try it first. I was able to find the core for your other wand quite easily, but this wand was different. The core came to me. It was a miracle. I'll tell you after though." "As you wish," Harry said as he picked up the white wand. No sense of euphoria rushed into his body, but a slightly recognizable, yet unfamiliar feeling crept in. Harry couldn't quite identify it, but it made him feel indestructible. Just to be sure that it was a wand with some power, he cast the simplest charm he could think of. Lumos. White light exploded from the end of the wand and blinded everyone. The sun was nothing to Harry's new wand. "Nox," he whispered in an odd voice as he set it down in the case next to the black one. "Will you tell me what's in it now?" Harry whispered to Nazel as Bellatrix continued to stare at the wand and then to Harry in turn. Nazel was grinning uncontrollably. "Ivory, 13 1/7 inch, and a core of phoenix fire sealed in with gold and platinum. The wand is indestructible, you'll have to practice with that one to develop its full potential though. Phoenix fire, Bellatrix repeated. I'm not familiar with it. No one is, Nasal explained. It's a new substance that I've discovered. That's the miracle. Just when I began to work on the ivory for my lord's wand, 7 phoenixes appeared in my workshop. It was as if they knew who the wand was for. They provided me with phoenix tears. After that, they somehow demonstrated a magical process that lit the tears on fire. Thus, phoenix fire. Wow, Harry said as everyone fell silent. The door then opened to admit a wide-eyed Bess. My lord, the Ice Queen is here and seeks an audience with you. Where is she? Bellatrix demanded immediately, awaiting Lord Polarix's pleasure in the entrance hall. Bess replied weakly. Bellatrix then turned to Harry. I've done some research and the Ice Queen currently controls the biggest part of your domain. There are a few islands, estates, and cities, but the Ice People are the bulk of it. You must make a good impression on her. I don't have any formal training, Harry retorted. That doesn't matter, Bellatrix coached. If she sees you come down from a throne, no matter what else you do, she will always remember that. You are her overlord and things could go sour if she doesn't put her loyalties with you. So I need to receive her in that one room with the throne and banners. Yes, we mustn't keep her waiting either. Harry then stood up and made his way out the door with Bellatrix and Bess following closely. All right then, we'll receive her there to make a good impression. I'll decide what to do based on what happens. What is her name? Zerina IV. Bess replied as she motioned to some of the other members of Harry's staff to join them. Bellatrix was seeing to their attendance. The assembled group entered the large room and took various places as assigned by Bellatrix and Bess. Harry made his way to the imposing black throne that sat on the dais. Closer examination revealed that phoenixes were carved into the black stone. He imagined a similar throne next to it for Bellatrix, but at her insistence, made it slightly smaller and less imposing. You're the Lord of Polarix and Earl of the North, not me. Bess stood on his other side. I guess I'm ready then, Harry said. Bess nodded to the attendant at the main door to the room who opened it to admit the Ice Queen and her entourage. Harry watched as Zerina IV majestically strode toward him. She appeared to be in her late 30s, and instead of the silver hair that Bess, Tess, and many of their fellow employees had, her hair was a stunning white. A crown of clear crystal was enmeshed in it. The most striking feature was the way in which she carried herself. Even if she had not been wearing the white and silver jeweled robes she now wore, there would be no doubt that this was a woman of power and great authority. When she arrived before the dais, she stopped instead of stepping onto it and studied Harry, her eyes flicking from Harry's signet ring before settling on his emerald green orbs. Harry then returned the stare and careful study. This lasted for a long moment as they each sized each other up. Finally, the Queen fell to her knees before the dais with her head bowed in total submission to Harry, no longer even daring to look at him directly. Hail to the House of Polarix and the Earl of the North, she spoke. The House of Corsairix reaffirms its fealty to thee and swears to serve and obey in all things. There was a long pause during which Harry heard Bellatrix slowly let out a sigh of relief. Apparently an important obstacle had been overcome. Finally realizing that Queen Zerina would not rise or look at him unless he did something, Harry stood up and walked toward her knelt form. He then chose his words carefully. Rise, faithful steward, he commanded. Harry then stretched forth his hand to help her up. Instead, she keyed his ring and then stood up on her own. However, she still had her head bowed. Feeling rather bold, Harry took her chin in his hand and gently tilted her head up until they were looking each other in the eye again. After a little legilimency, Harry was able to discern that Zerina was a very proud woman and had humbled herself before him because she truly felt that Harry was her overlord and had faith in his power and skill. She also seemed to be under the impression that she had just put herself in complete servitude to him. You need only defer to me, Harry whispered to her, still holding her head up. There's no need subjugate yourself to me. He let go and her head remained eye level with him. As you wish, my lord, she whispered in return. Then she spoke in a louder voice. I ask your leave to return to my stewardship to prepare for a visit from you in the near future. The Ice People wish to see you. Harry nodded. As you wish. Queen Zerina IV bowed and left the room slowly with her entourage. That went well, Bellatrix commented happily. Bess seemed to be in shock as she waved her hand to dismiss all of the attendants that had escorted them. Do you know what this means, my lord? No, not really, Harry replied as they left the room and made their way back to Harry's private study. The Ice People are not normal humans, Bess explained. They're people who possess a powerful brand of magic. You've just been confirmed as their overlord. With a flick of your hand, you could summon the most powerful army on the face of this planet. They returned to the private study where Nasal was still waiting. Is everything to your satisfaction, my lord? He asked, gesturing toward the wand cases still sitting on your desk. Yes, of course. They're wonderful, Harry said. I'm sorry that I left like that. Nasal bowed with a smile. That's perfectly fine. I'm very pleased that you like your wands. Your secretary was most generous in paying me. I thank you. If you'll excuse me. He then apparated. Harry sat down at the desk and found a letter from the Ministry of Magic sitting on it. This must have just arrived, he commented to Bellatrix and Bess. He opened it and read it. To the so-called Lord Polarix, greetings. After a week of consideration, I've decided that the Ministry of Magic will not comply to your demands expressed last week. We don't recognize your power or authority to issue such commands and proclamations. Especially the one concerning Azkaban. The prison will remain under our control. Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic. Interesting, Harry said dryly. He then passed it to Bellatrix, who read it. She quickly skimmed the letter and looked up at him. I think that it is high time Fudge learned who has the power in this world, she commented. I believe that I know precisely what to do about this. Allow me a few days to engineer and carry out a plan of action. When I'm finished, you'll be able to pulverize him. If you want to do that, Harry said, giving her permission to do what she wanted. Send a short reply, make it sound ominous, Bellatrix advised as she left the room, letter in hand. I'd hate to have your wife mad at me. Bess snickered, before leaving to return to her normal duties. Harry wrote out a quick note to Fudge with a grim smile. He knew that he could trust Bellatrix to come up with something effective and satisfying. Fudge, I feel sorry for you. Lord Polarix. Section break. That night, Neville and the rest of Potter's Legion were in the dungeons holding one of their meetings. The Room of Requirement had been out of question due to the fact that too many others knew of it. Snape had kindly pointed the way to a large classroom that was rarely used. That's enough training for tonight, called Neville from the head of the classroom as he observed one group produce corporeal patroni and another group of younger students disarm each other. Other groups were performing a wide variety of spells. If you got anything out, put it away and I'll tell you some important news. Parvati and Lavender quickly flanked him as they waited for everyone to clean up. The two girls had basically appointed themselves his assistants as they met more and more often. Neville didn't really mind because they were masters at getting new members and keeping the current members together. They were pretty good at defense too. As soon as the room was once again clean and everyone had turned their attention to Neville, he spoke. What I'm about to tell you is top secret. Harry has escaped from Azkaban. Excited whispers broke out among all the students present. Neville calmly waited for them to quiet down before continuing. It has also been discovered that Harry's mum wasn't quite as much of a Muggle-born as was thought. Based on her lineage, Harry has been made the Lord of Polarix. What's that? Called out several students. It means that he controls the lands of the North. Neville explained briefly. He has a lot of power and the Ministry can't even touch him now. According to Professor Snape, who is in contact with him, Harry is slowly planning how to take Voldemort and the Ministry on. Our job right now is first to continue our training, and second to spread the word that Harry is good. No one knows that he was sent to Azkaban excepting a few people. Any questions? How do we spread the word that he is good? Called out a second-year girl excitedly. Parvati stepped forward for this answer. Don't let people get away with speaking ill of him. Correct them and defend him without revealing information about him. You can also talk about Harry to others in reference to Voldemort. Always show him in the good light. Lavender nodded in agreement. Neville looked at his watch and sighed. It looks like we've run out of time. Next time we'll discuss ministry politics and what we know about Death Eaters. It helps if you can understand those you're fighting against. Everyone nodded and began to filter out of the room in twos and threes. Neville watched them go happily. He would have told them more about Harry, Bellatrix and Nerike for example, but for now, it was best if they couldn't betray the important things. Besides, Harry deserved to be the one to tell. Neville also was slightly confused about the Bellatrix connection. She was partially responsible for his parents' condition. However, he would reserve judgment until he met her. Maybe she had changed. I think that went well, Parvati said to him as Lavender left with the last students. I hope so, Neville said. After this latest news, I've realized that Harry doesn't necessarily need us. We in the wizarding world need him more. Instead of Potter's Legion, we should be ambassadors to Potter. Parvati nodded. Yes, there's no doubt that Harry will be angry toward those who betrayed him. I certainly would be. Maybe we'll be able to keep him from holding a grudge against everyone in general. Neville nodded and was about to leave when Parvati spoke up again, rather quickly and seemingly out of breath. Neville. He turned around and looked at her. Yes, I was wondering, if you would go to Hogsmeade with me on the next weekend we're there. Parvati blushed and kept talking before he could answer. We could just get some drinks at the Three Broomsticks. Sure, Neville said cheerfully. Really? Yes. Parvati was blushing madly, but still seemed happy. Well, see you then. She then darted off. Neville smiled as he made his way to exit the classroom and go back to Gryffindor Tower. Apparently Potter's Legion had benefited him as well. Although it was somewhat a Harry Potter fan club, some of the girls thought that Neville was a good catch too. Section break. Wormtail. Voldemort barked from his sickbed. Get in here now. The door opened and Peter Pettigrew came in very slowly, closing the door behind him. He was shaking. Yes, my lord. Voldemort was in a sickbed, but he still could shoot off the Cruciatus curse with deadly efficiency. It's time that the Muggle-loving fool learns a lesson. Hogsmeade weekend is coming in 2 weeks or so. Tell Malfoy to get the Dementors located and moved for an attack. There's a nice hiding spot that I know of near Hogsmeade, Voldemort said. That can't be done, my lord. Wormtail whimpered, closing his eyes in anticipation of the word, Crucio. Why not? Voldemort whispered, staring intensely at his servant. Wormtail gulped. The Dementors are gone. They left. And why was that? The Lord of Polarix summoned them to return to Azkaban. Our spy in the Ministry also indicates that Polarix expelled the Ministry from the prison. The Ministry has taken the return of the Dementors as a sign that they are the ones truly in control. They've decided to stay on Azkaban. Wormtail explained, hoping that he wouldn't be blamed. Instead of torturing Wormtail, Voldemort considered the news and what he knew about the House of Polarix carefully. Fudge is a fool if he thinks he can defy the Lord Polarix. Even if Polarix was a squib. My books have revealed that much, he finally pronounced. We must get those Dementors back before their overlord is able to establish absolute control. Scratch the Hogsmeade plan. What do we do then? Pettigrew asked. Voldemort grinned evilly and sat up. We'll send a group of junior Death Eaters to Hogsmeade to act as a distraction while we siege Azkaban. Didn't you just say that Lord Polarix was powerful? Wormtail asked, confusion etched in his voice. Silence, Voldemort commanded, rising from his sickbed. Fudge may be a fool, but he has bought us time. Azkaban can and will fall if it is still under the control of the Ministry. If we can get a hold on Azkaban, we might be able to get a grip against Lord Polarix. A bargaining chip if you will. I've left out some texts that you should probably study a little bit this afternoon. Bellatrix told Harry as she wrapped a dark red cloak around her and then pulled the hood over her head. She then used a charm to shadow her face so that only her mouth and part of her nose could be seen. Other than that, just do some drills. Are you sure that you don't want me to know what you're planning? Harry asked. Nearly a week had passed since Fudge's letter had been received. Bellatrix had been planning something since then. She had done endless research in the library and archives. Bellatrix smiled at him. It's a surprise. Fudge will learn his lesson. He might even prove useful to us in the future. Be safe then, Harry said, deciding not to press the issue any further. I will. I might be back late though, Bellatrix said. She gave Harry a quick peck on the lips and then pulled out her wand to apparate. Have a good day, dear. She then disappeared with a quiet pop. Harry smiled and made his way up to the private study to go over his daily stack of business. The load had increased after the audience with Queen Zerina. She had been sending him endless reports on everything that concerned him. Apparently he owned 30% of the profits from the gold, platinum, sapphire, silver, and ruby mines located in the north. 30% from over 1,000 years stacked seemed that North Gringotts, which was entirely independent of the other Gringot branches of the world, held the vast bulk of his he had in Britain was negligible. She had also scheduled a national day of feasting in his honor in 3 days. He and Bellatrix were required to attend the first day at least. It would be interesting. He entered his office and found Regens waiting with the newest set of documents. The ministry's refusal to vacate Azkaban had created problems which required 10 times more paperwork to get around. Regens assured Harry that everything would be fine though. The ghost still served as the personal secretary, even though Harry had hired a large staff of workers. Harry was supposed to be looking for a suitable replacement, but he wasn't looking very hard. After lunch, Harry made his way to the library, which served as his all-purpose classroom. He found the books that Bellatrix had left out and quickly skimmed them. The material didn't seem very hard at all, which was odd. It was more advanced than Newt levels. Harry finished and began his drills, absently wondering what Bellatrix was up to. Section break. Bellatrix appeared with a small pop just down the street from Gringotts in Diagon Alley. She quickly put her wand in its holder that was on the inside of her cloak. Its twin was in a sheath on her wrist. She quickly blended in with the crowd and made her way to the bank. Upon entering, she went to the nearest goblin she could find. Mustering all the kindness she could, she spoke. Would you be kind enough to show me to the chief financial advisor's office? Yes, ma'am. The goblin answered, immediately leading the way down a broad hall and into an office. The goblin in the office stood and bowed. My name is Holdhook. How may I be of service? I need to make some purchases and acquire holdings in some rather large companies. Your advice would be of the utmost usefulness to me, Bellatrix answered, sitting down at a chair in front of the desk. Do you have an account with us? Polarix, Bellatrix said simply. The goblin's eyes widened and he looked at Bellatrix's ring closely because her face wasn't available for scrutiny. I see, my lady. He snapped at the goblin who had led her in. Get me the Polarix file immediately. The goblin returned only a second later, clearly out of breath. He handed the thick file to Holdhook and left the room, closing the door behind him. Holdhook then opened the file and drew out several papers. Vault numbers 1 through 7. The first initial transfer to Gringotts came from North Gringotts. The current balance, including the Potter and Black estates, comes to 896 billion galleons in cash. Approximately 200 million in real estate. I imagine that the bulk of your fortune is managed by North Gringotts, however. Holdhook summarized for Bellatrix's benefit. You and your husband are without a doubt our biggest customers. Is there any interest associated with all that? Bellatrix asked faintly. She had not known that Harry was that rich. Well, it was her money through marriage as well, but she couldn't help but feel that it was Harry's more than hers. Of course, Holdhook replied. What did you want to do today? I wish to obtain managing control of the Daily Prophet and, if possible, full ownership, she announced. For this piece of my business, cost is of no concern. Holdhook steepled his fingers thoughtfully. I believe that the Daily Prophet is owned by about 5 or 6 shareholders. If you can buy out at least 4 of them, you probably won't have any trouble at all when it comes to managing control. Buying them out will probably require you offering triple the value of their shares, but it can be done. Offer whatever you must to get them all, Bellatrix decided. Try to keep the business strictly secret though. I can get you control of the paper by next week, I think. Holdhook declared, making some notes on a piece of parchment. What else did you wish to do? Bellatrix thought over her next move again. This could go well, or it could go bad. I would like to invest in Gringotts, she said slowly. The House of Polarix would be honored if the goblins were to be our allies. Holdhook was even more surprised than before. Your account with us is more than a significant investment, which is nothing strange, but allies. Yes, we would like you to be our allies. Hard times are coming. The Ministry is incompetent and Voldemort is on the rise. The House of Polarix intends to play a significant part in Britain's future. Bellatrix declared. I have no authority to do something like that. Holdhook admitted. Would it be suitable if the head of Gringotts called on you and Lord Polarix tomorrow? Bellatrix nodded happily. That would be wonderful. I'm sure that Lord Polarix could come to you here at Gringotts, however. We would be honored, Holdhook said. Extremely honored. What time should we expect Lord Polarix? 10, I think. Bellatrix answered thoughtfully. Harry could probably get most of his work done early and then be back from Gringotts in time for his afternoon training. Holdhook nodded excitedly and made a note. We'll be expecting you then. Any other business? Yes, lots more. Bellatrix said. I would like to obtain managing control of St. Mungo's, but not ownership. That hospital needed big improvements and expansions for the coming war. It would help if she could make sure they happened. The goblin made the appropriate notations and they continued with Bellatrix's requests. Several hours later, the House of Polarix was slated up for some major investments in nearly every industry and company in the wizarding world. If they went through, Harry would be able to virtually control the economy by next week. As Bellatrix left Gringotts, she changed her cloak to a light blue color and did some self-transfiguration. It was time for phase 2 of her plan. Section break. Harry yawned as he turned the page of one of the older books in his library. He had finished his studies, drills, and dinner. Still no Bellatrix. Hopefully she wasn't in trouble. She had told him that she would be late though. The chapter on the page suddenly grabbed his attention. Splitting spells. A powerful wizard or witch may be able to cast a spell and split it so that there are actually 2 beams of light going for the target. This can be used both for a double hit, or to counter any dodging move the opponent may make. Further study, practice, and magical ability can allow the witch or wizard to be able to control the movement of the spell even after it leaves his/her wand. A word of caution, this spell is not for the weak. Spells won't be as strong separate as they would have been had they remained together. This would be very effective against a large crowd of Death Eaters, or of course, someone who dodges. Harry observed to himself. He looked at the incantation and pulled out his black ash wand. Duplexio Stupefy, he muttered. A pair of stunners shot from his wand and harmlessly hit a wall. Harry practiced the spell several times and eventually was able to force the stunners to move toward any target he chose. He couldn't make them go anywhere he pleased, but he could subtly manipulate them to curve one way or another until they hit something. After that he tried the Duplexio spell combines with several other jinxes and curses he knew. They all worked excellently. He was just about to give up for the day when he had a couple of ideas. Perhaps the spell could be manipulated. Triplexio Stupefy, he uttered. Much to Harry's delight, 3 stunners shot from his wand. His ability to control them decreased with the addition of the 3rd stunner, but a little practice would solve that problem. He then pulled out his other wand and put it in his left hand. Triplexio Stupefy, he whispered, concentrating on both wands. The nearest wall was attacked by 6 separate stunners. Harry grinned at his wands and began another experiment. Tetraplexio Stupefy. Section break. Are you finding everything that you need, dear? Asks the stout woman who was in charge of the Ministry archives. The Ministry doesn't really store documents from very many goblin rebellions, but I do believe that you might find some pertinent entries in the International Relations section over there. Bellatrix Potter, who now appeared to be a blue-eyed girl of 18, smiled sweetly at the helpful archivist. I've found a few things that ought to be helpful for my report, but I need so much more, Mrs. Drake. What shall I look under? The Ministry often is required to report their current state of affairs to the International Confederation of Wizards. Drake told Bellatrix. They would have mentioned a few things about any ongoing goblin rebellions. Thank you so much, Bellatrix said. She stood up from the pile strewn with various folders filled with parchment and made her way over to the said section of the archives while Drake returned to whatever she did at her desk. Making sure that Drake was occupied, Bellatrix dropped her act of searching through the international relations section and studied the door to the secured vault that contained just about anything that the current and past ministers of magic wanted to keep secret. She could definitely take it on. But only if that woman would go away. She returned to her table with a random file she had grabbed from the section and made a good show of being absorbed with the contents. Too bad the contents were so horribly boring and petty. Cauldron bottoms indeed. After another 2 hours of extreme patience on Bellatrix's part, her chance finally came when Drake stood up from her desk and approached her. "Finding everything you need?" she asked. A fake smile. "Yes. There's so much in the international relations section. I'll have everything I need in no time." Mrs. Drake nodded importantly. "Yes, I thought that there would be plenty there. I need to attend a short staff meeting upstairs, dearie. Do you think that you'll be all right down here alone?" This time the smile was a little more genuine. "Absolutely. There's so much here that I'm sure I won't need too much assistance from you for a while." Mrs. Drake nodded. "I won't be gone for very long." She turned around and left the large archive room with Bellatrix alone in it. Based on experience so far, she would be gone for a long time. The old lady probably was a true gossip. Bellatrix quickly abandoned her supposed project and quickly strode to the vault while simultaneously pulling out her sister wands. "Totalium Silentium Protegix," she muttered, giving the wand in her left hand a flick and then holding onto the ward she had just cast. Since it was SITLL in contact with her wand, she would be able to quickly detect any intrusions through the ward's border. With her other wand, she carefully performed several unlocking and shield destroyer curses. After several minutes, the vault opened with a resistant screech. Bellatrix winced even though she had placed silencing charms around the room. As soon as the vault was completely open, she stepped inside and began to rummage through the collections of documents and inter-office memos, especially the ones pertaining to Cornelius Fudge. After a few duplication charms on various parchments, disguising spells on the resulting copies, and a spell to erase any trace of her presence, Bellatrix exited and closed the vault. Now she would have the pleasure of cleaning up her papers from the Goblin Rebellion search. If she left it all out, the archivist would be more apt to remember her and exactly when she was around. Not that it mattered or anything, what with her disguise. But sloppy work could lead to more sloppy work. Section break. Narcissa Malfoy gave her husband an intense look and began tapping her foot the moment he entered the bedroom. It was quite late and she had been pacing back and forth in front of the bed rather than going to sleep like a dutiful wife would have. "Where have you been?" Lucius ignored her and began to prepare for bed. "Why won't you tell me anything anymore?" she demanded angrily in a loud voice. "You're always gone. Draco has been acting even more arrogant and disdainful toward me ever since Christmas, and you still won't tell me where Bellatrix has been." "Your sister is dead," Lucius sneered as he pulled off his dragon hide boots. Unshed tears caused Narcissa's eyes to become bright. "How? Who?" "She tried to escape from Azkaban and drowned," Lucius said coldly. He failed to mention that she had escaped with Harry Potter. It didn't matter now though. The Dark Lord was quite curious as to how they had done it, but that was beside the point. "What was she doing there?" Narcissa said in an angry tone. "She betrayed the Dark Lord and was accordingly punished," Malfoy told his wife vaguely. He smiled absently as he recalled his sister-in-law's shrieks as the enchanted whips had cut her skin many times. It was a shame that the Dark Lord had grown bored before they could get to more pleasurable pursuits. Narcissa promptly came to the conclusion that Malfoy had probably been involved with punishing her sister and that it had probably extended beyond the unforgivable curses. "How dare you!" she screamed at him. Malfoy coldly stood up. "How dare you!" he whispered. He then slapped his wife as hard as he could. Again, and again, and again as she sobbed. After a while he finally left. Narcissa stumbled over to the bed and tried to muffle her cries with a pillow. Tomorrow, she would go and find out who the head of the Black family was. Whoever he was, he could have her marriage cancelled and her declared his ward. It was the only legal way to get out of the marriage thanks to the prenuptials. A loss of emancipation was better than staying married to Lucius. She only hoped that Draco wasn't the head of House Black. Bellatrix put the finishing touches on Harry's costume for his meeting at Gringotts. He had allowed her to dress him so that he would put on a good face at the meeting. She had chosen a pure black cloak fastened with a silver phoenix to go over his blue and silver robes for effect. She draped a silver stole over his shoulders. A hood had been a necessity because Gringotts was a public location. Possibly as soon as next week, she explained to him, you will have a tight grip on their economy. The alliance with Gringotts will of course contribute heavily, but you will also control the daily profit and significant industries. Harry nodded numbly. He had not expected to be going to Diagon Alley this soon. It was rather inconvenient to have such short notice, but he had gone to bed before Bellatrix had came home the night before. She had decided not to wake him up. He was extremely glad for her efforts on his behalf though. How do we get there? He asked. Apparate. Bellatrix answered. But before you do that, we need to put a shadow charm on your hood there. It ensures that you aren't recognized by those who don't already know you, and makes you more enigmatic, which is good for now. She quickly performed the necessary charm and slipped her cloak, which still had its shadow charm intact, on. They both pulled out their wands simultaneously and apparated, appearing in a side street especially designated for those choosing to apparate into Diagon Alley. Gringotts was quickly entered where they found a contingent of goblin guards waiting to escort them to the head of Gringotts. Harry and Bellatrix soon found themselves in a very large office with 3 very important-looking goblins. The guards, sensing the discomfort of the humans, had elected to remain outside once it was established that they weren't there to harm anybody. The goblin that appeared to be the youngest spoke. Lord Polarix, Lady Polarix, may I present Lord Gold, the head of Gringotts. Harry and Lord Gold exchanged ceremonious nods, both paying each other respect without demeaning themselves. Lord Gold took the initiative to speak next and gestured to the goblin on his right, and then the one who had spoken first. This is Lord Silver and Lord Bronze. Please be seated. Everyone sat down. Your wife said that you were interested in initiating an alliance with us, Polarix. What exactly did you have in mind? Gold asked diplomatically. Fortunately for Harry, Bellatrix had coached him as to what he should try to bargain for. Regens had also had a lot to contribute to that conversation. Between his wife and secretary, a set of goals had been established. Harry began with the first one. Although a goblin rebellion has not occurred for some time, I would be much obliged if our access to the bank remained secure should such an event occur. In return, I am willing to commit to being on your side during such a rebellion and doing everything in my power to help you. Let it be so. Lord Gold intoned and then took a bite at the proverbial apple. The goblins wish to have the right to ask for asylum under your domain at any time. In return, Gringotts will gladly shelter and protect any agent of the House of Polarix at any time. Catching on to how to negotiate with goblins, Harry then responded. Let it be so. This formal bargaining continued until they were soon nitpicking over tiny details that were mostly insignificant, but were still necessary for the alliance to be complete. As soon as Harry and Lord Gold formally ended the session, a parchment with the whole agreement appeared on the table before them. Quills and ink soon joined and the alliance was signed. Lord Gold shook Harry's hand. A pleasure, Lord Polarix. Gringotts will leave it to you to decide when this shall become public knowledge. We'll have to see how events come to pass, Harry said vaguely, unsure himself as to when he would reveal his identity and new connections. The head of Gringotts nodded understandingly. Have a nice day. Harry nodded and he and Bellatrix soon found themselves walking hand in hand down one of the bank's hall toward the main entrance. They could then apparate from the street outside. Several of the goblins they passed gave very respectful nods to the cloaked and hooded couple. You did marvelously. Bellatrix breathed proudly to Harry. You're a natural at diplomacy. I doubt that anyone else could have gotten so much out of them. Only because you helped me beforehand, Harry said, squeezing her hand lightly. She shook her head in disagreement. You have a natural way of getting along with non-humans. I could tell that those goblins were very impressed with your manners. That skill will come in handy with the ice people. They're not exactly human and they are rather conscious of it. Really? Harry asked, curious about the ice people. He was about to ask more when he was interrupted by a goblin who had apparently been doing everything in his power to catch them before they left the bank. Lord Polarix, panted the goblin, some business of a personal nature has arisen. Could you come with me for a few moments? Of course, Harry answered, in a slightly confused voice. The goblin led he and Bellatrix to a nearby office. When they entered, much to Harry and Bellatrix's surprise, they found a very dejected-looking Narcissa Malfoy slumped in one of the chairs. From the look of her face, she had been in some sort of fight. Bellatrix's grip on Harry's tightened as she laid eyes on her sister. Harry wasn't sure how to interpret that. Undoubtedly, she was surprised. But what did she think of her sister? They both sat down at the goblin's invitation next to Narcissa, who seemed to be trying to ascertain Harry and Bellatrix's identity. I don't know if you're aware, sir, the goblin began nervously, but you are the head of House Black due to the circumstances of last June. Harry nodded slowly. He wasn't quite sure what that had to do with Narcissa Malfoy though. He knew that she had formerly been a Black, but she was married now. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Bellatrix's head slump. She was the reason he was the head of House Black after all. He gave her hand a comforting squeeze. The goblin elected to continue on. Your position lays several responsibilities at your feet, one of which comes into play today. I see, Harry said as he glanced at Narcissa and then back to the goblin. Which one is that? The prenuptial agreement between Lucius Malfoy and his wife, Narcissa, dictate that the only way she can get out of the marriage is if the head of House Black or the head of House Malfoy has the marriage contract cancelled. If House Black cancels the contract, Narcissa loses her emancipation and becomes a ward of you. She wants out of the marriage due to the fact that her husband has become, rather abusive. The goblin explained. Harry looked at Narcissa thoughtfully. I'm not sure that I understand what you mean by ward. In essence, she becomes your daughter. You manage her affairs, see that she is taught what she needs to know, and anything else you see fit to do for a period of at least 3 years. Her emancipation is returned at your discretion after that period of time. Harry looked at Bellatrix, who still had her head bowed. What did she think of this whole thing? It was her sister, she would of course have some sort of opinion. Finally, he responded, Is there a place where my wife and I could discuss this? Of course. The goblin gestured to a room just off his office. Be my guest. Milady, Harry asked, not wanting to reveal her identity. He stood up and she followed him into the small room and shut the door. Harry lowered his hood so that they could have a face-to-face discussion. After a moment she lowered hers as well. What do you think? Bellatrix shrugged indifferently, not really meeting his eyes. You're the head of House Black, not me. You're my wife. She is your sister. She crossed her arms indifferently and looked the other way. It's not my decision, and I don't really care. Lucius probably beat the snot out of her. She isn't doing this because she saw the light. She doesn't want to deal with Lucius. At best, she will be like an extremely difficult teenage daughter. We can give her a chance to see the light. Harry replied. No response. He then sighed deeply. I think that we should probably give her a chance. It's an opportunity we shouldn't pass up. We should also give her the chance to know who we are. Lucius might be a better alternative than I am. Let's get back. They returned their hoods to their place. They returned and sat down. Narcissa looked rather apprehensive now. Harry addressed the goblin. We've decided to cancel the marriage contract, providing that she still wants to escape the marriage after we reveal something to her. Would you be so kind as to give the 3 of us a moment of privacy? The goblin bowed and left the room. Harry stood up, followed by Bellatrix, and they both lowered their hoods. Narcissa's face whitened when she saw Harry Potter and her supposedly dead sister standing before her. If you do this, you're stuck with us, Harry said. I'm getting out of Lucius's life no matter what, Narcissa said in a desperate voice that was tinged with disdain. She couldn't believe that she was in this situation. He's been physically abusing me lately. I haven't always agreed with some of his darker activities. She unconsciously glanced at Bellatrix, who had probably been punished at the hands of Lucius as well. Bellatrix quickly looked away. Harry and Bellatrix pulled their hoods up just as the goblin returned. Have the 3 of you agreed on a specific action? Yes, cancel the contract. We'll take Narcissa on as our ward, Harry said. The goblin promptly began to draw up some documents. What of her son? How will this affect him? Harry asked. The goblin looked up from the divorce papers he was working on. Guardianship automatically reverts to the father in this case. If Lucius Malfoy becomes incapacitated, his will dictate who guardianship goes to. You can fight for custody if it isn't to a family member. A moment later, the goblin had Harry sign the papers and then formally announced that the marriage was now officially dissolved. He then turned his attention to Narcissa. You will now need to surrender your wand to Lord Polarix. I'm quite sure that he'll give it back at some point in time. She did so grudgingly. Harry pocketed it. I believe that is all, the goblin said as they all stood up. Harry nodded and changed his plans for how to return to Narake. He found a glove in his cloak pocket and made a simple portkey from it. He had not mastered that skill to perfection yet. Everyone grab hold. A short jerk later, they were standing in the main hall of Harry's fortress. He looked from Bellatrix to Narcissa somewhat nervously. The two sisters stood deliberately avoiding each other's gaze all while darting glances toward the other. After a long and uncomfortable moment, Bellatrix broke the silence. Mrs. Higgin, she barked. The housekeeper that had been hired with the other employees promptly made her way into the main entrance hall. She detected the bad attitudes and immediately singled out the person who wasn't likely to bite her head off. Yes, my lord. This is Narcissa M. Black, Harry explained. She's now my ward. Please find her a room and have lunch served to her. After that, make sure she remains in that room until I or my wife have a discussion with her. Once that's over, we'll see where to go next. Mrs. Higgin nodded and imperiously led Narcissa away as Harry followed a very sulky Bellatrix up to their bedroom. She shoved the door open and entered with Harry on her heels before she slammed it shut. He stood and used magic to remove his cloak as she stalked over to her closet and began to change clothes. Silence reigned until Harry realized that it was up to him to figure out what was wrong. This was not going to be one of his favorite, husbandly duties. What's got you so angry? He inquired with a placating voice. Bellatrix's hands froze just as they were about to remove her robe. She took her time to answer. When she did, it was in a curt tone. It's my fault he's dead. My fault that you're the head of House Black. Oh, Harry said. He would normally use Legilimency, but he felt that it would be an intrusion upon his wife's privacy, so he attempted to resist the urge. However, her emotions were so strong that he could feel the overpowering wave of guilt coming from her. For some reason, the guilt was joined by jealousy as well. Apparently she had expected more than an "oh" from him, and after giving him a short period to respond continued on loud and awkwardly. Well, is that all you have to say? I killed him. But you're my wife. I love you, Harry said, at a loss for words, not quite sure what could be said to calm her down and assure her of his good feelings for her. She may have done the deed, but it was he that had led Sirius to the Department of Mysteries. Not only that, a stunner had been used, not the killing curse. Besides, he had realized that there was no point in living in the past. It saved one a lot of anger and misery to look forward. I'm your wife only because of a stupid accident, Bellatrix screamed. If you had been in a position to choose, would you have married your godfather's murderer? If someone had killed a person I loved, I would despise them for as long as I lived. I would torture them and then kill them. Harry shrugged. He did have to admit that they were in some unusual circumstances. It's in the past though, isn't it? If we love each other, it doesn't matter. I love you, don't you love me? He whispered. Bellatrix then began to cry uncontrollably. Yes, I love you with all my heart. I would die 1,000 times for you. It's the least you deserve from me. You're a good person with kindness that comes naturally to nearly everyone you meet. I don't deserve you. The guilt didn't seem to be quite as violent as it had been before, but jealousy was coming off in waves now. She was jealous of Narcissa for some reason. What does your sister have to do with this? Harry asked. She never was a Death Eater. Bellatrix mumbled despondently. She never killed a soul in her life. Pride is a major failing of her character, but at least she isn't evil. Her husband beat her. Bellatrix's voice then gained some strength. I've killed and tortured innocents. I deserve to be hit, punched, and slapped repeatedly. Not her. It isn't fair. She then burst into a fresh fit of tears. Harry finally gave in to the temptation to use Legilimency. The most obvious thing that popped up was her extreme guilt for Sirius's death. She also felt guilty for having a better husband than Narcissa formerly had possessed because she felt that her sister was a better person. Despite this, she fiercely regarded Harry's as hers and hated herself for that. She thought that she was being selfish. Her greatest fear and jealousy seemed to be that Harry might like Narcissa better. He walked over to her and took her head in his hands and forced her to look at him. The fact that you feel guilty shows that you aren't evil. You love me, and that's the greatest thing anybody could give me. Your crimes are in the past and I don't hold them against you, he said forcefully. I love you and you alone. You're the queen of my heart. He then kissed her lightly on the lips and then pulled back to see how she would react. Bellatrix's violet eyes looked back at his green ones blankly. The only difference in her that Harry could discern was that the jealousy had been wiped away and that her guilt had drastically faded. A trace that would likely never go away remained. He didn't think that it would overpower her though. Abruptly, she raised her arms and shoved Harry forcefully onto their bed. Before he knew what was happening, she was on top of him and kissing him passionately as her hands clutched him as tightly as possible. Narcissa finished buttoning up one of the robes that she had found hanging in the wardrobe. The room that Mrs. Higgin had led her to was not particularly large, but it reeked of elegance and wealth in an obscure sort of way. It was too bad that the robes, which fit her perfectly, were not quite as fancy as she had come to be accustomed to. The narrow window near the average-sized bed soon attracted her attention and she stepped over to look out of it. Though it was too narrow to really get a good view, it became apparent that the castle that Harry Potter and her sister resided in was on a bleak island which would be rained on in the near future. Harry, the boy who lived, Potter and her sister. Despite her attempt to get it out of her mind by doing various things such as combing her hair, eating lunch, and changing her clothes, she couldn't get the thought out of her mind. What was going on with Bellatrix? What attracted her to the shorter-than-average boy? Through indirect study, Narcissa had been able to see that Potter seemed to have developed some wiry muscles and looked slightly older than his 16 years. Not necessarily very attractive though. Maybe it was the green eyes. They made her rather uncomfortable, but maybe Bellatrix found them to be intriguing. Narcissa decided that she would never be able to feel at ease in the presence of Harry Potter. It would certainly be interesting to find out what was going on between the two. She sighed and decided to lay down on the bed. Not only was Harry Potter her brother-in-law, he was now her guardian. She desperately hoped that it was a good thing. Did he hold grudges? Probably. Would he let her get away with what she wanted? Probably not. A knock sounded on the door and Narcissa sat up on the bed alarmed. Potter had said that he or his wife would be having a discussion with her sometime after lunch. Narcissa wasn't sure who she preferred it to be. A meeting with Bellatrix would be awkward, one with Potter would be frightening. Come in, she squeaked. The door opened and Bellatrix entered alone, looking considerably more pleasantly disposed than when they had parted a couple of hours earlier. She shut it behind her and studied Narcissa, who was sitting on the bed looking like a startled animal. Both sisters looked different from what they remembered. Bellatrix observed that Narcissa appeared to have aged a little. She had made every effort to maintain her good looks though. Her hair was still as captivating as it had been at Hogwarts and her figure had not wasted away either, though her curves had never been as good as Bellatrix's. Narcissa was shocked to see that Bellatrix appeared to be at least 10 years younger than she was supposed to be. Her face had lost the signs of aging that came with growing older, her hair, which was done in a ponytail, was more vibrant and healthy than it had ever been, and her violet eyes glowed with a happiness that few ever achieved. I suppose you're wondering how it is that I'm married to the archenemy of Lord Voldemort, Bellatrix said, to start the discussion. Narcissa nodded carefully. Bellatrix seemed to be perfectly happy and content, but the whole marriage thing could actually be a touchy subject. Bellatrix's attitude back at the bank certainly indicated that this was the case, but such hints had vanished. After killing Sirius, Bellatrix explained, I felt an extreme sense of guilt and resolved to try and make some sort of restitution. I began to send secret information to Harry. The story continued to detail Azkaban, their impromptu marriage, and covered their actions since. And now you're here, she finished. So you're no longer a Death Eater then? Narcissa asked doubtfully. The whole story seemed too fantastic to be real, but she couldn't help but feel grudgingly pleased for her sister's good fortune. Bellatrix nodded, her eyes bright with unshed tears of joy. "I've been given another chance to do good at the side of the best man in the world." She abruptly pulled her sleeves up to reveal a pair of unblemished wrists. "The dark mark is gone too." "When did that happen?" "After I arrived here." They continued to discuss various things and caught up on each other's lives. It was a sisterly conversation, but both sisters were subtly trying to dig out important information from the other. After a while, Bellatrix decided that Narcissa didn't know much about the Death Eaters, and Narcissa decided that Bellatrix wasn't going to let anything vaguely useful slip. Finally, Narcissa brought up the all-important topic that had overshadowed their whole conversation, though it wasn't much of a concern for Bellatrix. "What are you and your husband going to do with me? You'll live here for at least 3 years. Bellatrix responded carefully. "Harry has decided that he'll protect you and help you in any way he can. However, you need to keep an open mind and learn how to respect people." "What about my wand?" Narcissa frowned. "Once you earn his trust and respect, he will return your wand to you. Until then, you're not allowed to do magic," Bellatrix answered, not mentioning that Harry probably thought Narcissa to be a spy for Voldemort. If she was in his position, it would be stupid not to. Narcissa sighed bitterly as rebellious thoughts and impulses shot through her mind. "He expects a lot." "If you say so," Bellatrix commented. "When you feel like eating dinner or any other meal, politely ask one of the servants to assist you. Harry and I will not be around for a few days due to prior engagements. When everything is cleared up, Harry will probably want to talk to you sometime, so practice your good manners. You may explore the castle, but stay out of Harry's 2 studies, my study, and the library unless invited." She then left Narcissa to her own devices for the rest of the afternoon. Section break. "Be welcome to Savior," Queen Zerina IV said formally with a curtsy as soon as Harry and Bellatrix simultaneously apparated into her private meeting chamber. Harry nodded to her as he gaped at his surroundings. The building they were in seemed to be made entirely of ice or crystal. "Maybe both. Thank you for your invitation," Harry said, not quite as formally. He had not been raised that way. "We've been looking forward to this visit." Zerina smiled at him. "The pleasure is ours, my lord. My people are most anxious to see you. However, before we get onto that, I thought that we might take a moment for me to explain some basic social situations that you should be aware of now that you are our overlord." She gestured to several chairs that had been set up. "I would be delighted to learn more about the Ice People," Harry stated as he and Bellatrix sat down across from where Zerina chose to sit. "I suppose that I should begin without history," Zerina mused. "The Ice People have existed since before prehistoric times. We thrived during the Ice Age and even after it died out. However, humans began to populate the planet. This became a serious problem when wizards and witches started practicing a certain brand of magic. Not only were they unpleasantly disposed toward us, but we had a most difficult time standing up to them. The Arctic soon became our home." "So you're not human at all?" Bellatrix asked in a curious voice. Zerina shook her head negatively. "Human blood flows through our veins. That is of course the next part of the story. After a great many years of isolation in the Arctic, it became apparent that we would have to breed with wizards to give our race the magical power to survive." "Let me guess," Harry said, "the House of Polarix became involved. Am I connected to the Ice People by blood?" A blush bloomed on Zerina's face. "Yes, but not as closely as you might imagine. The leaders of the Ice People decided to breed just as wizards and witches were trying to establish their own private realms. At that time, 2 prominent wizards were fighting for dominance in Britain. Duke George and Baron Yvain. They were both powerful wizards and both had good character, and the Ice People could see that one of them would eventually lose the fight." "So you picked one of them?" Bellatrix guessed. Zerina nodded affirmatively. "Yes. Baron Yvain had a special affinity for magical creatures, so we approached him with a proposal. The North Islands, seas, and Arctic consisted of a large amount of land and contained many magical creatures. An alliance between he and our people would give him enough power to dominate the North completely." "And what was the price?" Harry asked, already guessing. Zerina's normally pale composure was now He would mate with women of the Ice People until he had provided us with 15 of his daughters. Male children, which the Ice Women rarely bore when mated with a human, were pure human, so we also bargained that he would be able to keep any boys. Harry and Bellatrix were now blushing as well. I take it he accepted the proposal. Harry said. Yes, he did, Zerina replied. He was skeptical until we promised that he would be allowed to marry the Ice Woman who bore him a son. He provided us with 15 daughters. In return we bound ourselves to him and his line. We are like the house sprites that reside in Nerike. We serve you, and in return, you make us powerful enough to serve you better. I see, Harry said slowly. Where did Nerike and the Polarix name come from then? The Ice People built the fortress for your family. To signify your connection to us, you were formally made the House of Polarix. Did the wizard blood change the Ice People? Bellatrix asked. A smile crossed Zerina's lips. Yes, it did. It made us much more powerful, and for that we are eternally grateful to Lord Polarix I. Wouldn't the blood get thinner as time wore on? Harry asked, trying to figure out the whole concept in his mind. The wizard blood does not die out as quickly as would be expected. Zerina responded. Several lords of Polarix took Ice Women to be their wives and sent their daughters to live with us, and every once in a while a wizard comes north and we convince him to stay. Thanks to that, our blood is stable for now, although if you had not been married when you inherited your birthright, I would have offered all of my daughters to be your wives. I'm honored, Harry said as diplomatically as possible. It was just too strange for him to swallow. Zerina smiled happily at him. I can see that you are happily married, however. Anyway, the point of the story is that now that your line has been restored to its dominion, we will automatically gain power and strength from your presence. The Ice People welcome you back, my lord. Our armies are most anxious to serve you. Armies? Yes, we train extensively in the arts of war, it's what we're best at. We wouldn't dare venture from the north unless you led us, however. It wouldn't be safe. Our power is only effective against wizards and witches when a wizard is at our head, and you are the only one we would follow. I see, Harry said. Zerina stood up and led them to a pair of pure glass doors that led out onto a balcony. It's time to meet the Ice People, my lord. We are the most numerous and loyal of the north and we live to serve. She opened the doors and stepped out onto the balcony with Harry and Bellatrix at her side. Harry quickly observed that they were quite high up over a gigantic city square that was filled to capacity with an overflow going down many main streets. They were all looking at him and the Queen expectantly. People of Savir, boomed Queen Zerina IV's magically enhanced voice. All hail Harry James Potter, the Earl of the North. Cheers sounded, silver confetti dropped from everywhere, and fireworks were set off. Harry was pleased to see that they accepted him wholeheartedly, although he was worried that he might go deaf. Harry inspected the 7 ice soldiers that Queen Zerina had insisted escort him back to Nerike and to remain his bodyguards on permanent assignment while his wife watched from the background. According to Zerina, they were the most highly skilled of the top divisions in her army. They had not demonstrated their skills as of yet, but when they walked, it reminded Harry of cats stalking their prey. Despite Harry's friendly overtures, they remained as formal as ever and now stood in a straight line as their pale eyes watched Harry. Their uniform consisted of silver robes that seemed to flow like an invisibility cloak, black plates, shin guards, and dragon hide boots. All 7 had their silver hair cropped into similar styles. After satisfying his curiosity, he addressed their leader, Captain Nailoff. We'll apparate into the main entrance point at the Ministry of Magic. Once we do that, our goal is to look as imposing as possible. I don't expect any trouble. However, if anything happens, follow my lead. Nailoff nodded to show that he understood. As you wish, my lord. Bellatrix stepped forward and cast some charms on Harry and his cloak as soon as he pulled the hood over his head. Harry was dressed in pure black with a hood that hid his face from view. Bellatrix had also suggested that he wear black gloves to further disguise him. Overall, Harry decided that he would not like to meet himself in a dark alley. Do you remember everything that I told you? She asked. Yes, but I wish that you would go with me, Harry answered. Bellatrix had spent endless hours telling him precisely how to manipulate Fudge, and how to counter every possible move he might plan was to blackmail him with certain documents that she had somehow gotten her hands on. If Fudge wouldn't cooperate with him, he would publish them in the Daily Prophet, which he now owned. She shook her head. Not this time, Harry. It would spoil your appearance. A disguised woman is much more interesting than a disguised man. If I came with you this time, you would have to share his attention with me. I don't mind sharing. That's not the point, she said as she pecked him on the lips quickly. Be sure to tell me about it when you get back though. I will, Harry promised. He pulled his black ash wand from his cloak and gave it a short wave in order to apparate. He had gotten to the point where he didn't really have to vocalize his spells all that much. He reappeared in the ministry's atrium, and 7 similar pops behind him signified that his bodyguards had safely arrived behind him. Quickly returning the wand to his cloak, he arrogantly strode past the security desk with its shocked guard, and ducked into an empty elevator. As soon as the doors closed, he used his wandless skills to sense the mechanics of the spells that operated the elevator and manipulated them to skip the floors between the atrium and the floor Fudge was on. The elevator zoomed toward its destination and arrived with a jerk. The doors clanged open to reveal a large area filled with desks filled with various aides and assistants. They all looked up to see who the arrival was and were shocked to watch as a hooded figure and 7 strange-looking men stepped into the room. Harry spied a large set of double doors and correctly assumed that they led to Minister Fudge's office. He and his bodyguards effortlessly passed through the sea of workers who were only now beginning to protest his presence. With a little wandless magic, the double doors slammed open with a crash and Harry was admitted into a plush reception room. Percy Weasley was sitting at one of the few desks in front of the door that led to Fudge's office, and he stared at the entourage in a rather shocked manner. He soon regained his countenance and put a very self-important expression on his face. The minister is quite busy at this moment. I'm afraid that you will have to schedule an appointment for some later time. For some reason, Harry wanted to laugh. However, he restrained himself and spoke. I don't care how busy your incompetent minister is. Tell him that the Lord of Polarix is here to see him. This all came out in a very loud, yet frosty whisper, courtesy of some of the charms that Bellatrix had used on him. Percy, desperately trying to retain some sense of nerve, quickly stood up and disappeared behind the door that led to Fudge's office. He appeared a moment later, looking very flustered. I'm sorry, sir, he said, emphasizing the sir, despite the fact that Harry's proper address was, my lord, you will need to make an appointment. Harry began to slowly step toward Percy, saying nothing. When they were nearly face to face, with Percy desperately trying to see through the charm that hid Harry's face, Harry finally spoke. I don't think so. Then, with a casual wave of his wand, he sent Percy flying to the other side of the office. Another wave, and the door to Fudge's office flew open and the group made their way through to find a very nervous Fudge using his desk as a barricade. Don't come any closer or I'll be forced to use magic against you, he cried. Get up, Harry commanded as a bodyguard closed the door behind them. I'm here to discuss Azkaban and my other decrees, as you have likely guessed by now, Harry said. Fudge was stupid enough to sneer at Harry. Azkaban remains under the control of this ministry. There is nothing you can do that will make me decide otherwise. Even if you kill me, my successor will never allow it. The ministry will get off of Azkaban. Do you know why? No. Harry pulled a document that the goblins had owled him from his cloak and showed it to Fudge. This certifies that I am the sole owner with managing control over the Daily Prophet. I fail to see your point, Mr. Polarix, Fudge replied, at the very least acknowledging that the document was indeed valid. This time, a large sheaf of papers came out of Harry's cloak. These are copies of the Smythe memos and the records of one Dolores Umbridge. They illustrate, in express detail, the facts that you knew the Dark Wizard Voldemort had indeed returned, yet deliberately ignored it, and they also detail the multiple felonies Umbridge has committed with your full knowledge. If they were to be published in the Daily Prophet, you and anyone else named Fudge would be ruined forever. How did you get those? Fudge yelled. That doesn't matter, Harry replied, annoyed. If you fail to turn Azkaban over to me immediately and fail to come into compliance with my perfectly legitimate demands, these papers will be published in the Daily Prophet. Fudge was at a disadvantage, yet his anger overrode any common sense he had. I'll shut down the Daily Prophet, he roared. You can't shut the newspaper down until it screams your misdeeds to the general public. By that time it would be too late anyway. Finally admitting defeat, Fudge sighed. It'll take me a couple of months to properly turn control of Azkaban over to you. If you aren't off Azkaban by Saturday afternoon, these documents go to press for the Sunday edition of the Daily Prophet. Harry said, knowing full well that it wouldn't take as long as Fudge was making it out to be. 2 weeks then. Saturday. Saturday it is, Fudge sighed. Good, Harry whispered. Don't mess with me again. I also expect you to comply with my other decrees. He turned and left the office with the bodyguards following, leaving the incriminating memos on Fudge's desk. Bellatrix had made several duplicates, and he personally doubted that he'd be able to use them again. Fudge would expose himself slowly to prevent being blackmailed with them again. Not wishing to remain any longer in the ministry, Harry and his bodyguards returned to Narracay. He dismissed them to return to their normal posts and made his way to his private study where he arranged with Bess, Tess, and Reggins to have the appropriate personnel prepared to take over Azkaban for Saturday, which was approaching quickly. After signing off a few documents, and writing a letter to Snape detailing the latest news to be shared with Lupin, Tonks, Moody, and to some extent Neville, he decided that he might as well begin his drills early. His plans were disrupted when the door opened to admit a very cross-looking Bellatrix who physically escorted a sulky Narcissa in. Sit, Bellatrix commanded. Narcissa disagreeably sat in a chair across from Harry's desk and did her best to pretend that he was not present. After seeing this lack of acknowledgement on Narcissa's part, Bellatrix scowled. Tell Harry what you just did. I called one of the servants a half-breed. Narcissa mumbled. Harry arched on of his eyebrows. For some reason he wasn't particularly surprised, but that didn't mean that he was happy about it however. He inwardly sighed at the irony of having his wife asking him to discipline a woman who was probably twice his age at the very least. Finally he uttered the only thing he could think of. Indeed. Bellatrix nodded. Yes, she did. She also refuses to apologize. I'll let you deal with this alone. She strode from the room and closed the door with a bang. It was a nice show, however Harry's ring told him that she was waiting outside the door and was in the process of casting an eavesdropping charm. She seemed to want Narcissa to regard Harry as the authority figure, but was also curious. He appreciated the gesture, though the eavesdropping did make him slightly uncomfortable. Why did you do it? Harry asked. Narcissa looked at him defiantly. Because that's who he is. A half-breed. Righteous anger was beginning to surge through Harry's veins and somehow, Narcissa could feel it. From the way her eyes widened after the fact, she probably wished to take her answer back. Harry suppressed his anger before responding. What makes you think you're any better than that servant is? They're servants. They have to work for their wages. We were born with money, therefore that makes us better. It's the same with muggles. We were born with magic. We are superior, Narcissa yelled. Harry was shocked at her opinions. He vowed to himself that he would purge them from her and anyone else he could find in the world. First things first though, you will apologize to that servant, Harry directed. I will do no such thing. You will. I won't. Uncle Vernon would have beaten the tar out of me by now. Harry reflected to himself silently as he observed his disobedient ward sitting across from him as he contemplated what action he should take. Several ideas occurred to him, ranging from grounding her to taking her over his lap, strange as it would be. To be honest, his knowledge of child-raising skills came from what little he had heard from other children during his stint at a Muggle school. Parenting skills witnessed and heard about at Hogwarts were for those who were older than Narcissa was acting. Finally, Harry had an epiphany. One learned through experience, Narcissa would be no different. From this point on, he declared, you will work as a servant. Not only that, you will work to pay for your room and board here at Narracay. What you eat and how you live will be determined by how well you work. Not only that, you will not use or benefit from magic in any way unless I decide to make exceptions. What? Exclaimed Narcissa, Pale as a sheet. You can't do that. You're my ward and you have to care for me. You're also older than 17. Harry commented dryly. If it makes you feel any better, you can tell people that I'm your parole office instead of guardian. I refuse. Harry looked at her quietly and then responded. You have no other choice. Like clockwork, Bellatrix entered and closed the discussion. She put on a good show of asking what had happened and what was going to be done. After Harry told her everything, she called for Bess, who agreed to take Narcissa to Mrs. Higgin. If Narcissa wanted dinner, she would have to get at least an hour or so of work in. After the door closed behind Bess and Narcissa, Bellatrix sat on Harry's desk and beamed at him. You're an absolute genius. Personally, I would have. Well, anyway, making her work will do wonders, I'm sure. I just hope it works. Harry commented. Of course it will. That was the best display of parenting that I've ever seen. There was a lull in the room as Bellatrix studied Harry thoughtfully, a small smile and a faraway look coming into her eyes. You would make a good father, Harry. It was just a lucky idea. Harry said. The Dursleys weren't exactly good role models. Perhaps. Bellatrix said absently. Don't forget your drills. I'll come down later to do some practice duels with you, for all the good it will do. You've already surpassed me. Section break. Snape disguised his laughter with a hacking cough as he passed a group of wary-looking students on his way to the headmaster's office. Because of his connection with Potter's Legion, most of the Gryffindors were now not so hateful of him. Other students still looked on him with suspicion though. Due to Potter's communication that he had received earlier, Snape knew precisely what this emergency order meeting was going to be about. Ironically, there was nothing the order could do that would have any significant effect. He smirked as he watched Weasley and Granger, who had come from the opposite direction, step past the gargoyle that guarded the office and go up. He shortly followed and joined the rest of the order in the conference room that adjoined Dumbledore's office. After everyone had arrived and sat themselves at the table, Dumbledore spoke gravely. It has come to my attention through some of my contacts in the ministry that Lord Polarix called on Minister Fudge this morning. Did anybody recognize him? Ron asked quickly, before the aged professor could continue. He was cloaked and hooded. Dumbledore answered. His bodyguards had silver hair and silver battle robes. None of the bodyguards were known to us. What happened during the visit? Hermione asked, hoping to get the meeting back on track. Dumbledore looked at each order member before proceeding on. Lord Polarix successfully convinced Fudge to give up Azkaban and come into compliance with his other decrees. I believe that Polarix used some sort of force or compelling power to persuade Fudge to give it up. He was dead set on keeping it earlier this week. He has to be stopped, shrieked Mrs. Weasley. If some man can just walk into the ministry without resistance and force the Minister of Magic to do anything, what prevents him from walking into Hogwarts and killing all the students in their beds? Snape rolled his eyes. Calm down, woman. There's nothing to suggest that Lord Polarix is a dark wizard of any sort. How would you know? Ron said acidly in defense of his mom. I am a dark wizard, Weasley. Enough. Dumbledore said loudly. We will get nowhere if we continue to argue like this. Tonks, Moody, you two are Aurors. What are your opinions as to Lord Polarix's alignment in regard to dark or light? Is Polarix a dark wizard? After observing Snape discreetly shake his head, Tonks answered. He certainly hasn't done anything that is against the law. For now, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Before anyone could object, Moody added his support. Being imposing enough to convince Fudge to do something isn't a sign of anything at all. Innocent until proven guilty. I assume that you've already had Fudge tested for the Imperious Curse and found it to be negative. Fudge isn't under any sort of curse right now. Dumbledore stated. I propose that we bide our time and see what happens. If any of you hear anything about Lord Polarix, report it to me. We need him on our side if we want to bring Voldemort down. Any other business? Kingsley Shacklebolt raised his hand. Fudge is still having a search for Harry Potter and Bellatrix Black. There have been no sightings whatsoever of the two prisoners, separate or together. Harry didn't know how to swim. Ron said darkly. He probably drowned. At least, I hope he did. That traitor. Ron, exclaimed Hermione. Don't talk like that. I'm intrigued by the escape, actually," Arthur Weasley said. Both he and Bellatrix Black at the same time. There's no doubt that they were working together. Sirius escaped from Azkaban, but only because he knew he was innocent. "Your point?" asked another Order member. Mr. Weasley looked ruffled. "Just thinking," he mumbled. "What would we do even if we did find Harry and Bellatrix Black?" Hermione asked. "Lord Polarix is taking over Azkaban. Could we trust him to keep Harry imprisoned? Just kill him and be done with it," Ron growled. Snape raised his eyebrows in surprise. Young Ronald was turning into an unmitigated idiot faster than he could count to 10. Maybe young Weasley needed some humbling. "How is your defense association coming along? I'm sure all Ofus here would like to see as many Hogwarts students as possible trained for defense." Ron turned red as a beet. "Well, there's been a bit of a snag there," he mumbled, not quite so puffed up as he had been. "What kind of snag, Mr. Weasley?" asked Professor McGonagall. "The students are no longer coming to our meetings," Hermione announced on the behalf of Ron, who was looking too embarrassed to answer for himself. "It's probably because Harry isn't in charge anymore. He did have popular appeal." "Curious," Dumbledore said. Hermione looked around at the people sitting at the table. They didn't seem too impressed with them. Maybe one of her own observations would save them face. "I have reason to believe that certain students have formed their own defense club. I don't know who's in charge, but students seem to disappear for an hour or two at least once or twice a week." "What?" Ron sputtered in surprise. "Someone else has stolen my position." "It would seem that way." Snape sneered at Ron. The git deserved to be brought down a few pegs. And he had always thought Potter to be arrogant. Now Potter was quite possibly the most powerful wizard in the world, and he was 10 times less arrogant than Weasley. "Discreetly look into this," Dumbledore said to Ron and Hermione. "Try to find out precisely what's going on. I'll put Severus here in charge of the investigation. If you find anything of significance, report it to him. If there is a club, they won't be suspicious that way." Snape's lips quirked as he looked at Ron and Hermione. "Good luck." As the sun set, Harry took a good look at his watch with satisfaction. 7 o'clock. By now the Aurors were leaving Azkaban, and his wardens and ice soldiers were instituting control over the island. Upon hearing about Azkaban, Zerina had promised to send more soldiers to help Harry in the morning. For now, the squad that had been acting as Harry's bodyguards would run Azkaban with the wardens. He was soon joined by Bellatrix, who stood next to him and watched the sun set over the dark blue sea as it crashed against the rocks that made up the island Nerike sat on. Watching the sunset was something the couple had taken up. "Any trouble with Narcissa?" Harry inquired. The past few days had seen some misbehavior from her, despite the fact that she somehow managed to get her assigned chores done. After her outburst the day before, Bellatrix had volunteered to deal with her privately. Whatever she had done must have worked. "None whatsoever," Bellatrix answered with a grin. Harry nodded idly. Now that Narcissa was concentrating on the task at hand, she might be able to learn something about servants and muggles. "That's good." There was a long pause, during which Bellatrix took Harry's hand as the sun dipped below the horizon. She was about to say something when they were interrupted by Tess, who came running down the hall, panting heavily. "My Lord, Azkaban is under attack." Section break. "So, what are you going to teach us at the next Legion meeting?" Parvati asked Neville, cursing herself for the inability to carry on a vaguely interesting conversation. It was horridly embarrassing to be incapable of a decent conversation. It was Hogsmeade weekend. In an effort to throw off any potential attacks, the Hogwarts staff had taken to changing the Hogsmeade hours periodically so as to confuse Voldemort. This one had been scheduled for the evening. Snape had informed Neville that the next one would likely be in the early morning. "Well, Professor Lupin recommended some rather ingenious shield charms that I thought we should all give a try," Neville said vaguely as he sipped his butterbeer. "For those who pick them up quickly, we can try some extremely advanced summoning charms so that one can block spells with other things." Parvati nodded, feeling rather dumb for some reason. They were on a date, and instead of being romantic, they were acting like they did in school. She sighed and looked around the 3 broomsticks. Ron and Hermione were here as well, and they weren't being shy. Finally, she decided to get her own romance moving. Neville, do you, like me? As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted them. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Neville was caught off guard. He looked at Parvati's reddening cheeks and reckoned that to be a sign that he had indeed heard what he had thought he heard. Well, you've been really nice and supportive of everyone in place. Sure, I like you. Well, I like you too. Oh, the two teens both blushed and looked away. They had managed to put themselves in a corner and neither had any idea on how to get out of it. Did romance have to be so awkward all the time? Any thoughts of romance flew out of their head when a third-year girl burst into the pub and screamed at the top of her lungs, "Death Eaters!" Section break. Harry grunted as Bess and Tess magically tightened the plate that had magically appeared as soon as Harry and Bellatrix decided that they needed to go and personally defend Azkaban with their forces. Tess knocked on Harry's chest to see what kind of sound it would make. Instead of the loud bang one would expect from the black lacquered metal that had been magically made weightless, there was just a dull thud. "Excuse me," Harry said reproachfully. "Sorry, mate," Tess said. "Couldn't resist." Harry looked down at the plate and made a silent prayer that it would at least block some spells or prevent him from physical injury. The silver phoenix that had been engraved into the plate shimmered strangely. It made him feel protected. He looked over at Bellatrix, who had just gotten her own plate on, and blushed. It seemed to emphasize her chest quite a bit. As long as it works, he thought silently as Bess came over and draped a dragon hide cloak over his shoulders. Bellatrix looked over at him and grinned. "This ought to be fun. Don't forget to check your wands." "Okay," Harry said. He quickly checked to make sure that his wands were in their appropriate holsters as Bellatrix did likewise. He drew the black ash wand from his sleeve as Bellatrix drew one of her cherry wands. "Let's apparate," Bellatrix said. Section break. "What do we do?" Ron asked Hermione desperately as everyone in the Three Broomsticks began to panic. "We're the only Order members here, I think." Hermione shrugged. "I have no idea. Let's find out where the Death Eaters are attacking from, I suppose. Then maybe we can send a message to the castle to send some defense." Ron and Hermione promptly stood up and made their way over to where the girl had been. Much to their surprise, they found Neville and Parvati interrogating her as to the Death Eater's whereabouts. It seemed that he had decided to take charge. "We're here, we can take charge now," Ron announced loudly. "About how many would you say?" Neville asked the girl, not even bothering to acknowledge Ron's presence. 30, maybe," the girl said, her voice quavering. Neville nodded thoughtfully and spoke to Parvati. "It only a minor attack then. We can probably take them on." He then motioned toward a pair of fifth-year girls who had rushed in the pub to find him. They were both members of Potter's Legion. "Where is everyone else?" "Lavender Brown is having them form a line of defense. The Death Eaters are moving slowly toward the village from around the Shrieking Shack," explained one quickly. "Good," Neville said. "I want you two to go to the castle as fast as you can and tell Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape, and any other teacher that you can find. Be careful on your way, there might be Death Eaters stationed to prevent people from arriving at the castle." The two girls dashed out the doors and in the general directions of Hogwarts, and Ron chose to interject. "I'm the head of the DA and a member of the Order. You can just take charge like that." Neville looked at Ron imperiously. "I just did." He motioned to Parvati. "We need to help Lavender." The two then left Ron and Hermione standing alone in the pub. Section break. Harry and Bellatrix apparated and found themselves in the midst of Death Eaters running every which way. They were outside the fortress near the dock. Sparing a brief moment, Harry looked out to sea and saw a ministry boat sailing to the mainland. They knew and they were doing nothing. "Triplexio Argentum Latio," Harry cried, slashing his wand at the nearest group of Death Eaters. 3 long and silver slicing whips flew from the tip of the black wand and flailed about 10 dark-cloaked wizards. They died instantly. "We have to get into the fortress and help our people," Bellatrix told Harry over the blast of several explosions as she shot various hexes at random Death Eaters. "There's strength in numbers." The ring abruptly revealed several things about the island to Harry. The Dementors were doing nothing, but if he commanded them directly, they would have no choice but to obey. It also revealed that if he could get to the top of the fortress, he could win the battle easily. "Let's go then. Once we get in, We have to get to the roof," Harry yelled, firing a triple stunner at some Death Eaters headed their way. Bellatrix nodded and the two made use of a back-to-back fighting move to get to the front doors. They easily opened and they found themselves in a broad hallway filled with Dementors. Bellatrix's long ponytail whipped back and forth as she looked from the Dementors to the Death Eaters outside who were not willing to follow them into the castle. "Maybe we would be better off getting to the roof from the outside." Harry shook his head negatively and then turned and faced the Dementors holding the hand with his signet ring out toward them in a fist. "Repel the attackers," he yelled. "Don't let them enter the fortress." Dementors began to reluctantly swarm around Harry and Bellatrix as some made their way out into the battle while others stationed themselves at the doors. The main hallway was left clear before them. "This way," Harry said as he began to sprint toward the other end of the hall. Section break. "We're here," Parvati gasped to Lavender as she and Neville came to an abrupt halt from their run. They had arrived at the end of Hogsmeade with the Shrieking Shack in record time. "What's happening and where do you have everyone?" Lavender motioned out toward an empty space of flat land. "About 30 or 40 Death Eaters are marching in from that direction. They're coming in two lines. We have about 20 Legion members here hiding in various places so we can pick them off at will. I told others to cover other parts of the village." "Well done," Neville said to Lavender, who blushed at the praise. "Either this is a trap or these Death Eaters are amateurs. It's impractical to attack this way." Parvati had somehow gotten her hands on a pair of omnioculars and was squinting through them as she attempted to make out the approaching figures in the dark. "They aren't acting as if they were bait," she observed. "Can everyone hear me?" Neville asked Lavender. She nodded. "Yes, they're all within earshot." "Good," Neville said as he formulated his plan. "Hold your fire until they start shooting off spells or they're on top of you," he called out. He then found a bush and ducked down behind it, the two girls doing likewise. It would ruin the plan if they were spotted. Section break. "How many floors are in this bloody castle?" Bellatrix growled when she and Harry reached the top of yet another flight of stairs to find another broad corridor. Unfortunately, each time they gained a level, they had to go to the other end of the corridor to hit the next staircase. "I just want to know where our people are," Harry said as he began to run down the corridor. Bellatrix spotted several stunners coming for him. "Duck," she yelled. Harry hit the floor as two stunners flew over his head. He scried down the hall and found that a group of Death Eaters happened to be coming down the flight of stairs that he wanted to go up. Apparently Voldemort had been landing Death Eaters on the roof as well as trying to get in at the main entrance. That would make things difficult. He and Bellatrix quickly shot several stunners down the hall. This proved to be ineffective because the Death Eaters quickly hid themselves farther up the spiral staircase. They would have to take them head-on. "Shields," Harry said, as he cast a strong reflector shield around his person. It was his favorite because he could control where the spell that hit it rebounded. His wife elected for a shield that grew in strength as it absorbed attacking spells. They ran down the hallway as quickly as possible and charged up the staircase, taking down multiple Death Eaters both by magic and physical means. When they arrived at the top, they found a narrow hall that led only halfway across the fortress before going up. "We're nearly there," Harry announced. Section break. "Now," Neville yelled as loudly as he could, letting off a powerful reducto at the same time. The other present members of Potter's Legion quickly followed his lead with the same curse. The line of Death Eaters scattered and Neville began to shoot off stunners and hexes in the confusion and dust. Section break. Harry and Bellatrix scrambled through the open hatchway and onto the roof of Azkaban and found about 10 fiercely fighting ice soldiers being slowly backed into a corner by twice that number of Death Eaters. More and more Death Eaters were landing on the roof via broomstick by the moment. Apparently the Death Eaters coming down the staircase had been an advance scouting party. Those not fighting the ice soldiers were forming into groups that were preparing to go down into the fortress and free the prisoners. Wasting no time, Harry and Bellatrix began to shoot off spells to scatter those attacking the ice people. As soon as they were out of the corner, Harry's soldiers began to fight 10 times fiercely than before. His presence strengthened them. "Scatter those groups," Harry yelled to Bellatrix, who promptly took command of the soldiers. Harry felt drawn to a part of the roof that everyone seemed to be avoiding. 3 large and interconnected runes were carved into the stone. Drawing upon knowledge from his studies, Harry was able to recognize them. Dominion, protection, and strength. The runes started to give off a silver light as soon as Harry stepped onto them. He brandished the black ash wand and muttered the activation spell that his ring had taught him. Imperio Activatio Polaricis. A roar filled Harry's ears as power began to flow from him into the rune and vice versa. This lasted several minutes. Despite the battle going on around him, Harry felt strangely at peace and detached from everything. Finally, his connection to the runes broke and they began to pulse with their own silver light. In a few minutes, the wards would activate and automatically expel the attackers from the island. Harry's triumphant smile fell when a new, but hauntingly familiar, voice addressed him. I attack Azkaban and Lord Polarix sends you of all people to defend it. Why does he hide behind you, Potter? Lord Voldemort had arrived. Section break. The dust cleared and Neville could make out 3 Death Eaters being held under guard by 2 boys from Ravenclaw. The Death Eaters that they had stunned during the battle had been portkeyed away by their comrades during the retreat. They had these because they had gotten too close and Neville had summoned their portkeys away from them. Anybody hurt? Neville asked. His friends looked around and checked with their friends until that it was established that Potter's Legion had come away unscathed by the battle. Everyone accounted for, Parvati announced proudly. Good, Neville said. He was about to give more instructions when Ron, Hermione, Snape, and Dumbledore arrived at the scene and found them. Only 2 Death Eaters, Ron exclaimed. After that scare, I expected more than that. Don't worry, Neville, we're here to take care of things. Parvati, feeling quite insulted on Neville's behalf, gasped. I'll have you know that there were well over 30 Death Eaters here. Appearances can be deceiving during a battle, Dumbledore said quietly as he examined the prisoners. It doesn't matter though, you've managed to capture all of the attackers. This was followed up with a smirk by Ron. Neville contented himself to glare at Ron and Dumbledore, but Parvati was about to make more noise. When Snape shook his head at her, she closed her mouth. They could wait for that later. They should at least say what Snape had to say. We'll just get back to the castle then, Neville said. Is it all right if we check on our friends on our way back? Go ahead, Snape said. Section break. Harry turned around to face Voldemort as did everyone else. The battle with the Death Eaters had stalled to watch the confrontation. Bellatrix tried to give Harry an encouraging smile, but it was more of a grimace. Hello, Tom, Harry said as coolly as possibly. He knew that it would make Voldemort mad. If they could get into a discussion, then the wards would have enough time to activate. My name is Lord Voldemort, the Dark Lord said menacingly. You would do well to remember that. Now tell me, Potter, why has the Lord of Polarix sent you? The realization that Voldemort didn't know that he was the Lord of Polarix made Harry want to laugh. He still had a wild card up his sleeve for future battles, assuming that he survived this one. Harry elected to make Voldemort angry. Because everyone knows that you're afraid of me. You will pay for that, Voldemort yelled. He raised his wand but was distracted when a silver dome began to flicker overhead. Harry rejoiced. The wards were going into effect. Suddenly, light flared from the runes behind him. He turned quickly to see what it was. They were now shining like the sun. Harry could feel that power coursing from them into the walls and wards of the castle. He could see the Dementors being bound to the powers. He was drawn from his reverie when he heard his wife shriek his name. He cursed himself. Idiot, so much for constant vigilance. He would go down in history as the boy who wasn't very vigilant. Maybe future generations would learn that all-important lesson. Time seemed to slow down as he instinctively turned and reached for the ivory wand secured in his left boot. He drew it as he finished his turn and brought it to level. The green light of the killing curse was rushing toward him. With his mind too numb to think rationally, Harry muttered the first spell he had ever learned, not forgetting the correct pronunciation as he looked at the green light intensely. Wingardium Leviosa. There was an explosion and Harry dropped the ivory wand as it seemingly caught on fire and burned him. Phoenix song seemed to erupt around him as he heard a woman scream his name and sob at the same time. Was it his mom or Bellatrix? He didn't know and forgot the question as his senses were flooded with a flying sensation which lasted until blackness consumed his mind. Bellatrix watched with growing horror as the deadly green light so commonly associated with the killing curse exploded from the end of Voldemort's wand. She instinctively looked toward her husband and found that he was distracted and then screamed desperately. "Harry!" Time slowed as he turned and drew his other wand. Her ears didn't seem to be working anymore as she watched Harry mouth some sort of spell in self-defense. The green light pulsed and then exploded violently, and her heart seemed to stop beating as she watched Harry being lifted from the ground by the shockwave. The next thing she heard was herself crying out his name through tears which had began to flow as he flew. Another second, and he landed on the other side of the roof with a sickening crunch. Everyone stared at Lord Polarix with shock covering their faces. Pandemonium then broke out among the Death Eaters when 3 bolts of lightning simultaneously struck the 3 runes. Another explosion followed, and Bellatrix and the ice soldiers watched as Lord Voldemort and his Death Eaters were hurled in the water. After that, they disappeared. Bellatrix vaguely assumed that Voldemort and his followers had been carrying portkeys. After several more lightning flashes and thunderclaps which were followed by intensified rain, everyone shook off their confusion. Neloff checked all his men while Bellatrix ran to Harry and fell on her knees next to him. Not willing to believe that she could be a widow, Bellatrix spoke in a quavering voice. "Harry." Both to her amazement and extreme concern, Harry began to cough up small amounts of blood. After the coughs died, he opened his eyes and looked at her with a slightly blank look. "Are you okay?" she asked. Harry looked at her a moment before responding in a slurred voice. "Just tired." "Sleep then," Bellatrix instructed quietly, "but promise not to leave me." "I won't," Harry whispered before falling unconscious. Neloff soon joined Bellatrix after attending to some of his men which had been injured during the fight. "Is he okay?" Bellatrix did her best to gather her wits and then stood up. "I'm not sure. We must get him immediate medical care." The captain looked at Harry and nodded. "I'll have some of my men move him back to Nerike. I'll go to Xavier and get a doctor. I believe that I know of the perfect person to help. Is there anything else? See to it that Azkaban is safe when you have the time." "Of course," Neloff said agreeably. Bellatrix stepped away to find Harry's wands as he motioned one of his men over and began to give instructions. She quickly found them lying on the roof near the runes and then pocketed them after studying the ivory one with wonder. It was a miracle that it had not been destroyed. She joined 4 ice soldiers who had conjured a stretcher and placed Harry on it. One of them held out his hand and she took it. One of them activated a portkey, and a jerk later, she found herself in the master suite where they gingerly transferred Harry to the bed. They all saluted and then apparated away. Less than 15 minutes later, the door opened to admit Bess, Tess, and an old man who introduced himself as Dr. Burgix. "Came as soon as I heard, milady. There's not a thing to worry about, I'll set him right." He quickly made his way over to Harry while Bess and Tess stared with horror at their fallen lord. "What happened?" Tess asked, sounding near the verge of tears herself. Bellatrix quickly explained everything that had transpired. Burgix listened to the whole account and even asked some questions of his own as he examined Harry carefully. After the account ended, they all watched silently as Burgix worked. He finally finished the cursory examination and announced his findings, which relieved the 3 women greatly. "He's not as bad off as he looks. Basically, his landing after being thrown bruised him up a bit, thus the blood. His slurred voice comes from a minor concussion that he received, and his weakness comes from magical exhaustion. So he'll be okay. No lasting damage?" Bellatrix asked anxiously. "Absolutely," Burgix replied as he pulled a small vial of potion from the folds of his cloak. "This will speed up the healing process. After plenty of sleep, a hot bath or 2 to loosen him up, and plenty of food, he'll be right as rainwater." He then administered the potion to Harry, which took some skill. "Thank you, Doctor," Bellatrix said, relief plain in her voice. Dr. Burgix nodded graciously and exited the room. At Bellatrix's request, Bess and Tess assisted her in removing Harry's armor, robes, and then helped tuck him into bed. They then helped remove her armor. "That will be all," Bellatrix said tiredly. "Let us know when he wakes up," Tess said, as she and her sister left the room. Bellatrix nodded and after a very short shower in the bathroom, joined Harry in bed after the lights automatically dimmed. Instead of falling asleep immediately, she turned on her side and studied her unconscious husband. Tired, and not necessarily thinking rationally, she spoke. I always dreamed of marrying a prince. He didn't answer, but that was okay. She didn't expect him to. My mum thought it was a grand idea. So long as he was pureblood. She sighed bitterly. My mum wasn't a very nice woman. I guess I followed in her footsteps. I hope that I've improved though. After tonight, I now sympathize with those who have suffered because of Avada Kedavra. Especially the ones that came from my wand. I'll never use that curse again, so long as I live. Unless it would save your life. Bellatrix then rambled on, touching various subjects until she was too tired to keep talking. Harry had not heard a single word, but she felt closer to him than she had ever been. Don't leave me, she whispered, as she rolled back onto her back and drifted asleep. The first thing Harry did when he regained consciousness was to groan. He now knew how the Tin Man felt. It was a shame that there was no such thing as oil for stiff joints. Without opening his eyes, he contemplated going back to sleep and facing the discomfort later. Just as he was about to sink into the dark abyss, he heard Bellatrix began to beep something under her breath. It sounded as if she was trying to say, no. Curiosity aroused, Harry opened his eyes and turned his head. She was laying on her stomach, hugging her pillow for dear life. He raised his eyebrows. Normally, she slept a bit more passively. Not wanting to disturb her, he turned his attention to the ceiling as she began to beep air into her lungs with great gasps. Maybe she was having a nightmare. Should he wake her up? I would want someone to wake me up, Harry thought to himself. His waking her up was prevented however when she abruptly let out a heart-wrenching howl and woke up herself. She pushed herself up and looked at Harry with wild violet eyes. Nightmare? Harry asked. The violet eyes came slightly more into focus and she nodded as she studied him as if reassuring herself that he was indeed there. Do you feel all right? She asked slowly. Just a little stiff. Better than dead, she countered. Taking Harry by surprise, the wild look returned to her eyes and she threw herself onto him and began to cry her eyes out. Not sure what to do, he brought up one of his hands and stroked her back through the oversized muggle t-shirt she customarily wore to bed. After about 10 minutes, she regained her composure, and after an additional half-hour of enjoying each other's closeness, she was ready to speak. The doctor advised a hot bath to help loosen yourself up. No objections to that, Harry said. I think that I'll even join you, Bellatrix said as she climbed out of bed and then helped Harry to his feet, making sure that his stiff joints didn't impede his ability to walk. They then made their way to the bathroom where they found the overlarge tub, which Harry had previously compared to a muggle hot tub, filled with variously colored bubbles and water. Harry removed his undergarments and lowered himself in. Bellatrix flirtatiously removed her t-shirt and slowly lowered herself in opposite Harry. So, how long has it been since I got knocked cold? He asked as he luxuriated in the hot and soothing water. Less than a night, Bellatrix answered as she made use of a bar of soap and then some shampoo and scented oils. Wow, I'm usually out for days, Harry joked. First time I faced down Voldemort, I was out for so long that I missed a Quidditch match. Bellatrix laughed. You didn't miss anything that important. They idly sat for a few moments until Bellatrix asked a random question. Are you ever disturbed by the fact that I'm more than twice your age? Harry shrugged. No, not really. He didn't relish the thought of explaining that to his friends though. Why? She shrugged. I don't know. Oh, the Order had convened again, due to the attack that had occurred at Hogsmeade. Ron was reporting to everyone his great heroics in the situation and was making many proposals as to what should be done with the prisoners. If he had been paying attention, he would have noticed that they had been handed over to the Ministry. However, Hermione was remaining silent as she thought about the actions she had seen Neville and his friends take. She was willing to bet anything that another defense group existed and that Neville was the leader. This led Hermione to wonder how it was that they had all turned to him and to what purpose. It was not likely that his group was a clone of the DA, else it would not have taken off without the DA having a chance to show some sort of competition for student attendance. The attention of the whole group was arrested when Snape arrived and contributed some of his own information. Shortly after the Ministry Aurors left Azkaban last night, Voldemort attacked the island in force. Meaning that the Hogsmeade attack was a diversion, Dumbledore concluded. Snape nodded. Yes, that was the plan. The Dark Lord did not expect Lord Polarix to take possession of the island so soon, however. They got in a fight with Polarix's forces for the island. Who won? Hermione asked. Polarix did, Snape said cautiously. He had not received a letter from Harry since the event, so he treaded carefully. He would only tell what Voldemort knew. Shortly after the attack began, Lord and Lady Polarix arrived at the island in time to see the ferry with Ministry Aurors abandon them to the attack. Some sort of battle ensued and Lord Polarix and the Dark Lord faced off. It ended in a draw in which ancient wards were activated and you know who was forced to leave the island. That's disturbing, Dumbledore surmised. The Ministry didn't necessarily have an obligation to assist Lord Polarix, but he doesn't have an obligation to help us fight Voldemort either. He's probably angry about that. I wouldn't know, Snape said, truthfully. There's a Lady Polarix, Mrs. Weasley asked sharply. Snape grimaced. Lord Voldemort had not necessarily drawn that conclusion about the woman at Potter's side, but from prior knowledge, he knew it to be truth. That's what the Dark Lord would assume, Snape said. Fortunately there weren't any other spies among the Death Eater ranks to prove him wrong. That is very interesting, murmured Dumbledore. The meeting soon concluded and Snape made his way to his own office to a private meeting with the Longbottom boy. He had hoped to have received some sort of instruction from Harry as to what actions should be taken on his end, but none had come. When he arrived in his dungeon office, he found not only Neville, but 2 girls from Gryffindor at his side. The girls looked particularly displeased. Neville only looked passively ruffled. Why is it that the Order and Ronald are getting all the credit for fighting off those Death Eaters? Parvati demanded. It's like we weren't even there. Snape held up his hands placatingly. There's nothing that I could do. Right now you'll just have to take it and be quiet unless you want to leave Potter's Legion open to public knowledge. I haven't heard from Harry yet. Why not? Doesn't he know? Lavender asked. Potter had his own battle to fight at the same time. Snape then related everything he knew about the battle. It was a lot more than he had told to the Order. I assume that Potter is probably unconscious or worse. I hope he's okay, Neville said, concern etched on his face. Snape shrugged. For now, just act like nothing happened. I'll tell you the instant I hear any news. We can do that, Parvati said. For the rest of the morning and most of the afternoon, Harry elected to remain in bed and read an advanced text from his library. This appeased both Bellatrix and his personal assistants who continually looked at him as if he was a delicate ornament on the verge of shattering. He looked up when the door to the bedroom opened to admit Bess and Bellatrix, who quickly shut it behind them. His wife immediately began to cast various cleaning charms to make the room look even more spotless than before. Bess approached him somewhat nervously. My lord. Harry looked at her curiously. Yes, it's hard to explain, my lord. Bess began slowly as Bellatrix finished cleaning the room and then commenced to attend to Harry, fluffing his pillow, straightening the bed covers, and combing his hair. Give it a shot. There's a young widow of the Ice People here to see you. Bess explained. She has brought her infant son for you to bless. I'm not sure that I understand, Harry said in a confused tone as he slid a bookmark between the pages of his tome and set it down. Bess sighed. The father took ill and died before the child was born. Although she and her child will be well cared for, children without fathers are rather disadvantaged among the Ice People. In ancient times, it was considered extreme good luck to have a baby blessed by a powerful or noble wizard. She hopes that if you bless him, he'll have good luck in his life. Am I really regarded as a powerful or noble wizard? Harry asked dryly. Both, actually. Harry sighed heavily. If he had been able to stay at Hogwarts, he was pretty sure that no one would have asked him to bless their baby. He also feared unwanted attention. What happens when word gets out that I bless babies? My people hold you in the deepest respect, Bess said reassuringly. They would only impose on you in extreme situations like this one. All right, I'll do it, but I don't know that it will do any good. Bellatrix smiled mysteriously. I've heard about this custom. You will likely be very surprised. This woman had obviously done a great deal of research if she came across this custom. Bess quickly made her way back to the door, opened it, and motioned for someone to come in. A young ice woman with silver-brown hair scurried in carrying a small bundle. Harry assumed that it was her son. The woman quickly made her way to the bed, bowing every third step before coming to a stop on her knees next to the bed. She held out the baby, which was wrapped in a blanket, to Harry, surprising him by looking into his eyes with a desperate countenance. "I would be forever indebted to you if you would give my son your blessing," she said in a nervous voice. "It's no problem," Harry said, trying to put her at ease. He then gingerly took the proffered babe and awkwardly held it. As Harry studied the baby's serene face, he felt a strange feeling wash over him. Feeling compelled to do so, he took his one hand and touched it to the child's left temple and spoke. "Denix, son of Linnea, I give unto you my blessing." As soon as he finished speaking those words, his eyesight blanked out and was replaced with a vision that he did not understand. His normal vision returned, and although he was still confused, he spoke again. "The day will come when you shall lead my armies and see the rise and fall of those who aspire to darkness. Though you will often be in peril, you will live to old age." Once he was finished speaking, the strange feeling left Harry and he smiled and made a face at the baby, causing him to laugh. "Thank you, my lord," Linnea the mother said, over and over. "You have given me more than I could ever hope for. I am eternally in your debt." Harry shrugged, gave the baby a quick smile, and handed it back. He looked up at Bellatrix, who seemed to be contemplating something deeply as she looked at the child. "Did you know that would happen?" "Something like that," Bellatrix responded vaguely. Linnea stood and bowed to Harry, before leaving the room with Bess. Harry gave a satisfied smile. "That wasn't too hard. Did Snape explain why he wanted to meet with us?" Lavender asked as she, Neville, and Parvati casually made their way down to Snape's office in the dungeons. Most of the students had retired to their common rooms or bed. If anyone asked where they were going after curfew, they could always claim some sort of detention. Neville shook his head. "No, he just told me to meet him and to bring a couple of others. I hate being in the dark about things, but sometimes it is the best way to go." They arrived at his door, looked up and down the hall to see if anyone had noticed them, and then knocked quietly. The door opened to reveal Professor Snape, who motioned them quickly. He too made sure that no one had seen and then closed the door and began to pace. "I finally received word from Potter," Snape announced quietly. "During the battle he was indeed injured, but has made a full recovery. I replied and told about our side of the battle. He wrote back and would like you all to visit as soon as possible." "When do we visit?" Neville asked calmly. Snape stopped pacing and looked him in the eye. "Tonight. It's nothing serious, but the sooner the better. I would come with you, but you know who has called a surprise meeting. Before you go, there's some things you should know and discuss with Potter." "Which are?" Parvati said. "The Order has put Weasley and Granger in charge of investigating this secret defense club that seems to have sprouted up. I'm supposed to supervise and help them," Snape said, finally sitting down at his desk. "You'll have to ask Potter how that should be handled." "We'll do that," Neville said. "How do we get there?" A foot-long stick was produced from a desk drawer. "This should do the trick. The activation word is Polarix." The three students grasped it at the same time and Neville spoke the word. Polarix. The customary pulling sensation was felt by all, and they were soon standing in a comfortable office. They turned around and found Harry sitting at a slightly cluttered desk looking at them. "Welcome to my humble home," Harry said with a smile on his face. He stood up and gave all their hands a shake as they approached the desk and took a chair in turn. "I expected Snape to come with you. Is anything wrong?" "No," Neville replied, "he just had an unexpected engagement pop up." Harry noted with amusement that Lavender and Parvati were ogling the elegant decor of the room. Personally, he thought the built-in shelves loaded with books were a good effect. They were concentrating on the woodwork though. "I take it you like my new house." The two girls gave him an abashed look. "It's wonderful. How did you find your way here?" Lavender said. A full explanation of the events after the incident on Privet Drive soon followed. He tried to go through it as quickly as possible, not wanting to be the victim of the two girls' sympathy when he told about Azkaban and being mistreated. "So, here I am," he concluded. "I hear that you had your own battle. Why don't you tell me about that?" Parvati then launched into a long narrative about Hogsmeade and how Neville managed to fight off the 30 Death Eaters. She also emphasized how the Order and Ron Weasley had mistreated them all after the battle. "Those who did the work should get the credit," she said violently when she finished. "If you worry about who gets the credit, the job won't get done." Harry sighed. "Unfortunately, who gets the credit for taking down Voldemort and other important things will affect the Wizarding World's political system for the future." "So what do we do?" Neville asked. "Try to avoid notice for now," Harry said carefully. "Lend a hand when possible, but if the Order can handle these things, save yourself for another battle." Suddenly, Neville remembered what Snape had told them before they departed. "The Order knows that a defense group exists separate from DA. Ron and Hermione are supposed to track us down with the help of Professor Snape. He wants to know what he should do, and I'd like to know what PL should do. I suppose they've noticed that large groups of students disappear all at the same time." Harry mused. It won't be long before Hermione puts 2 and 2 together and realizes who was taking the lead at Hogsmeade. "I had not thought of that," Lavender observed. Harry nodded slowly. "Avoid notice for now, but don't tell lies or do massive cover-ups. If you're discovered, try to keep them from realizing your connection to me. Tell Snape to not aid, but not hinder the investigation. At this point in time, his position in the Order and Voldemort's forces is more valuable than the secrecy of PL. What if the worst happens and PL and its connection to you is discovered? We could get into a lot of trouble, even expelled or put on trial, for being connected to a convict like you. Nothing personal, of course." Parvati inquired somewhat anxiously. A grim smile spread across Harry's face. "I have a certain influence over the school. Whatever you do, don't leave the Hogwarts grounds. Flee into the Forbidden Forest if necessary. If there's any sign of serious trouble, send me an owl. Don't approach Snape. I'll come and deal with the situation personally." "I'll remember that," Neville said carefully, not quite understanding what Harry was getting at. He trusted him to know what he was doing though. A short silence followed as the teens all sat and pondered. Parvati's curiosity about the marriage of Harry and Bellatrix, as explained by Harry earlier, overcame her. "So, how's married life treating you?" Harry smiled at her. "It's wonderful. Bellatrix would be here to greet you, but she seems to have shut herself in the library of late. Some sort of research project." He then darted a glance to Neville. "Look, Neville, I realize the whole thing is awkward, what with your parents and all." "Don't worry about it," Neville said reassuringly. "I know that she helped to hurt my parents a lot, but from what you've told me, she seems to have tried to make up for her past actions. I'll admit that any interaction with her would be uncomfortable for me, but I'm sure that we can resolve it. I hold nothing against you for loving her. If you need to talk about anything, come to me anytime. By the way, how are your parents doing?" Harry said. Neville shrugged. "The same. I hope that's a good thing," Harry said solemnly, not knowing that elsewhere, the Longbottom's health was being discussed. "I think that it would be safe to assume that Harry Potter is dead, my lord," Wormtail said, desperately trying to cheer up Lord Voldemort, who tended to torture people when he was in unhappy moods. Voldemort looked at Wormtail until he looked away, unable to bear the gaze of the red eyes. "He's survived me too many times to make such a broad assumption," Voldemort hissed. "Until I see his dead body decompose, I will consider him a threat. Why, if they buried him? Then we'll reopen the grave and burn the body," Voldemort declared. "However, that is not my main concern as of yet. Rumors of a disturbing nature have reached my ears. They must take first priority." Wormtail shuddered. New projects were never good. "What about Lord Polarix? He seems to be minding his own business," Voldemort replied, almost civilly. "What are these rumors that you've heard?" Pettigrew said, resigned to the fact that there was no getting around it. Voldemort's eyes seemed to glaze over as he thought out loud for the benefit of his closest, though not most competent, servant. The Longbottoms were spectacular Aurors, especially considering their young age. Unfortunately, they also had a side hobby: spell crafting. "I see," Wormtail said, not really seeing, but reckoning that he might as well say it. Combining those two things can produce disastrous results. Voldemort stated as a matter of fact. It is said that before their hospitalization, they were crafting a spell designed to utterly destroy me. They were in the last stages of making calculations when I went to the Potters. They only needed one powerful enough to perform the spell. Wormtail sighed. This was likely to be a dead-end sort of project, with lots of pain for those who encountered the dead end first, unless Voldemort hit the dead end himself. Everyone would suffer then. The Longbottoms will likely never recover. There's not point in worrying about it. The things that I have not bothered to worry about are the things that have caused me the most trouble. Voldemort growled. Lord Polarix is powerful and an unknown factor to boot. He could heal them. I'm going to take care of this one before it comes back to hurt me. Your plan. Voldemort's red eyes flared. We'll put the Longbottoms out of their misery. Bellatrix carefully replaced the lid to a bottle of ink and finished cleaning up for the day. She now had 2 tables filled with notes and various books from the library of Nerike. There were plenty of sources that led her to a great deal of useful information, however none of the knowledge she had dug up had provided the answer that she was searching for. I'll get it eventually, Bellatrix resolved to herself quietly as she unconsciously dimmed the lights and made her way out into the hall. She then quickly made her way up to her bedroom and found dinner laid out. Harry was nowhere in sight however. She quickly ate all the food and then went in search of Harry. Within a few minutes, she came across Tess. Do you know where my husband is? Bellatrix asked. I believe he went down to the beach. Tess replied. Is there anything else? No, but thank you. Bellatrix said absently as she wondered what Harry would find so attractive about the beach. A few moments later, she had a cloak and was walking toward the double doors in the main entrance hall. They opened for her automatically and she strode through and onto the long bridge that led to the other island. She found Harry laying in a beach chair and watching the sunset on the same beach that they had been washed up on. Isn't it a little cold for a trip to the beach? Bellatrix asked, drawing her cloak around her tightly as she observed Harry in his sunglasses, shorts, and tropical shirt. He even had some sort of drink. Harry grinned. Warming charm. Oh, join me, and we can both enjoy the simple pleasures of owning one's own beach. Harry said as he conjured another beach chair for his wife. Bellatrix looked skeptically around at the hard and rocky beach. It was not very ideal for sunbathing, beach volleyball, or sand castles. It's not much of a beach, she observed as she sat down in the chair Harry had conjured. Only one I've ever seen, Harry said as he finished his punch with a big swig. The glass he had been drinking it out of disappeared. I didn't know that, Bellatrix said meekly. Harry shrugged absently as he settled down. It's okay. I take it that you've been to a few beaches in your lifetime. My father would often take us to various places over the summer vacations. Bellatrix said. We visited the French Riviera a few times. It was a prime meeting place for wizards of the shadier sort. What sorts of vacations did you go on? The Dursleys didn't take me on vacations. If they went somewhere, I had the pleasure of visiting an elderly neighbor of mine. When I turned 11, Hogwarts seemed to be the perfect vacation for me. That's horrible, Bellatrix exclaimed. That's just life, Harry said in a mellow voice. Bellatrix was now fuming. How dare anybody treat Harry Potter in such a manner? Or any other child for that matter? With these thoughts an idea arose. However, Bellatrix shoved it aside temporarily because their conversation had reminded her of another issue that she had wanted to bring up. Harry, I've been thinking, Bellatrix began. About what? She looked at him lying down in the beach chair so peacefully. How would he take it? Surprise? Shock? There was only one way to find out. Children. I would like us to become parents. Harry stared at her with a certain amount of surprise. He had not ever really considered having children at the age of 16. Come to think of it, he had never really planned on marrying someone twice his age. Have children, as in. Bellatrix read his mind. Getting me pregnant. She finished. Is it safe? What if Voldemort finds out about any children we have? They could be in danger. Harry thought out loud. If we put our lives on hold for his benefit, then he's won. Bellatrix said. Besides, I highly doubt that Voldemort will ever be able to force his way into our fortress back there. She then gave him an extremely pleading look. You would be the perfect father. Narcissa is proof of that. In what way? Bellatrix thought carefully before answering. Your actions have appropriately punished her and she will learn her lesson. That's a good parenting skill. It will be a long time before any children we have are that old. Harry observed. What about that baby you gave a blessing to? You looked like a natural when holding it. Harry shook his head. Dumb luck. I have no idea on how to take care of a baby. We can learn together then. Bellatrix pleaded, not being really opposed to having a child, and not wanting to hear his wife reduced to begging. Harry made his decision. All right, let's have a baby. Would anyone care to make an attempt at the Rebimio shield? Asked Professor Tura, the teacher who had taken up the defense against the dark arts post. To put it simply, she was young, beautiful, and extremely friendly. Nearly every boy in the class was smitten. Ron promptly raised his hand. Since Harry was gone, he often prided himself as the top in the defense class. Well, in the practical section anyway. Hermione always took the lead when theory was concerned. Mr. Weasley, come on up. Tura said with a calculating smile. I'll cast a simple hex at you and then you can perform the spell to defend against it. All right, Ron said, as he stood up and made his way to the front. He drew his wand and held it out in front as he turned to face Professor Tura who had done the same. Ready when you are, he said, mustering quite a bit of confidence. Without any advance notice, Tura drew her wand and shot a slasher hex at Ron. With milliseconds to spare, he yelled, Rebimiox. The hex crashed into the shield and was rebounded toward the professor who used a simple but powerful shield to absorb it. Very good, Mr. Weasley. Now, Mr. Longbottom, let's see you take a try at it, Tura said with a smile. Neville nodded and approached the front of the class as Ron returned to his seat. This time Tura had her wand already in her hand and was slower to attack Neville. When she thought his attention might have wandered, she shot of a quick leg-locking hex. It was Rebimioxed, with ease. That's nothing, Ron called out in disgust. You deliberately went easy on him. Over the past several weeks the defense professor had been showing unusual favoritism toward Neville just like Snape favored Malfoy. She wasn't even a former Gryffindor. Tura had hailed from Slytherin. Tura was grinning madly. Did I? She cooed. Yes. All right then. Why don't you demonstrate a proper spell and see if his shield will hold? She said softly. Despite Hermione's protests, Ron angrily stood up and made his way to the front of the classroom, glaring at Neville all the time. Professor Tura stepped back and took a seat behind her desk at the head of the classroom. Mr. Weasley will be allowed to use one spell of his choosing to attempt to overcome Mr. Longbottom's shield. Nothing lethal or illegal is to be used. She then turned her head to Neville and winked at him, her gesture hidden from Ron by her long hair. Rebimiox Acceleratus. She mouthed to him. Neville nodded confidently to acknowledge the new spell and then looked over to Ron who had decided not to waste any time. Neville held up his wand and muttered, Rebimiox Acceleratus, as Ron shouted a very powerful hex. The hex flew across the room, propelled by Ron's smirk. However, it hit Neville's shield and rebounded much faster than it would have using the normal shield. Ron was hit by his own hex before he even knew that it had rebounded. Froth began to stream from his mouth as he hacked uncontrollably. Professor Tura stood up and motioned for Neville to take a seat. Thank you, Mr. Longbottom. She then pulled her wand and performed the counter curse which promptly solved Ron's most immediate problem. Today, our lesson was not necessarily about shield charms, she said as she gestured for Ron to resume his seat. Ron did so, shooting Neville a lethal glare. Not only do you need to approach a fight with speed, skill, and accuracy, but you must be in the appropriate mindset. Would anyone care to venture a guess as to what mindset that should or should not be? Obviously anger and arrogance are bad attitudes to start off a duel with. Parvati quickly said in response to the query. Tura nodded in agreement. Precisely. Take 10 for Gryffindor. Anger and arrogance may advance someone to a certain level. Voldemort is a prime example of this. He is a very arrogant man and most everything he does is out of anger, whether it be hot or cold. He's invincible, isn't he? Asked a fearful Hufflepuff. There was an abrupt stillness in the room as everyone looked at each other. No one had ever come right out and said that, but it had always been a present thought. Harry Potter might have had a chance, but it seemed that he was gone. The professor placed her hands on the desk and leaned forward, giving the whole class an intense stare. Make no mistake, Voldemort will fall. She then looked directly at Ron. See to it that you don't allow your own arrogance to lead to your fall. Silence reigned as Tura stood silent for effect. No one dared to say anything as she continued to look at them. Finally, relief came with the bell that signified the end of class. There will be an essay on arrogance and the fall of a Dark Lord of your choice due next time. Tura called out, Longbottom, would you please remain behind for a moment? Neville kindly did so, telling Parvati and Lavender that he would catch them up as soon as he was finished. He then approached Tura, who was sitting at her desk still. Was there anything you needed, Professor? The defense professor locked her impassive blue eyes on his own for a short time, seemingly staring deep into his soul and reading his thoughts and feelings. Finally she answered, Call me Crystal. All right, Crystal, Neville said boldly. Was there anything I could help you with? Yes, there was actually. She replied in kind. I'm aware of the existence of your little defense group, she said, smirking at the attempt Neville made to hide his shock. I've observed since the return of Voldemort that both the Ministry and Professor Dumbledore's little group seem to be acting inefficiently. I would like to join your group. Neville looked at her shrewdly. Was it possible that she was acting independently? Or was this a clever trap set up by Dumbledore and the Order? After thinking quickly, Neville decided that Snape would have forewarned him. However, it wouldn't do to throw caution to the wind. What makes you think there is such a group, and what makes you think such a group would be any better than what adults could do? I don't think there is such a group, Neville. No. How is that? A faint blush tinged her cheeks. I have certain skills that allow me to gather intelligence quite easily. Deception and secrets rarely escape my notice. Such skills could be useful, Neville reckoned. He still wasn't convinced, however. You didn't tell me why you thought such a group would be better than the Ministry or Dumbledore. I know what happened to Harry Potter, Crystal said contemptuously. He was imprisoned and is now on the loose. For some reason, I can't help but feel that he wouldn't run away from Voldemort or all of his classmates. I suspect that he and his power is behind your defense group. It was a good explanation, Neville admitted to himself. There was still one matter to clear up, however. If such a group were to exist, they would only be learning defense skills. You're a defense teacher. What's the point of joining? Do you really undervalue your talent and power that much? Tura asked. Even if there is nothing for me to learn, I could help teach. I can also serve as a connection to the Hogwarts staff. It can be helpful to have a friendly person of legal age. I'll think about it, Neville sighed. Let me get back to you. All right, that witch, Ron exclaimed angrily for perhaps the 10th time that night. He turned to Hermione, who was eagerly writing an essay for her arithmancy class. Did you see how she favored Neville? He always gets the points for Gryffindor. She always takes things easy on him. Hermione shrugged. What about teamwork for the house? Neville is a part of Gryffindor too, you know. I know, Ron barked. But that doesn't change the fact that she's clearly favoring him over me. I should be the best defense against the dark arts student now that Harry is off raiding Muggle towns or doing whatever an escaped convict does. Maybe he is better than you. Not you too, Ron nearly shouted in exasperation. Who too? Asked Ginny as she approached Ron and Hermione. She had just returned from a quick trip to the library for some homework on potions. Hermione sighed. Ron is angry because Professor Tura seems to be favoring Neville. That's hardly fair, frowned Ginny. I don't know, Hermione muttered, burying herself in her essay. Her doubts about the whole situation with Ron and the War of Voldemort were surfacing again. No matter how she looked at it, she could feel nothing but guilt. I really don't know. Ginny decided not to press Hermione in her uncomfortable state. Instead, she changed the subject. Weren't you two supposed to be working to investigate the existence of this defense group that you seem to think exists? I say that we confront Neville about it right now, Ron declared, quickly switching gears. Maybe we should talk to Professor Snape first. Hermione suggested. He is supposed to be helping us with this whole investigation. Ron snorted. Like he really cares about this whole thing. Besides, we don't have to tell Neville that we're onto him. I can be really subtle. He stood up and walked across the common room to where he spotted Neville working on a herbology project. Hermione and Ginny followed but kept their distance. They didn't want to be involved. Hey, Ron, how are you doing? Neville said cheerfully as he prodded a potted plant with his wand. Yeah, hi, how's your defense coming along? Neville smiled. I've improved a lot, especially since Harry gave us all a boost in DA. Practicing much? Well, for homework and stuff like that. Professor Tura does require us to make sure our spells get mastered after all. Neville replied. Ron narrowed his eyes. He wasn't going to get out of this that easily. You seem busy of late. Not around much now that I think about it. If you say so, why don't you come to DA anymore? Neville couldn't help but get a little cheeky at this point. Well, Harry hasn't called any meetings lately. A growl escaped Ron's thinned lips as he looked at Neville. Harry is gone. I'm in charge now. Funny, Neville said in a voice that brooked no opposition. I don't remember voting you in. James is a very good name, Bellatrix thought idly as she laid on her back and stared at the dark ceiling. It was quite late, but she was too excited to sleep. James Harry Potter. No, maybe James Harold Potter, or maybe just a plain H for the middle name that didn't represent anything. Then again, it could always end up being a girl. They would name that one Lily, of course, after his mother. The middle name could be Isabella or Belle. Bellatrix wasn't so sure about naming a child directly after herself though. She sighed as she turned over onto her side and looked over at Harry's sleeping form. Unfortunately, he had not gotten around to getting her pregnant yet, so going over names was a bit premature. All in good time, she whispered, smiling happily. Having nothing better to do, she rolled onto her stomach and waited to fall asleep. 347 sheep later, Bellatrix was still wide awake. She turned her head and looked at Harry again. It's not fair, she muttered to him. You could sleep through an earthquake while I can't even get to sleep in the first place. No response. Had she expected one? Not really. Deciding that since Harry could sleep through anything, and that she wasn't going to go to sleep, Bellatrix fumbled for her wand on the bedside stand. Lumos. She then placed the wand in a specially designed holder so that she could read without having to hold it. A book about countering dark spells was soon produced from a nearby bookshelf. That lasted for 10 whole minutes before it was returned to its resting place. A book about pregnancy and child care was furtively brought out from under the bed. Bellatrix propped herself up against the headboard and peacefully read until Harry suddenly let out a loud gasp and then drew his breath in sharply. She slammed the book shut and looked at him with wide eyes. Upon discovery that he was still asleep, she let out a breath that she had not realized she was holding. She wanted to wait for a little while before shoving baby literature on him. It was true that he was quite young. He needed time to get used to the idea. If he discovered her reading it now, he would feel obligated to join her despite his discomfort. Then he would be more uncomfortable. It was amazing that he was not totally against the idea. Any child of his would be in danger, especially if Voldemort wanted to attack him. However, she had considered this carefully before even proposing the idea to him. Dark Lords had broken themselves on the walls of Nerake. Anything in the fortress would be safe. Even if the child would not be safe, could they afford not to have a child? If anything happened to Harry, the House of Polarix would need to live on. Perhaps even if Harry did die, a son of his could have the power to take his place. This thought process did not continue on much longer because Bellatrix could not bear to dwell on the thought of her husband's potential death. Would pregnancy impede her? Probably. At first it would only cause some general discomfort. Eventually she would have a hard time getting around. It would be worth it though. Her thoughts were pulled away when she heard Harry draw another deep breath. Concern welled up inside her as he began to breathe deeper and more frequently. Was there something wrong? Bellatrix quickly put the book away and set to watching him sleep. After a few minutes of the hyperventilating, he began to toss and turn violently. Harry, are you okay? She said timidly. When he didn't respond, she watched and then decided that waking him up was the best option, if not the easiest. Gingerly, she tried to grab him and keep him from tossing. It was to no avail. He didn't want to be touched or held down. She let go of him and her eyes fell on her wand as an idea popped into her head. The wand was taken from the holder and used to douse Harry's face with cold water. It instantly woke him up and he groaned loudly. "Are you okay?" Bellatrix asked. "Just a nightmare," Harry said quietly. From their past conversations, Bellatrix knew full well what this meant. "I suppose that Voldemort is happy. How many Muggles died?" "None," Harry said. He was planning something. It had to do with Saint Mungo's. "That's not good. Can you remember anything else? A small detail. It could make all the difference, you know," Bellatrix coached. Harry sat silently as he raked his mind. Finally he answered, "No. I can't remember anything." "Maybe tomorrow then," Bellatrix said without much optimism. "Yeah," Harry said. Neville climbed and stood up on a large rock that rested in a peaceful clearing in the Forbidden Forest and surveyed all those who had gathered for the meeting. Snape had advised him that meetings at night and in the dungeons was too regular. Thus, he had decided to hold this meeting on a Friday afternoon. "Everybody quiet down," he called. Everyone silenced themselves and turned their attention from friends and surroundings to him. "This meeting of Potter's Legion is hereby called to order. The first order of business is the induction of a new member. We would like to welcome Professor Tura to our ranks." Neville gestured toward the defense teacher who had joined at the back of the crowd. Murmurs of surprise broke out as everyone turned and studied her. They had not expected a teacher to join, especially one that could be a spy. Neville had discussed the situation with Snape and Snape had agreed that Tura was probably a safe bet. "I assure you all that she is trustworthy," Neville said. Fortunately, no one seemed inclined to object to her presence. It probably helped that most of them held her in high esteem. Her classes were always entertaining and she wasn't an unfriendly teacher. "Next order of business is the latest from Harry," Neville said. "The Order of the Phoenix has decided not to acknowledge that anyone other than themselves did any real fighting at Hogsmeade. Harry thinks that it would be best if we allow them to think that." "That's ridiculous," called out a seventh-year Ravenclaw. "How can they just make that assumption?" Neville shrugged. "They're good at thinking up ridiculous things." In their not-so-humble opinions, Harry was guilty as sin when they threw him into Azkaban. Anyway, Harry apologizes to those of you who deserve recognition but won't get it. At this point in time, it is best that we remain silent and unseen. The statement was followed by a small amount of murmuring that soon died down. "That leads me to our next point," Neville continued. "Secrecy. There could be a lot of trouble for everyone here if our existence is discovered. If we are discovered, try your best to hide our connection with Harry. Do not go to Professor Snape for help if something comes up either." "Why not?" squeaked one of the few Slytherins who had joined the group. She was a first year who had made friends with Hufflepuff who had been friends with a Gryffindor. "Professor Snape could get into trouble for helping us." Everyone nodded in agreement. It wasn't as if Snape was the most friendly fellow around anyway. Another member of PL spoke up. "What do we do if it looks like we're in big trouble?" "Hide," Neville said. "Harry has certain authority around Hogwarts, so whatever you do, don't leave the Hogwarts grounds. Help can reach you here." He then spent several minutes instructing them on how to evade questions and the best ways to keep PL secret. They reviewed these tips almost every time they met, but it was still good to keep them fresh. Harry looked up from his copy of Manipulating Wizarding Governments: A Guide to Devious, Backhanded Politics, when Tess entered his study and cleared her throat. "Can I help you?" he asked her, putting the book down. "Yes, my lord," she said. "Emissaries representing some of your subject have arrived and request an audience with you at your earliest possible convenience. Would you be so inclined to meet with them at this time?" "Who are they?" Harry asked curiously. "The Ice People." Tess shook her head nervously. "No, not the Ice People. These people represent the inhabitants of one of the islands that you have dominion over. They're normal humans, aside from the fact that they are all sorcerers." "Which island is that?" "They hail from the dread island of Trascoban, my lord," Tess said uncomfortably. "Count Hiskifny is Polarix's steward over Trascoban." These emissaries come from him. Harry nodded thoughtfully. I suppose that I'll meet with them in the throne room. He stood up, put his book down, and made his way out the room and down toward the large hall with Tess lagging behind. I don't suppose that you would consider explaining why the emissaries from Trascoban make you so nervous. Harry said to her. It's just that the inhabitants of Trascoban are not very friendly. Tess gulped. Uninvited visitors to their island have a tendency to not leave the island alive. It is said that their sorcerers practice the darkest of dark magic. She paused and then continued speaking with a nervous whisper. It is also said that one of Count Hiskofny's ancestors was the one who created Dementors. I see, Harry said thoughtfully as they entered the massive room. It seemed that Bellatrix had also heard of the visitors and was already standing on the dais next to her own chair. I'm glad you're here, he said, giving her a smile. Bellatrix smiled back and then her countenance turned grave. Tess has probably explained all she knows about Trascoban. Whatever you do, don't give the emissaries an inch if they are here to ask for things. The last thing you need is Trascobanians thinking they can circumvent you. I hope to make use of them, Harry stated as he thought about his plans. If he wanted to be able to stand up to Britain, his own dominion needed to be in order. That would be impossible if any of the inhabitants of the north were at odds with each other. He sat down, followed by Bellatrix as every single one of his bodyguards arrived and took their stations near the throne and around the room. Their magic can be useful, especially in wars. The doors opened and several men clad in black outfits with what appeared to be black dragonhide armor strode in arrogantly. Harry watched them. He sensed no ill will from them, but these men were different. A few moments later, they were arrayed before Earl of the North, having no qualms about staring him in the eye. The one who appeared to be their leader spoke up. Lord Hiskofny, the Count of Trascoban, sends his regards to the House of Polarix and the Earl of the North. We hereby reaffirm his house's commitments to your house. Quote, the House of Polarix is happy to welcome Count Hiskofny's emissaries to Nerike. Harry stated formally, it is my wish to strengthen the North and I hope that your lord will see fit to stand at my side when I reveal myself to the world and began to assert myself against Lord Voldemort. The lead emissary nodded and fell back. Another one of the emissaries stepped up and gave a minor bow to Harry. I am Count Hiskofny. Forgive me for the deception, my lord. I felt that it was necessary, considering that the House of Polarix and my ancestors have not always been on the friendliest of terms. Harry's first reaction was to curse himself for being deceived so easily. As soon as he recovered from this, he turned his attention to his ring to see if it could explain what the Count had meant about not being on the friendliest of terms. It revealed that House of Hiskofny had attempted to usurp Polarix for the earldom of the North at one point in time. A study of Count Hiskofny soon followed. Harry observed that he appeared to be nearly 50 years old. The Count's former dark hair was slowly going gray. Harry then looked into his emotionless black eyes before responding. I suppose I can understand your motives, Harry said slowly. I am glad, Hiskofny said. However, I would like to give you a token of my loyalty. What token is that? Hiskofny cleared his throat. Your staff has no doubt informed you of the fact that I and my fellow subjects on Trascoban are sorcerers and that we practice magic that is rather dark. I freely admit that. Harry looked at the Count appraising Ly. I don't understand what you're getting at. Recently, we were approached by messengers from Lord Voldemort, the Count said. I would have you know that though our ways are dark and our customs probably quite evil according to your standards, we are not Muggle killers or torturers. We are not, nor will we ever be Death Eaters. I would certainly like to think that you are not Death Eaters, Harry said carefully. Hiskofny smiled predatorily. I would like you to know so. He then gestured to one of the emissaries who was holding black case. The emissary strode forward and took his place next to Count Hiskofny. The Count then spoke as he opened the box and reached his hand in while the emissary held it. This is the welcome that Death Eaters can expect on Trascoban. He drew his hand out and with it came the decapitated head of Rodolphus Lestrange. I present this trophy to the House of Polarix. Everybody in the room with the exception of Trascoban's emissaries let out a shuddering gasp. Bile rose in Harry's throat as he looked at Hiskofny's trophy. Next to him, Harry could hear Bellatrix holding back a startled exclamation of surprise. He unconsciously reached his hand over to hers and gave it a comforting squeeze. Harry's ring was quick to appraise him on the customs of Trascoban. According to Trascobanian custom, Count Hiskifny had just formally declared war on Lord Voldemort and loyalty to Harry by presenting Lestrange's head to him. Though the gesture was disgusting, Harry had to acknowledge that it was the thought that counted. Now, what to do with a head? Harry came up with the most diplomatic solution possible. House Polarix expresses its gratitude to House Hiskifny. Harry said regally, I am glad to have you on my side and assure you that I now know that you are no Death Eater. Hiskifny nodded and put the head back into the box. I am pleased, my lord. What would you have me do to serve you? Harry grimaced as he watched the emissary close the box. If you don't want to keep that head, send it to Voldemort, would you? And then would you be so kind as to call on me next week so we can have a meeting to discuss our future plans as to Britain and Voldemort? Of course, my lord, Count Hiskifny said in a pleased voice. I shall now take my leave. He and his followers gave Harry a short bow and then strode from the throne room looking very pleased with the results of their visit. Harry then promptly dismissed Tess and the bodyguards from the room. As soon as they were gone, Bellatrix let out a sigh and slumped in her less ornate throne. I think that I am going to vomit, she announced weakly. The house sprite magic promptly provided a pan in which she could do so. She took them up on it. As soon as she was done she sat back weakly and closed her eyes. I know what you're going to say, Harry. It isn't your fault. Rodolphus was a bad man and his end was somewhat fitting. Actually, Harry replied, I was afraid that you would be mad at me for allying with them despite the fact that they slaughtered him. She opened her eyes and looked at him. Why would I be? You didn't tell them to decapitate him. Besides, he was a Death Eater. I gave them the impression that such acts were praiseworthy. Harry countered. Bellatrix nodded slowly. Yes, you did. That doesn't change much, however. Rodolphus was a dead man for even touching the soil of Trascoban. For all you know, he was dead before they harvested his head and brought it to you. So then I approved of act of killing anyone who trespasses on their island. Actually, one of your predecessors approved, not you, came the trademark dry voice of Regens, Harry's personal secretary. He appeared a moment later with a short pop and smiled at the look on Harry and Bellatrix's faces. I'm sorry to intrude, but I thought it necessary before you got worked up over a non-issue. Bellatrix smiled weakly at Regens. I'm glad that you did. Harry seems to have a habit of blaming himself for a great deal of things that are not his fault. She turned to him and took his hand. With authority comes responsibility. It's possible to take too much responsibility though. Regens nodded in agreement and then began to explain what his earlier comment had meant. Of all the residents in your dominion, the Count of Trascoban has the most autonomy. Some men who have held that position have even gone so far as to say that you hold no dominion over the island. In fact, during the reign of Lord Polarix Ix, the Countess of Trascoban sieged Nerike. Your point? Harry inquired. Sorry for wandering, my lord. The ghost said. Anyway, Trascoban is recognized as private property. For their loyalty and alliance in the political sector, the House of Polarix grants Trascoban complete sovereignty and autonomy. Technically, what they do on that island is none of your business. Even if you didn't want them to kill trespassers, there would be nothing you could do about it. I see. I'm glad, my lord. Regens then disappeared. Bellatrix smiled and squeezed Harry's hand. See, not your fault. If you do want to blame someone though, blame Voldemort. He's the one who sent Rodolphus and other fellow Death Eaters to Trascoban. Harry nodded sadly. Everything that has been going wrong can pretty much be traced to him. I suppose so, Bellatrix said quietly. I think that I shall return to my work in the library. It will help keep my mind off things. She then stood up and walked out of the room, leaving Harry to contemplate life as he surveyed his empty throne room. Who was to blame? Voldemort, of course. Then again, he had the power to kill Voldemort, didn't he? So, if he did nothing with that power, then he would be held to blame. On the other hand, it wasn't as if Harry had forced Voldemort to do what he did. Who was better, a man who used his talents for evil, or a man who did not use his talents at all? It all depends on how you look at it, Harry concluded. So many decisions and so many points of view. His reverie was interrupted when one of the doors slammed open and a grumpy woman carrying a bucket of water stomped in. Upon closer inspection, Harry realized that it was Narcissa. She had not noticed him, however, so he did nothing to remedy it as she got on her knees and began to scab the floor with a sponge produced from the depths of the foamy water in the bucket. Narcissa's hair style was now quite simple, yet good-looking. The same went with her dress and general appearance. Apparently she had been making enough money from her services to live as a typical servant did. Harry's plan to put her in a situation faced by many who actually had to work for their living had apparently been successful. The question was now whether or not she was learning the lesson that she was supposed to learn. Did she have any more respect for those who had been formerly below her? Unable to resist the urge, Harry reached out with his legilimency skills and gingerly touched her mind so as not to alert her to his snooping presence. He was quickly disappointed. All Narcissa could see was that the spoiled boy who lived was forcing her to do servant stuff. She was afraid of him and continually wondered what Bellatrix saw in him. With an inward sigh, Harry withdrew. She did not seem to understand that the attitudes of herself, ex-husband, and Voldemort caused pain to so many people. Maybe she needed to be exposed to more of the harsh realities of the world. I'll have to arrange for her to experience some reality as soon as I get the chance, Harry decided. Alastor Moody paced outside the ward at St. Mungo's in which the Longbottoms were permanently hospitalized. He was waiting for Mrs. Longbottom, Neville's formidable grandmother, to finish inside with them. Neville had asked Moody to go and see if he could assess his grandmother's attitude toward one Harry Potter. She was certainly against Lord Voldemort, but she wasn't a particularly active member in the Order of the Phoenix. If the results of today's meeting were favorable, Mrs. Longbottom would find out about both Harry Potter and her son's involvement with Potter's Legion. The door to the ward opened and Mrs. Longbottom walked out of it in her usual vulture hat with the big handbag. She smiled at Moody. "Thank you for waiting, Alastor. I've just received some rather pleasant news from one of the healers." "Oh, what was that, ma'am?" Moody asked politely as they made their way down the hall and eventually toward the apparition point. "Frank and Alice seemed more responsive to my voice and presence today," Mrs. Longbottom pronounced proudly. "The ward's resident healer seems to think that this is a sign that they are coming out of their mental condition. He thinks that frequent visits from family members would help their recovery immensely." Moody smiled at Mrs. Longbottom. "That's wonderful news. I imagine that maybe a visit from Neville could do wonders as well. Do you have any plans to have him visit soon?" She shrugged indifferently. "When school gets out, I suppose. They would hardly recognize him, I think. Besides, I would not want to get his hopes up for nothing." The healer stressed that maybe they would go back to normal within a few days or weeks. "At least they're still alive," Moody said carefully, making an attempt to segue the conversation into a discussion about the Potter family and then on to Harry. "Ah, yes, the Potters. Do you know how young Harry is these days?" Mrs. Longbottom said, unknowingly taking Moody's bait. "Well," Moody said as he launched into the whole story. A half hour and several blocks down the street later, he had related the whole story concerning Harry and Potter's Legion. Neville's grandmother had shown little emotion throughout, and Moody hoped that he had not just made a mistake. Mrs. Longbottom smiled. "The whole thing with young Mr. Potter seems rather confusing, Alastor. I can't help but be proud of Neville though. He's become a natural-born leader. I reckon that the skill will come in handy." "Yes, I'm sure it will. I was wondering if you would consider working with those of us who believe Harry innocent against you-know-who," Moody said hopefully. Longbottom sighed. "Of course I'll help. Potter is likely not happy with certain people in our world right now. We need people that he would have no enmity against. I can't guarantee my skill in a fight with Death Eaters, however. Not everyone has to be a front-line fighter," Moody said wisely as he thought about the situation with Frank and Alice. Though Mrs. Longbottom seemed to be on his side, there would still be no convincing of her to allow Neville to visit his parents before the end of the term at Hogwarts. In his not-so-humble opinion, he thought that Neville should visit as soon as possible. Not only that, if the Longbottoms were to recover. Harry looked thoughtfully at the conference table and chairs which dominated the small room in Nereke that he now stood in. His studies had excelled greatly, and according to Bellatrix, he could easily rival any of the best duelists of the wizarding world. That meant that there was no longer any excuse for him not to do anything against Voldemort. This meeting would set things in motion. There was a knock on the double doors, and it opened to reveal Bess, who bowed formally to Harry. "My Lord Polarix, may I present Lord Hiskifny, Count of Trascoban." The Count then strode in with a feral grin, and Harry gave a smile while holding out his hand. "I'm pleased that you could come, Count." Hiskifny took Harry's hand and shook it firmly. "It is of course an honor, my lord." Harry considered asking him to call him Harry, but decided against it. Count Trascoban seemed to be set on formality, and Harry needed all the presence of authority that he could get at this meeting and the many others to follow. However, he still spoke. "I hope that you don't mind, but I also invited Queen Zerina to attend this meeting as well." "Not at all," the Count replied magnanimously. "Good," Harry said as he gestured for the Count to take a chair. The Count did so, and he followed suit. Why was he being so friendly? Weren't the relations between Hiskifny and Polarix tense at the best of times? The ring quickly informed him that Count had gained quite a bit of status by allying with Polarix. Harry put his mind at rest knowing that the Count had no ulterior motives that would harm him. After a very short wait, Bess presented Queen Zerina. The two men stood up and welcomed her before all three sat down. "I had not expected to see you here, Count," Zerina said, with a surprised smile. "Well, here I am," Hiskifny said as a nervous smile crossed his lips. Harry watched them thoughtfully. Apparently the two rulers knew each other or had at least met at some point in time prior to the meeting. That could be good, or bad. Nevertheless, it was time to press on with his goals. "I've called you both here so that we can discuss the upcoming hostilities with Lord Voldemort." "What makes you so certain that such fighting will occur?" Zerina asked. "Because I am against what Voldemort is doing, and if I don't go against him, he'll try to kill me anyway," Harry said. "It will be only a matter of time before the fighting comes to our doorstep. I think that we would be better off fighting at his doorstep." Hiskifny nodded, this time with a more serious attitude. "Yes, war will come eventually. I've already refused an alliance with Voldemort. In his eyes, I am now the enemy. Whether or not I am his enemy, he will come against me once Britain falls." "Point conceded," Zerina said. "Good," Harry stated. "However, this war will not as simple as killing Voldemort. The Ministry of Magic is against me personally, and at this point in time, barely acknowledges that Voldemort is a force to be reckoned with. We will have to change that. The Ministry must acknowledge fully the dangers it will soon face." "Yes, that does make it a little more difficult," Hiskifny muttered thoughtfully as he considered what Harry had said. "I take it that you don't want to wage total war against this ministry. Would that be correct?" Harry nodded. "There are many good people who work in the ministry. Their leadership is just a bit awry. Basically, I want to fix the ministry and then do whatever I can against Voldemort. Diplomacy for the ministry, war against the Death Eaters," Zerina said, summing up Harry's basic goal. Hiskifny nodded sensibly. "That will work. I suggest that you divide your efforts between working with the Ministry of Magic and fighting against Voldemort. I would gladly volunteer to lead any forces or expeditions that are sent against Death Eaters. I also have some contacts in the ministry and other places that could prove to be useful. I can help with diplomacy." Zerina volunteered. "You can appoint me as some sort of ambassador or liaison to make it more official. Then of course, the Ice Army is yours to use." "Okay, that sounds like a good setup," Harry said. "I can't think of a way to deploy our forces unless we have intelligence that is quick enough to get us to any Death Eater attacks. So, Hiskifny, why don't you assemble a small group force that is ready to go at a moment's notice in the case that we are alerted to some sort of attack?" "As you wish, my lord," Hiskifny said readily. "Zerina, get ready to open negotiations with the Ministry of Magic. You should probably try to connect their law enforcement assets with our own group so that we can help fight. Any intelligence they can provide will be valuable. However, do not let them know who I am. If they know that they're dealing with Harry Potter, it will sour everything up before it even starts," Harry instructed. "Of course," Zerina said. Hiskifny then cleared his throat. "I just thought of something." Where does the special force stay and how do you contact it yourself and let them know when to move? I didn't think of that. Harry mused. It would depend, I suppose. Are you going to have your people in the group, or a combination of ice people and your people? For the sake of simplicity, let's just stick with my people for now, the Count decided. Harry nodded and he tried to think up a way for him to communicate quickly with the Count. Finally a solution presented itself and saved Harry some thought. The ring glowed and Harry realized that he could connect other rings to it. Do you have a ring or a piece of jewelry that you wear often? Just my signet ring, the Count replied. That will do, Harry announced as he held up the hand with the ring. Touch your ring to mine and that will connect them. We then can communicate through them without thoughts. Zirina held out her hand which also bore a ring and smiled. Don't leave me out. The three leaders then touched the faces of their rings to each other at the same time and the rings all glowed for a brief amount of time. When the light coming from them faded away, Harry gave the system a test run. Can you hear me? He thought, directing his mind toward the ring and then by proxy to Hiskifni and Zirina. Two separate voices chimed in his head, I can. Harry smiled happily. Good. Now that we can communicate like that, you can just station the forces you assemble on your own island for now. They then decided on a date for their next meeting and then adjourned. Neville strolled down the hall after having a conversation with Professor Tura which brought her up to speed on all the events that had occurred during the year with regard to Potter's Legion. She seemed to be very concerned about fitting in with the group and often asked if the fact that she had never met Harry would matter. He assured her that it likely wouldn't. Constant vigilance, roared a familiar voice just as Neville stepped past a statue which depicted one of the founders. Neville rolled his eyes without even blinking. You're going to have to find a new way to surprise me, Moody. You've used that one on me too often. If you take that attitude, then things that would be considered normal will take you by surprise every time, lad. Mad Eye lectured as he removed his invisibility cloak and fell into step with Neville as he made his way down the hall. Sure, Neville said, not quite understanding what Moody was trying to get at. He wasn't willing to try and figure the whole thing out though, it would only confuse him more. I don't suppose that you came to call on a social visit. Moody shook his head gravely. I am afraid that I've come to discuss a slightly personal matter. Is there a place in which we can have a private conversation and not be overheard? An amused snort came from Neville. In this castle, the walls have ears. There are a lot of walls. Try your best to find a suitable accommodation. Moody instructed dryly. As you wish, Neville snickered. He abruptly turned into a door that they came upon and entered the room. Moody's face blanched when he saw that the door had a sign on it proclaiming the room to be a girl's restroom. If Myrtle isn't here. Moody shook his head and closed the door with a locking charm. They did not need anybody walking in on them like this. Neville, meanwhile, methodically opened all the stalls to check for interlopers and found none. Myrtle was not present. Moody spoke when Neville signaled that all was clear. First of all, son, what did you mean by the walls having ears? Apparently, I'm the prime suspect in the school's investigation against the leader of this rogue defense group that seems to be meeting under everyone's noses. Neville said, I've had Dumbledore, McGonagall, and other Order members trailing me everywhere. I see. Neville pulled out his wand and conjured a pair of chairs for them to sit in. What did you want to talk about? Moody sighed and took one of the offered seats. I wanted to talk about your parents, Neville. He held his hands up when he saw Neville's expression change. Hear me out. I was at St. Mungo's today to meet with your grandmother about Potter. Oh, how did that go? Neville interrupted, interested to hear about his grandmother's position before they moved on to the serious things. She seems to be willing to support us. Moody answered. The point is that when she came out, she told me that your parents seem to have improved a bit. Neville looked at Moody as excitement slowly welled up inside him. Really? How so? They seem to be more responsive to other people. Moody revealed. He then continued to explain everything that Mrs. Longbottom had told him after she had visited them and then finished with his grandmother's decision to wait till summer to let him visit. Joy seemed to be bursting from Neville, though he was doing his best to retain his reserve and not let it overcome him. He was disappointed, however. Summer wasn't really all that far away, but it was still a while away. Then he realized that the aged Auror had not come to Hogwarts to taunt him. There's more to this. What is it? A pause followed before Moody explained. Before the First War ended, your parents were developing a rather important spell that we hoped would be able to take you-know-who down once and for all. Would it have taken him down? Neville asked carefully. Without a doubt. No one is really sure about that, Alistair answered. The spell was designed to target the core of evil in a person, at least that's how your parents described it. Even if it was not capable of being efficiently used against you-know-who, it would be able to at least fight evil in any way that it was manifested. Interesting, Neville said as he carefully dissected the new information. Moody was content to wait him out. Finally, Neville came to some conclusions. You think that it would be helpful if my parents recovered and were able to complete the spell? Yes, Moody said affirmatively. Their prognosis is positive right now. There's a small chance of complete recovery. I think that if you were able to visit with them, they might somehow improve more. Unfortunately, your grandmother isn't inclined to let you visit for a while. The sooner the better, I think. The teenage boy had already come to these conclusions about his parents, however. The ex-Auror had not gotten to it yet, but Neville was quite sure that he would propose that he sneak away from Hogwarts and visit on a weekend or night. Would it be worth the risk though? We should ask Harry what the best step is, Neville said to Moody. If he says to go ahead, then I'm all for visiting my parents as soon as possible. Of course, Moody said, pleased that the boy had been able to grasp the meaning and necessity of the situation by himself. He was truly becoming quite mature. Send an owl to Harry tonight though. Why? The Dark Lord knew of your parents' work. It won't be long before he hears about their improving condition. The blood drained from Neville's face and he gave Moody a hasty goodbye before making his way to the Ollery, already conjuring the necessary writing utensils. Harry studied a very tense Neville from across the dining room table in Narracay. He had received an urgent letter from Neville quite late in the evening and had decided that it would be best for all parties concerned if the whole situation was discussed immediately. A portkey had been instantly mailed, and as soon as Neville had arrived, Harry arranged for a midnight snack of sorts. So, should I visit my parents before the end of term or not? Neville asked, realizing that despite his strong feelings on the situation, Harry might possibly be able to see it from a clearer point of view. A smile crossed Harry's face. Only if you can ensure that you don't get caught. They would expel you from Hogwarts for sure if you were caught off the grounds like that. He then grew somber as he continued to address Neville. It's not whether or not you should visit that bothers me about the situation. Voldemort, Neville supplied. Yes, Harry nodded. I'm not sure as to whether it can be done or not, but Street Mungo's should have its security staff increased somehow. Maybe it would even be best to move your parents to a safer location. To where? Maybe here. I don't know the extent of your parents' condition though. Would it be even safe to move them? Harry mused as he grabbed a small sandwich from a silver platter and shoved it into his mouth. Realizing that despite his frequent visits, he still didn't know that sort of information, Neville shrugged. If I visit, I could try to find out more about the situation. There's always the possibility that what they were working on could be helpful to you as well. You've already sold me on visiting them. There would be nothing I would want more if I were in your position, Harry declared with a grin. I'm sure that they could help as well. I would advise visiting them late at night and if possible, on a weekend. The regular staff won't be at the hospital and therefore, the normal staff won't tattle on you. Get Moody or someone to help make you a portkey. What about security? I'll talk to Bellatrix about that. She knows more about my power over St. Mungo's since she's the one who went and bought it. Harry answered as he picked up the rubber ducky that had served as Neville's portkey and reset it for Hogwarts. Neville grinned. Thanks, Harry. He then disappeared. My pleasure, Harry said pleasantly to no one in particular as he realized that he was actually fairly sleepy. He then quickly made his way up to his room and attempted to climb into bed as silently as possible so as not to wake Bellatrix. His attempts failed however, evidenced by Bellatrix rolling over and cuddling up to him. She didn't say anything, but Harry was pretty sure that she had stayed awake waiting for him. He smiled, basking in the feeling of being loved by someone so dearly. Are you sure that no one is going to give us a second glance? Lavender demanded in a fierce whisper, and she, Neville, and Parvati walked through the halls of St. Mungo's to the ward that the Longbottoms resided in. Parvati rolled her eyes. Why would they? That receptionist lady was surprised that we even bothered to check in. Crappy security if you ask me. Well, who visits their poor dying relatives late on a weekend? Lavender demanded. Someone will realize that we're Hogwarts students and then we'll get caught for sneaking out of the castle. People like us, Neville answered for Parvati. And my parents are not dying for your information. He was too excited to take consequence of Lavender's comments, however. Snape had reassured them before they left that he did not think that Voldemort even considered the Longbottoms a threat. That would simplify things. The three teens quickly arrived at the appropriate ward, and both Parvati and Lavender elected to wait outside the door while Neville had some time with his parents. They did not really want to interfere. Neville was relieved because he feared that strange people might hinder his efforts. He quickly entered the ward, careful not to disturb any of the patients that might be sleeping. Fortunately for him, Lockhart, who was still a resident, was conked out. To his delight, his parents seemed to be playing some sort of card game at a table. Unfortunately, the game didn't look particularly active, more like a play that had been performed one too many times. Gingerly, Neville approached them. Mom, Dad, can you hear me? There was no response, though the monotonous card game seemed to slow a bit, almost as if something was distracting the mentally incompetent couple. Further attempts to get their attention with his voice failed, so he finally gave up and approached them. Neville tapped his mother on the shoulder and she still failed to respond. He got the same result with his father. He sighed and pulled a chair to the table and sat at it, forcing the couple to at least see him somehow. As soon as he sat down, they looked at him, somehow sensing the intrusion upon their game. Neville knew very well that this was of course normal behavior. Most patients like this would not respond to the same stimulus, but the couple had been Aurors. It was hardwired into them to at least acknowledge any sort of movement around them. Mom, Dad, it's me, your son, Neville said, his voice shaking despite his best attempts to hide his anguish. There was no response from Frank, but Alice's sapphire blue eyes seemed to gain an awareness for a short moment. It faded away quickly, however. Despite the disappointment, Neville could help but feel that progress had definitely been made. A second attempt at trying to talk to Frank and Alice was ruined when the door to the ward flew open with a loud bang, admitting a very distraught Parvati whose wand was drawn. Neville, we have company. Section break. Hermione wrote the last word on her history essay with a flourish and smiled. The last of her homework was officially finished and she would have the rest of the weekend to relax with herself and Ron. She looked across the table at Ron, who was playing with a Quidditch model as he planned for the next game. She was just about to ask him about his game plans when the portrait hole opened to admit Professor McGonagall, who looked to be in a panicked state. Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, please report to Professor Dumbledore's office immediately. Bring your cloaks and a wand. The aged professor then left. Without wasting a single moment, both Ron and Hermione leapt up and ran to their separate dormitories to retrieve their cloaks before running with each other down to the headmaster's office. When they arrived, they found several order members gathered. Professor Dumbledore had just began to address them all when they arrived. Death Eaters are attacking St. Mungo's as we speak. I don't think I need to describe the potential casualties that could occur. A team needs to be immediately assembled to assist the Ministry in putting the attackers down. We can go, Ron volunteered as Hermione nodded fiercely. It's not as if we can stay behind to help with any casualties or to deal with Ministry officials. Several other order members volunteered, and then Dumbledore assigned others to stay behind in his office to keep latecomers appraised as to the current situation. Send Moody and anyone else with fighting skills to St. Mungo's when they arrive, he directed as he made a portkey to take them all to the front entrance of the hospital. Section break. What kind of company? Neville asked as he quickly drew his wand and stood up from his parents' card table. Parvati looked behind her before answering. Death Eaters. I don't know how many. Lavender and I managed to stun a scout that came up to this floor. From the racket downstairs, I would estimate that there are quite a few. Neville bit his tongue to keep from uttering a curse. How could the Death Eaters be so mean as to decide to attack a load of helpless wizards and witches in a hospital? There were probably children too. Goosebumps popped up all over his skin as he realized that the Death Eaters were probably here for his parents. They'll be coming up to this floor eventually, Neville announced as he stepped outside into the hall with Parvati to join Lavender, who was looking up and down the hall with a panicked look on her face. You two can take the portkey back to Hogwarts, I'll stay to help defend. Parvati stiffened for a moment and then shared a glance with Lavender before speaking. We're staying with you, Neville. We want to help defend the hospital and your parents just as much as you do. If that's what you want, Neville said with a little hesitation. He took a look down the hall. Which way would the Death Eaters come to access this floor? Can they get up from both ways? I don't think so, Lavender said slowly as she gestured toward the mostly empty hallway. I don't think that they can get up here from that way. Neville smiled. That's a small relief. He then turned the opposite way and briskly walked toward the staircase. Parvati and Lavender promptly made to follow him, but as soon as they got close to the staircase, a Death Eater came rushing up. Stupefy, cried Neville. The Death Eater, taken by surprise, didn't even get his own curse shot off before he fell. Round 1 for the good guys, Parvati crowed. Very funny, Neville said dryly as they clambered down the staircase. They didn't meet any other Death Eaters until they reached the next floor down. Don't let yourselves get too distracted while fighting. Section break. The portkey activated and Ron, Hermione, Dumbledore, and several other Order members found themselves on the main floor of St. Mungo's in the middle of a massive skirmish between Death Eaters and the small hospital staff. Stunners at will, Dumbledore commanded. Try to take as many of them alive as possible. Make sure that their fellow Death Eaters aren't able to revive them though. Without waiting another moment, Ron and Hermione jumped into the fight, fiercely shooting off stunners and other hexes at every Death Eater that could be seen. Hermione noticed that the Death Eaters seemed to be falling a little too easily to the forces at hand. She shrugged this off as she zapped another masked and cloaked figure into oblivion. In just a few moments, everybody wearing black with white masks was down and Ron was madly laughing at their fallen opponents. It was then that Hermione noticed 3 people that should not have been there. Neville, Parvati, Lavender, she questioned loudly. This drew the attention of Professor Dumbledore, who quickly spotted the 3 Hogwarts students as well. Mr. Longbottom, I must ask what you and your 2 friends are doing here. Just thought that we could lend a helping hand, Parvati said, smiling rather nervously. I don't remember you coming with us, Ron said fiercely. Dumbledore motioned for silence with his hand as he studied the Neville and the 2 girls intently. You were here before the attack begun, weren't you? I assume that you heard about your parents' improved condition and decided to visit them. So what if I did? Neville asked, knowing full well what Dumbledore would say, but still feeling belligerent nevertheless. You were in violation of several school rules, Dumbledore said coldly. You could have been injured or even killed. Make no mistake, Mr. Longbottom, Miss Pottle, and Miss Brown, you are all in serious trouble for leaving the school grounds like this. As soon. The sentence was left uncompleted as an extremely loud explosion rocked the foundations of the hospital. Despite the fact that all the Death Eaters seemed to be down, someone was still firing curses at something. Everyone except Dumbledore froze, waiting for it to happen again. The aged professor swiftly made his way to one of the fallen figures and ripped a mask off to reveal a featureless blob for a face. Dummies, Dumbledore exclaimed angrily. The hospital is still under attack. These were only decoys. Everyone started to get ready for another round, but Neville, Parvati, and Lavender were interrupted by Dumbledore. You 3 will be returning to Hogwarts immediately. As soon as you get back, we'll deal with your delinquency. He then shoved a foot-long stick into their hands. This is a one-time emergency portkey. Say the name of the place you want to go and it will take you there. Now go back to Hogwarts and wait for me in my office. Do you really think that you can face this attack with your forces alone? I doubt that the Ministry will do anything in time, Neville asked defiantly. Professor Dumbledore refused to answer, but the looks that the Order members were shooting each other was evidence enough of their lack of capability to face a full-fledged Death Eater attack. Another explosion punctuated Neville's conclusion. That is none of your concern. You are not qualified to fight in a situation like this. Now go, Dumbledore said to Neville. Neville grinned cheekily. I'll go. He then made sure that Parvati and Lavender had a firm grip on the portkey. Seeing that this was the case, he said the name of his destination quietly. Narake. Section break. Feeling himself being shaken, Harry woke up to find a very anxious-looking Tess peering into his bleary eyes. My lord, there's a Death Eater attack in progress. Harry sat up and glanced at a nearby clock. It told him that he had only been asleep for a very short while. He looked around and saw Neville, Parvati, and Lavender standing behind Tess. What is happening? He asked them, dreading the answer. We went to visit my parents at St. Mungo's and a whole lot of Death Eaters started attacking. Neville explained. He then went on to recount all that had happened up to the point when he and the girls portkeyed away. You'll have to get back to Hogwarts to avoid any further trouble. Harry decided as he quickly thought up several potential solutions. I would let you fight, but I do believe that I have the resources to deal with this and you're already in enough trouble. He quickly reached over and gently prodded Bellatrix, who was close to waking up. She woke up and took in the scene silently before speaking. Let me guess, Street Mungo's. How did you know? Harry asked with a frown. Lucky guess. Bellatrix yawned. Deciding not to press the matter any further, Harry turned back to Neville. Once you get back to Hogwarts, do whatever you can to make sure you don't get expelled immediately. I'll try to get there before anything serious happens. Would they expel us? Parvati asked, looking shocked. Probably, Harry answered. Neville, what would you like me to do about your parents? Would you like me to try and move them here? That might be the safest option. There was a short silence before Neville answered. I'll trust you to do what you think is best. Good, I'll try not to disappoint you. Harry replied. He hopped out of bed and grabbed his wand. Here, I'll reset your one-time portkey. Dumbledore won't even have to know that you made a slight detour on the way here. Lavender handed him the stick and Harry promptly recast the spell that had been on the stick before. That should do it, he said as he handed it back to them. Don't tell anyone about our meeting until I tell you that it's okay. Will do, Neville said. You aren't unhappy about this, are you? Why would I be? Harry inquired. It's not your fault. Neville nodded happily. I'll let you do what you have to then. He then activated the portkey, leaving he, Bella, and Tess alone in the room. There's bound to be quite a few casualties, Harry stated as he quickly made his way over to his wardrobe and began to dress, choosing a set of black robes with silver embroidery on the arms and collar. I'll go to St. Mungo's and get Hiskifny and his team to come with me. You two prepare to take on casualties and patients from the hospital. I don't know if the hospital will still be standing when all is said and done. We don't have very many doctors on hand, Bellatrix pointed out. Choosing to wait for a moment to respond to Bellatrix's comment, Harry activated his link with Zerina through the ring. A short conversation later, he had the guarantee that several doctors would be on their way to Narake immediately. Zerina is sending some, Harry said. Bellatrix nodded happily and then joined Harry to help him strap on his plate and then cloak while he arranged for reinforcements with Count Hiskifny through the ring connection. You'll have one advantage at least, Bellatrix said. You own the controlling shares of stock for St. Mungo's. You can just take charge on grounds that it's your property. I imagine that it will come in handy, Harry said as he quickly checked to make sure that both his wands were ready. Nailoff. The captain of his bodyguard entered the room very quickly. Harry attributed it to the fact that he had probably been waiting for a summons. Yes, my lord. Assemble some of your men. We're going to break a Death Eater raid, Harry commanded. I've already assembled a squad, sir. Nailoff replied with a grin. Several men then entered the room and took their places behind the captain. We're ready when you are. Good, Harry said. Bellatrix hugged Harry and pecked him on the lips. Try to avoid injury, she told him softly. Portkey all the casualties to the main entrance hall. We'll figure out what to do with them from there. Harry smiled at her and then pulled his black ash wand from its holster. The bodyguards followed suit, and they quickly apparated to the battle. Hopefully, the Count of Trascoban had been successful in getting his men to the correct rendezvous location. Section break. Drop your wands, Lucius Malfoy commanded as he grinned at the surrounded Order members. He had chosen to remove his mask while all the other Death Eaters holding their wands on the prisoners kept them on. Resistance is futile. The Ministry will most certainly not come thanks to my arrangements, and you can only die if you fight. Hermione was very confused. If this had been a simple raid, then the Death Eaters would have retreated at the first sign of resistance. Voldemort certainly wanted raids, but he didn't want Death Eaters to die unless he was after something. Several Death Eaters had died during the fighting. What do you want here? She demanded. Take a wild guess. Lucius laughed. I bet that Dumbledore has a pretty good idea. You won't get away with this. Dumbledore advised. Besides, is it worth it to have so many crimes over your head just for the blood of 2 Aurors who couldn't harm you if they tried? Lucius shook his head disbelievingly. Do you really think that they couldn't harm us? There are powers rising that could very well heal the Longbottoms. But you're too blind to realize that, aren't you? You were certainly blind enough to send Potter to Azkaban, weren't you? I bet he could have healed the Longbottoms. Could and would are not the same, Malfoy. Dumbledore stated. The rich pure-blood Death Eater began to laugh sardonically. You just don't get it, do you? You must be the stupidest person I've ever met. It doesn't matter though, the Longbottoms will die tonight. I don't really think so. Came a cold voice. Nitricet Incendio Maximus. Everyone turned toward the location in which the voice had come from just in time to see a gigantic ball of blue fire zoom toward the Death Eaters and explode at their feet, causing robes to catch on fire. Abruptly, several figures apparated into the room, some with small pops, others with loud bangs. However, this show did not distract everyone from the person who had cast the fire curse. Ron was one of these and was also the first to recognize the person. He yelled out incredulously, grabbing everyone's attention. Harry. Harry scowled when he realized that Ron and several other Order members had just recognized him. He should have remembered to wear his hood up, but in all the excitement, he had forgotten. It was probably for the best anyway. Casting curses and spells was a little harder when a cloak limited one's visibility. Ron, Harry retorted sarcastically, as everyone in the room stared at him. Leave the Longbottoms alone, Harry. Dumbledore said in what he hoped was a soothing voice. They have never done any harm to you and are not capable of harming you at this point in time. Anger surged through Harry's veins. How could they assume that he was here to attack Neville's parents? It was some nerve they had. Why would I harm them? He growled menacingly. They're a danger to you. Ron yelled irrationally. Just like they're a danger to you or anyone else who thinks they can practice the dark arts. I'm not here to harm the Longbottoms in any way whatsoever, Harry announced. I'd also like to say that I'm innocent of all crimes that I stand accused of. I would never help Voldemort do anything. He killed my parents. Dumbledore's face paled as he drew some immediate and erroneous conclusions. Harry wasn't here to kill the Longbottoms. He wanted to use them. Do you think that you can destroy Voldemort with your hate, Harry? You'll become worse than Voldemort was. Your victory will be as dark as your defeat. I know that you don't see what you did on Privet Drive as a crime, but nevertheless you did kill innocents. I didn't kill anybody, Harry roared at the Order who after Dumbledore's statement were looking at him as if someone had just announced that he killed babies for a living. Harry, Hermione said in a shaking voice, please give yourself up. You can only go down from here. You don't want to become like the man who made you an orphan. We'll try to see to it that you stay out of Azkaban. We'll get you help. A throbbing sensation began to assault Harry's head as his anger skyrocketed despite his ability to acknowledge the irony of Hermione offering him something she didn't have to give. They were lying to him. They wanted him dead. Why won't you listen to me? He whispered harshly, trying to control himself. You must listen to us. Dumbledore told him. Listen to me. Harry barked. Ron laughed at him. You don't deserve to be listened to. You bloody murderer and traitor. Before Harry could react, Hiskifney, who had unobtrusively taken a position on Harry's right flank, dashed forward and lifted Ron off the ground, gripping his throat with one hand. You will address the Earl of the North with respect, he said coldly. He then threw Ron to the ground and rejoined Harry. The assembled members of the Order gasped audibly as the new information sank in. They knew that they needed the Earl to win against Voldemort. Unfortunately, it seemed to them that the Earl would be worse than Voldemort. You must surrender yourself, Dumbledore implored as thoughts about the revelation darted throughout his mind. Would you shame the House of Colerex by tainting its reputation? What would your mother think? I'm sure that a plea bargain could be made. Harry literally could not think. There were too many things assaulting his mind. Dumbledore shouldn't be so concerned about tainting a house's reputation. He was only saying that. He was also angry that the Ministry could be depended on to let an alleged murderer walk free on such a plea bargain. Out of all this, a random thought emerged. I need a pensieve. My lord, Hiskifny said, it's useless. They can't see and they won't listen. We must take action before the Death Eaters can do any more damage. We'll talk later. Harry spat at Dumbledore, Ron, Hermione, and all the Order. But know this, not only will I eradicate Voldemort and his Death Eaters, I will fix your pitiful ministry. He then turned to Hiskifny and Neloff. You know what you need to do. As for the Order, leave them be unless they attack you. If they do attack, stun them and escort them from the building. Hiskifny bowed formally for the Order's benefit. Of course, my lord. By insulting Colerex, they were insulting him. This Order would have to learn its lesson soon. Maybe he could rough them up a little. By this time, the Death Eaters had recovered from his fire curse and another battle had broken out between them and the Order. Those that had arrived with Harry immediately joined the fight. The ice soldiers darted nimbly around the room shooting off spells while those from Trazcoban imperiously made their way through the battle ignoring the curses that bounced off invisible shields all while shooting stunners and other curses from the palms of their hands. Harry contented himself to staying out of the midst of it and firing random, but extremely powerful and effective spells toward the Death Eaters. Once he saw that Hiskifny would have no trouble on the ground floor alone with his men, Harry motioned for Neloff and his men to join him at the foot of the stairs. He only hoped that they would be able to portkey all the patients out. Did you see him? Ron exclaimed to Hermione as they darted around a corner to dodge an oncoming spell. He must not have drowned like everyone assumed. I bet he was in cahoots with you-know-who for a while before deciding to go off on his own. That must be how he knew about the attack. Honestly, Hermione yelled in a very exasperated voice. You can't just make those kind of conclusions. She had effectively recovered her composure after the battle had resumed. It seemed that fighting Death Eaters is easier than confronting her old friend. Ron considered this point grimly. He has to be working for himself then, he said grimly. I don't know what's going on with the Longbottoms, but I bet he wants them or something. If he wanted them dead, he would have just let Malfoy do it for him. The hallway was clear for a moment and Ron chose that point to dash out and let off a string of spells and hexes toward the Death Eaters who were grouped for the most part in the main reception area. They had congregated there after the creepy men that Harry was with had spread down the halls to pick off stragglers. I'm not so sure, Hermione yelled nervously as she covered his back, nervously holding her wand out in front of her. We can talk about this later, Ron declared as he took down a stray Death Eater. The hallway in which the Longbottoms ward was located had been the host of a group of Death Eaters, but several Triplexio stunners from Harry's wand had taken care of the situation promptly. Remembering which door led to the Longbottoms, Harry made his way into their ward and found Neville's parents playing a card game, oblivious to the battle going on in the hospital. What should we do about them? Asked Captain Neloff. Harry shrugged. I'm not entirely sure. We should probably move them to Nerake permanently, but the best medical care may be here. There's also a chance that moving them may prove to be harmful to them. Are there records around here somewhere? Asked one of the young ice men. I was an intern for a doctor before I joined the Ice Army. I should be able to ascertain their condition from any documentation. That should be handy, Harry commented, glad that he had someone who knew something about medical care with him. He stepped over to the Longbottoms' beds and looked around. Nothing. Blast. Any ideas? The bodyguards quickly searched the room and turned up nothing. We might need to go to the nurse's station, another guard suggested. I should have thought of that, Harry said ruefully. I hope the hall is still clear. They made their way to the ward's door and stepped out into the hall to meet several more Death Eaters who had managed to escape from the melee downstairs. The one shot an Imperio curse at Harry, which he shook off without any thought. Since the Death Eaters had expected the Imperio to work, they had not prepared to take on Harry, who wandlessly threw them down the hall while the ice guards peppered them with stunners and body-bind hexes. Harry placed a strong locking jinx on the ward and they ran down the hall and found a desk with a sign that pronounced it as the official nurse's station. Harry wasted no time in getting behind it and finding a file drawer filled with records pertaining to patients on the floor. He rifled through the open drawer and found the files he was looking for. Frank Longbottom and Alice Longbottom. He yanked them out from between the other files and thrust them toward the ex-intern, who sorted through the records while the other guards checked the surrounding hallways for more Death Eaters. Harry joined them on the other side of the desk and watched the guard read the records. Finally the young man pronounced judgment. "I don't see why this couple is even in the hospital," he said thoughtfully. "Their only problem seems to be that fact that they're rather spaced, as you muggles call it. We'll be taking them with us," Harry decided out loud. Back to their room. Hermione cried with frustration as Lucius Malfoy's leg locker curse hit her and caused her to fall to the ground. He had been chasing her through the hallways for several minutes, though it seemed like an hour to Hermione. She rolled over and attempted to perform the counter curse, however Malfoy quickly disarmed her with Expelliarmus. He approached her with a feral grin. "It's Draco's favorite mudblood," he announced with amusement. "Always showing him up in class and dishonoring the name of Malfoy. The only dishonor your name has comes from your alliances," Hermione growled. The expression on Malfoy's face grew frigid. "Perhaps I ought to take you home with me so that young Draco can teach you a few things, mudblood." Hermione had no answer for this as she felt herself go cold and shiver at the thought of what Malfoy seemed to be proposing. The idea of the cliché tactic of trying to get the captor to talk suddenly surfaced in Hermione's mind. "Looks like Potter spoiled your party. You should have expected it though. He's just like you." Malfoy laughed. "You must be kidding me, mudblood. Why would he even think like me? No, I'm afraid that Mr. Potter is a lost cause for the Dark Lord's ideas." "I know what kind of person he is," Hermione exclaimed. "He proved his character during the last Christmas vacation." "Did he now?" Malfoy said, his smile growing broader. Lucius was about to speak again when he was interrupted. "So, the battle leader decides to hide down a hall with a girl," came a voice from the hall intersection, a short distance away from Lucius and Hermione. Malfoy's attention had been successfully captured. Though Hermione could still not get away, at least she now had some time. Maybe the interloper would kill Malfoy. "Who are you?" Malfoy demanded as he studied the well-matured man clad in black and white. "I am the Count of Trascoban," he announced in response to Malfoy's rude inquiry. "It shall be my pleasure to take the battle leader as my trophy for this battle. I do not think that Lord Polarix will mind, though he's technically in command of this expedition." "What do you mean?" Malfoy asked, clearly confused. "Well," Count Trascoban whispered conspiratorially and with great amusement, "Lord Polarix doesn't seem to be into the trophy-collecting business." Malfoy elected to end his conversation with the man who appeared to be unarmed and was not speaking much sense. "Des fie," he yelled. A really nasty organ burster curse zoomed toward the Count, who merely held up his gloved hand and absorbed it. Malfoy paled. "You're a sorcerer, aren't you?" "What was your first guess?" Hiskifny asked, slightly offended that the battle leader had not been able to identify him as a sorcerer from the reference to Trascoban. "Ava," yelled Malfoy, attempting to kill the sorcerer. However, Hiskifny was just too quick and lightning flew from his still outstretched hand. The blue light wrapped around Malfoy and promptly took him to the ground, right in front of Hermione, leaving him stunned. The Count of Trascoban then lightly walked toward the fallen figure of Malfoy Sr. as a blade of black fire materialized in his hand. As he approached, he raised the blade above his head. What he did next caused Hermione to shriek in horror. She was still shrieking when Ron found her a half-hour later after the battle. Harry quickly created several portkeys to transport his bodyguards, and the Longbottoms to Nereke. Though the mentally challenged couple had proved difficult to manipulate into a good position for transportation, they had not put up too much resistance. He handed the portkeys to Nailoff, who distributed them to those transporting the Longbottoms. They were then preparing to activate them when Lord Hiscophny addressed Harry through his ring. The Death Eaters are either down, injured, or retreated, my lord. All the patients have been evacuated. Good, Harry told Hiscophny. Thank you for the help. Leave the rest of the mess to the Order. I've got the Longbottoms with me. It was my pleasure, Hiscophny said before he signed off. Harry nodded to the ice guards and they activated the portkeys. A wave of depression sought to overcome him as he looked at the soon-to-be empty ward. He desperately hoped that Bellatrix would be free to talk with him when they got back. He had at least expected his friends to listen to him. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.